Alright, 5 minutes for race start. Welcome in, everybody. How are we all doing today? I am your host, GT45 Gaming. To start our event off here today, I would like to start by saying thank you to all of our supporters and our viewers on behalf of the International Racing Organization, our racers, and our volunteers behind the scenes. You are the driving force behind the IRO GT 2025 Challenge Championship, and we appreciate all the continued support. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I hope everybody is prepared for a doozy today. It is Nürburgring, 24 hours, and it's a little wet. We got a 15.7 mile racetrack, 97 left and right hand corners. It is a real world circuit, and it is one of the hardest in the world to conquer. They do not call the Nürburgring the green hell for nothing. Not only is the difficulty factor at the racetrack already on high based off of what our racers are up against today, with 97 left and right hand corners and a 15.7 mile racetrack, the weather is a little damp this weekend as well. The forecast has a lot of rain in the forecast today for our racers, and it is going to be a very challenging weekend for all of our split one racing teams. I have an absolutely blazing fast qualifying run yesterday morning to set our grid here for today's event, and to no surprise and no avail, Medi finds himself sitting in pole position for the 45 GTR last minute racing team with an absolute blazing lap of a 7:57. Incredible lap from Medi. And as you can see in front of us here, our weather schedule, stint 1 all the way through stint 10 today has rain in the forecast. It is going to be a long, arduous day for each of these teams and each of the drivers that are going to pilot their respective cars here throughout our 24 hours today. In pole position will be the 45 GTR from Last Minute Racing, Medi taking the wheel. It will be Sector 7 Esports, number 5 Lexus, our current championship points leaders. Starting in second, it will be Esports Race Asylum GTR here. In third place, it will be Overboost Racing, our defending champions, in fourth place, and it will be Eric's Racing in fifth place to start our grid off, and of course all our amazing respective remaining split one teams following suit in behind. It's an important spot to be after qualifying. Now, the 24 hours of Nürburgring is a very long race, and it is a race of attrition. It will test each driver mentally, physically, and it will put them to their limits. So this is going to be a race of attrition. The goal here for each of these teams is to try and maintain a very steady, good, hard pace, but also keep the car in one piece. 24 hours is a very, very long time to maintain composure on a race of this magnitude. So the drivers have it in store for them today, and what we're seeing here on screen is a rolling formation lap. So this is an opportunity for the drivers to get some heat in their tires and get ready to race. Now again, this is a 24-kilometer racetrack for those of us from the west, and a 16 just shy of mile racetrack for those of us from the east, essentially. And I mean, that's in comparison 4, maybe 5 times the length of a typical normal real-world circuit racetrack that we see today. We are going to see 8-minute race laps around here when the drivers are able to run on racing tires. If the weather is inclement and there is lots of rain on the racetrack, we are most likely going to see those times drop down to 8:20, maybe 8.5 minutes. I'm just speculating on that for the rain times. I'm not 100% sure exactly where they'll fall in for this absolutely amazing group of racers that we have here in Split 1. So it's going to be an interesting race, but Medi being in pole position is in a very great spot, because if he can get through turns 1 and 2 in that pole position, hold the whole shot off the green flag, he is going to have clean air. Clean air at race start is going to be so vital, especially once we get into the Nordschleife. It is a very technical part of the racetrack. You are constantly turning, and dirty air is going to factor in to this race. We do allow front and rear wing aerodynamic changes in the cars this season, which does allow the drivers to tweak them to try and make them feel better, find some more pace out of them, find some more time out of them, maybe find some more top speed depending on what the car needs. And the dirty air really affects the cars when you have aerodynamic settings implemented. So the drivers are really going to have to be on point. Now, these are some of the best drivers in GT7. Some of these drivers, our pole sitter, for example, are world champions in Gran Turismo 7. They know what they're doing, but the NURB is the NURB. And if the NURB feels like you've done it wrong, it can and will make you pay the ultimate price here. So every driver must be 100% on point. This will be a lengthy formation lap. We are rolling at 80 miles an hour around the racetrack here, so this is going to take about 10 minutes to get these guys back towards the green flag drop. And this is a normal standard procedure here at the International Racing Organization to start our events off, and it just simulates the real deal in racing here, and of course that's what we're going for. So again, to the viewers, welcome in. Thank you for your continued support, and I'm sure that everyone, racers and race fans alike, have had this one circled on their calendars for quite some time since that schedule has been released. Everybody loves a little piece of the Nürburgring. I am your host for the start of the race here today, GT45 Gaming. And for anybody that's over on my channel, if you guys could head over to the International Racing Organization YouTube channel and watch the perspective from there, that would be fantastic. There is a lot of live real race information available over on the IRO YouTube. And of course, we always appreciate the support of my channel, but we would love to see you guys over in the IRO chat. Come and hang out, come and chat with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to wait for our racers to take that green flag, how are we all feeling today? Are we ready for this race? How many of us are nervous? How many of us are feeling for our friends or our family members and behind the wheels of their respective racing teams' cars right now? Nerves are probably a little high, and lots of thoughts going through each of the drivers' heads right now. Race start is a culmination of processing for the drivers right now, and it's important to get that good, clean race start. When our pole sitter, the last minute Racing 45 GTR Medi, decides to take the charge on the green flag drop here, it's going to be important to catch that you get that right, get your timing on, and get a good start as well in behind the race leader. The race leader controls the pace of this race start. It is up to the race leader to start anywhere within the green flag start zone once they're in double line formation. We will see them double file up, I would assume, on the, I believe it's the Hasselbeck straight it's called, the big long straight at the end of the racetrack. I do have a track map in the corner here, so I'll pull that up here at some point. Let's go through our field. We have a minute. Our pole sitter at number 45, the last minute Racing Medi behind the wheel here, and they are currently sitting 9th overall in the standings. So pole being an important position here for last minute racing. We move down into second place. It is the Sector 7 Esports racing team, the number 5 Lexus. This is our current championship points leader coming in to round number 4. From there, we've got ERA's Kaza in behind the wheel of the Race Asylum. Can't remember which one this is. One of the Race Asylum GTRs here. That is followed up by number 4 ORT, our defending champions from last season, with the number 1 on the side of their car. That takes us to Eric's Racing's Yavi. We've got R Lab's Mr. SBS here as well. And I can never remember, for some reason, the name of this great team in that beautiful Aston Martin. And that would be, I guess that's Loose Moose. Yes. All right. We've got Kukas here for our GT Finland racers in that Corvette. In 7th place, we've got Jack here from AHR, Apex Hunter Racing Team here, and they've got a very bright livery here on the racetrack today. We've got Ruzi here for the Sector 7 Me Cougar team, who is also in the Lexus. That takes us down into the Sector 7 Boomer Racing Team, which is in the Aston Martin, currently sitting in 10th place on the grid here. We've got, we skipped a driver. We've got France coming in here for the P1R Racing Team. Now this team has just recently changed their name. They were formerly known as the Raw Talent Racing. They are now known as Project 1 Racing Team. So the number 11 team changing team names here. And so if anybody's a little bit confused at where your favorite Raw Talent Racing drivers are, they are now in that P1R blue and white Aston Martin. From there, that takes us down into the Race Asylum Black, which is, I believe, Race Asylum Black, which is being piloted by ATB here to start things off in 12th place. That takes us down to our 13th position driver, Team Grid Life, in the number 3 Lexus, unable to get a flying counted qualifying lap in qualifying yesterday, putting them 13th in the grid. And the only Zico here as well from Platypus Racing Team, unfortunately for them as well, suffering a qualifying ban in qualifying due to a break of procedure. So they will start in the very back of our grid here today, and that really potentially doesn't mean anything again with the obviously just the sheer size of the race that we have in store here today. This is a 24-hour race to start with, so it is a race of attrition. You will not win this race in the first 2 corners. You will only win this race 24 hours plus later when you cross the start-finish line on the very final lap of our event. So it is going to be smart decisions, cool, calm, collected, keeping the car safe for really the first 22 hours of this race. The last 2 hours are really where it comes down to crunch time, and that's where we're really going to see the drivers put it all out there. Until then, each team's job is to try and build a gap to their competition. At the end of the day, obviously each team is looking to be standing on the top of the podium, but this is not an easy field. So we should start seeing this double file here anytime now as we're heading into the mini carousel here, and this signifies that we are getting very, very close to that inevitably very long back straight. That is where we will see passes be made here today for sure. It is a great passing zone. You can use slipstream and a slingshot to get the move done heading into the final set of braking S's leading into the end of the lap. So as we can see, our drivers are all heading into double file. We will now start to maintain a speed of 60 miles per hour. And once the drivers hit the green flag zone, Mehdi at that point can start the race whenever he chooses. He can choose to start that race right at the very, very beginning of the green flag zone, or he can wait till the very, very end of the green flag zone to start the race. That is entirely up to our pole sitter here to decide when this race starts and the green flag drops once we get down this very long back straight. All right, so you can see last second moving here from our drivers. They are all trying to build up what a little bit of heat extra they can get back up into those tires, build that air pressure up. And once we hit the top of the hill under the famous Bilstein Bridge here, they will double file up. All tire warming will come to a halt, and we will get ready for a green flag drop. We should see this in roughly a minute's time, ladies and gentlemen, so get ready, because we are about to go racing. And in great GT45 gaming fashion, kick them tires, light them fires. Let's go enduro racing, folks. Ooh, what tires are people on? Well, as you can see on the screen in front of us, we have all that information blocked. So, your guess is as good as mine. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we are almost ready for a green flag drop. Welcome in. Do not forget to hit that thumbs up. Share this out to all your friends. Get them in here. Get them checking out what IRO has to offer. You're not going to see better racing than what we're about to see here over the next 24 hours. welcome in. And we are green. Their leader has started the race, so we are gone. He started very, very early in that green flag zone and did exactly what he needed to do there. He got out in front of the Sector 7 Esports. Number 5, Lexus. Now, can he hold it into turn 1 and 2? This is a very difficult sector. The drivers are on semi-cold tires. The track is cool because it is very overcast here right now. And it is going to be a little hairy, as this first set of chassis can cause some complications. And as I say that, we have the AHR team sideways here around turn number 2, and I think that was just a throttle error here, it looks like. Gets a little bit of rotation. Oh, and a small amount of contact right there. And then, of course, the accordion effect happening behind everybody. And we have ourselves a car on the side of the racetrack there. So highly unfortunate that that happened. But, hey, that's racing. And that's going to happen. There's going to be touches. There's going to be bumps and grinds. And on such a technical, narrow racetracks such as the Nürburgring, that really the big passing opportunities here are on the Nürburgring GP, which is the section of the circuit that we are on here right now. Of course, our Nürburgring GP circuit then turns into the Nordschleife, and then it is game on. That is where all of the fun starts. So as we're just heading through, I believe that was Goodyear Curve there on the GP circuit, we have Medi with a almost 1 second gap here over Esports Sector 17, number 5, Lexus have followed up with ERA's Kaza in that GTR. So I believe it was, we've had 3 car changes, if I'm not mistaken, coming into round number 4. One of them was the Esports Race Asylum team. They went from the Corvette to the GTR. I believe that the Raw Talent Racing team also went from BMW to Aston Martin. We have this information. I just have to go dig it back up. I can verify exactly which cars have been changed here, but the Esports Race Asylum team most certainly has went from the Corvette to that GTR. We have our defending champions here, Team ORT, number 1 on the side of that BMW, and definitely in a very well-suited car for this particular race. This BMW M6 Endurance model is very strong at the Nürburgring, and, well, not surprising, it is built for this racetrack. We have the Eric's Racing for McLaren, here, the number 7 car with the Alvi behind the wheel to start things off here, and he's got some company very close in behind. He's got the Mr. SBS Aston Martin in behind. He's got Kukas from GT Finland Racers, and he's also got Ruzi from P1R, from the Sector 7 McCougar team, just slightly in behind there as well. So we got a nice little pack here right in the mid part of this race, and it is going to be a race of attrition. Guys are going to want to be very methodical about how and when they pass. Passing on Nordschleife is not possible, but it is most certainly difficult to do. So you really got to be confident and sure of the placement of your race car and where you are on the racetrack. So there's a lot of things going on here. We've got Project Platypus up from 14th now into 12th place. Team Grid Life car there also from 13th now up into P11. So a couple of early moves made here by a couple of our drivers in the back of the pack. ATV sitting here in 13th, and Jack from Apex Hunter Racing Team in that BMW. A little bit of mistake or a miscue or an incident heading into turn number 2 there, but right on the back end of the pack here. So a little bit of time lost, a couple of positions lost there for the Apex Hunter Racing Team, but right there in the fight in the back of the pack. So Wid's perspective. All right, let's get you Wid's perspective. We can do Wid's perspective here for you. Let's give you a look here. All right, so we are on the Sector 7 Boomer Aston Martin here. And with the pilot behind the wheel of Wid C, so we're going to go on board here as he's just in behind about a half a dozen cars here. And this is a pretty good look at what these drivers are dealing with here. Now, we will probably see a lot of patience from the drivers while on the Nordschleife, but if there is an opportunity and they get a run on that opponent in front, there is no doubt in my mind that we will see a pass made. So we're going to have to keep our eye on it. It's a little tough right now on the radar as all those arrows are very clustered up in the of course, the turns of the racetrack here. So we'll just have to kind of keep our eye on things the best we can. But looking on board with Wid C from Sector 7 Boomer Aston Martin Racing Team here. And I hit the wrong button. I went to go look behind, but that's not what happened. All right, so our pole sitter is 1.7 seconds down the road from his nearest opponent, which is Antonio in the Sector 7 Esports number 5 Lexus. Medi is very confident, he's very strong, and he's very composed around the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring 24-hour circuit. He is an absolute monster around this racetrack, and of course no better driver to start this race off for the last minute race in GTR than Medi. So we'll have to wait and see if he can continue to work on this gap, but you can't take anything away from the Sector 7 Esports Race Asylum Lexus here. They were less than a second in behind that last minute racing team in qualifying yesterday, 0.9 seconds if I'm not mistaken, with a 7:58 as well in their Super Bowl qualifying session. So there is most certainly some very capable drivers in behind the wheels of these cars here today, and there is the potential we could see a sub 8-minute lap if the drivers are able to run on their racing soft tires at some point throughout this race. That takes us into Kaza for the Esports Race Asylum team, and two of our top three currently here in the race are two of our top three currently in the overall championships point standings. Our third place driver is a little further down the grid with number 3 Grid Life Lexus, who has got a tall order of making up some distance on the racetrack after a unideal qualifying session yesterday from that team, I would imagine. So our ORT's Vicente, he is 2 seconds in behind Kaza in third place, chasing that final podium spot. Kaza has 1.3 seconds. The second place is Antonio, and Antonio is now 3 seconds in behind Medi. So already we're starting to see gaps develop from our racers here. Now the biggest question is for some of these guys, is the gap being purposeful? If we're going to see drivers maintaining a roughly, say, 1.5 to 2 second gap behind the car they're chasing, that may be by design to try and just stay out of that dirty air window to make sure that their car is getting maximum turning capability in and out of these corners, not costing themselves any speed. So it could potentially be a little bit of strategy we're seeing from some of these drivers early on as well. Don't want to follow too entirely close because you don't want to get that miscue with the dirty air. Or it just could be that the pace of the drivers is very quickly spreading them out slightly. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out here. In 8th place it is Ruzi from the Sector 7 Mini Cougar team. And that is our number 64 Lexus here. And a big slide coming around the corner there as leading into the carousel under the acceleration there, coming out of corner exits. We got France here from the Project 1 Racing team, formerly known as Raw Talent Racing, and currently sitting in 9th place in that Aston Martin. That is a very, very nice looking livery there as well. Clean, crisp, very simple. We have a great broadcast team here. I will not be taking this on all on my own. We have a very large range of broadcasters that will be taking over every 2 hours here through the race. Uncle. So I will be here for the first 2 hours of the race, and then I will hand it over to one of my associates, and they will take over the next stint, and that will continue on every 2 hours until the end of the race. So we will see a few different broadcasters in the booth here throughout the race today. And just like the racers, the broadcasters run it in shifts as well. So I hope that you enjoy all of what our broadcast team has to offer here at the International Racing Organization. And can't wait to see what happens in this race. I mean, we have not seen any rain yet so far. We do know, as per the weather schedule that was posted at the beginning of the stream, it is rain in the forecast. Rain, more rain, more rain, and more rain. Now, whether or not that relates to actual moisture on the racetrack has yet to be determined. The number 3 Grid Life Lexus here, Lucas, 1.2 seconds in behind Wid right now from the Sector 7 Boomer Racing team, currently on a purple sector. But it is Medi who has that opening fastest lap with an 8:03.004. So not quite the blazing pace that we've seen in qualifying. However, qualifying conditions were quite optimal. They were very sunny out on the track, and it was just absolutely beautiful weather for the racers yesterday to get that qualifying session in. So today is a much different day for our racers. It is overcast right now. That means the racetrack is going to be cooler. We have ATB here about 16 seconds in behind the AHR Racing team here. It just signifies that a mistake may have been made there. But what I can see is that there is no damage on that the Race Asylum Black Team's GTR there. So that is always a plus. It is not a very long pit stop here at the Nürburgring, so pit stop time is not really too much of a factor here. We could see a couple of varying strategies, I think, here this weekend, depending on the weather. Now, if a 2-hour stint stays dry, we will probably see a combination of 2-stop and 3-stop strategies coming from the drivers if they opt to use the racing soft tires. Now, I don't see why they wouldn't. It's obviously the fastest tire to be on, and with the pit time or the pit delta, you're not losing a lot of time by making that pit stop, so it's very easily gainable time back on the driver that hasn't pit yet, that you're chasing or undercutting or overcutting, whatever the case may be. So pit stop delta, not really a big factor here this weekend. It's going to come down ultimately to the weather and how the weather affects the pit strategy for each of the teams. Like I said, we could potentially see 2-stop or 3-stop strategies in dry racing conditions. And with the track being a little bit cooler right now, it's actually going to bode a little bit better for the racers. That should result in slightly better tire degradation underneath of the race cars, and potentially maybe allow them to extend the tire stint potentially. We'll have to wait to see how that plays out for our racers. Kazla here in third place. They are currently sitting second in the championship point standings overall. This is Race Asylum Esports. They were in the Corvette at the start of the season, have just swapped to the GTR in between round 3 and 4. Red Bull Ring was definitely an interesting race, but I don't think too much is going to compare to the 24 Hours of Nürburgring this year. As I said, I'm sure that most racers and most race fans have had this one circled on the calendar since the schedule has been dropped at the beginning of 2025. Don't have a lot of action happening here yet. Not too surprised. Again, this is a race of survival here today. And the one thing that the drivers don't want to do is make the big mistake. But what we do see is Mr. SBS up a couple of positions here, up into P5. So has taken advantage of the strength of that Aston Martin here. And not only has he able to gain some position here, he's also put a 1.3 second gap on Eric's Racing Yavi in the McLaren in behind as well. So Mr. SBS is moving on up here. We've got Eric's Racing Yavi down 1 position from race start here, losing that position to Mr. SBS. And of course, as we're just talking about no position, no battles happening, we miss a pass on the racetrack, which is highly unfortunate. But again, it's hard to tell where the battles are right now because the radar that I use to kind of determine where the action's happening on the racetrack is very, very cluttered right now with arrows. It's very hard to tell exactly where the battles are and aren't. And again, on the Nordschleife, you can see these drivers trail each other for 5-6 minutes before they decide to make a move, just due to the nature of course, the racing circuit. We've got Kukas here. He is with the GT Finland racing team. They have opted to stay in their Corvette. That's the car that they have opted to start the season with, and they have opted to continue running in the Corvette. Now, the reason why we've seen some GT3 car changes from some of our teams here this weekend is due to the simple fact that GT7, the platform that we use to race on here at the International Racing Organization, had a BOP update change about 4 weeks ago now, and that BOP balance update actually turned down all of the GT3 cars. So that changed the way that the cars handle, the way that the cars drive, and of course the overall pace of the race cars around a racetrack. So typically, you could expect the lap times to be roughly 1 to 2 seconds slower than we've typically seen in the past due to that BOP balance update change. And that has obviously opted some of the teams to change their machinery because they felt maybe that their machinery wasn't as competitive post-update as it was pre-update perhaps. But of course that is allotted within the International Racing Organization regulations and AOK to make that car change. So that's where we're at here now. And like I said, there was 2 other teams. I will figure out who those teams are here once we have a moment to kind of settle in and figure all that great stuff out. Alright, so France is 1.1 seconds in behind Kukas from GT Finland Racers in that Aston Martin from Project 1 Racing here. And everybody's really just trying not to make any mistakes right now. It seems like we've got Ruzi in the Sector 764 Lexus there, and as I say, we're trying not to make mistakes. He just went for a wild ride as he was nose grinding that curb all the way around that corner there, and did a really great job to keep that car underneath of him. It is very difficult here, especially with the Lexus in some of the sectors of this racetrack, and I can speak on this from experience. If you hook the wrong curb with the Lexus, and if you have that front aero package really low, it doesn't help you. It does not help the car. It will hook the car, and it will try to force the rear end to spin around on the curbing. So that was very fortunate for number 64 Lexus right there. A very skillful reaction from the driver, Ruzi, in behind the wheel there, because that could have been a very bad situation very quickly for him there. He did not let the momentum of the car ruin his lap there. He was able to fight through it and kept that thing underneath of him. So that was actually a really good save from Ruzi, and that was a crucial moment where he was. You don't want to pick damage up, obviously, on the racetrack here. It is a long lap, and if you pick damage up in the early parts of this race, that is just going to be devastating. It's going to be a very long time around the racetrack, and then you got to pit and you got to fix that damage, so it just adds insult to injury. So every save that you can make, every catch that you can get on this car around these racetracks, especially as these tires start to wear down, is very crucial. All right, we got the only one Zico up into P11 here, has made his way around the Grid Life Lexus here and up into 11th place. So this is our 14th place starting car, up into 11th place. Our 13th starting driver, Grid Life number 3, piloted by Lucas, is currently sitting in 12th place. So not gaining huge strides here early on in the race right now. These two teams that didn't have ideal qualifying sessions yesterday, but again, it's a long race, and anything can happen. We've got the AHR BMW here, the number 69 car, tucked right in behind Lucas there, and then we've got ATB just falling behind a little bit, but again, we are fairly certain that there was a mistake made in the early part of the race there that caused him to lose some traction to the pack there, and from what I can tell, he didn't pick up damage, which is crucial. So to only be 20 seconds off the pack after a spin is what I assume. And not taking damage isn't too bad at all. 20 seconds around the Nürburgring, and this is something that the drivers and the teams really need to keep in the back of their minds this weekend. 20 seconds is not a lot of time to make up here. It really, really isn't. It is so easy for a driver to make a small mistake in any sector of this racetrack or any corner of this racetrack. Every small wiggle, every little miscue on your braking and your throttle will cost you 2, 3, 5 tenths of a second per corner here. 20 seconds is not a long time to make up on a track of this nature. So a 20-second gap for ATV, really in the grand scheme of things, isn't something that he should be worried about right now. Again, the driver should be worrying about the battle with the racetrack right now, this early in the race. So back to our pole sitter and our race leader here. We do have Medi in the number 45 last minute racing GTR, and as he heads into the Nordschleifer for the 4th time of this 16 lap session before the drivers will come in and hand it over to their next driver to take the wheel. Driver swaps are in full play this season. For our viewers that are new here, welcome in. We appreciate that support. We hope you're loving the race here so far tonight. This will be on for another 23 plus hours yet for everyone. So if you're just getting in and you're going, oh man, I got stuff I got to do today, I really hope I can get this racing, don't fret, ladies and gentlemen. This race will be here all day long, and again with a great broadcast team in the booth here every 2 hours to bring all of the live action to your screens at home, at work, or at play, wherever it may be. We do appreciate all the support, and again, thank you so much. If you are new here, if you could do us one little favor, hit that thumbs up button there at the bottom of your screen. Is one free thing you can do to help us grow the channel and grow the page and reach more great racing fans worldwide to come and watch some great endurance racing here at the International Racing Organization. We've hit some big milestones here on the YouTube channel over the last couple of rounds of racing, and it's all because of you, guys and gals, the amazing viewers that continue to make IRO what it is. You are the driving force, and we appreciate it. So welcome in everybody that is new here, and to, of course, our existing fan base. Hope you all are enjoying NERB, because I know in the racing community, in behind the scenes, this is one of our favorite racing tracks. We're all anxious, we're all very nervous, we're all very terrified, but love the track all at the same time. It is you can't hate it, you just love it, but you don't want to admit you love it kind of racetrack. Alright, let's get through here. We don't have a whole lot going on, not surprised. Again, everybody just being smart, patient. Safety of the car is vital. It is hour 1 of 24 hours. You do not want to risk wrecking your car this early in the race. Antonio is maintaining that distance now in behind Medi. He's got about 3-second gap. That 3-second gap has been maintained over the last couple of laps here now. So the esports number 5 Lexus, our championship points leader here, has the pace of our current race leader under control, it seems like, as he continues to match the laps of Medi, and currently actually holding fastest lap on track there on the third time around, it looks like. Kaza has 8.7 seconds in behind Antonio and 11.9 seconds in behind our race leader, and he's starting to feel some pressure here from Team ORT. Let's jump on board the ORT defending champion number 1 BMW here as he continues to try and apply some pressure to the Esports Race Asylum GTR here. I believe that's a 44 car. Roughly, it depends on their strategy, Paul. If they're running a 2-stop strategy, and of course the weather stays dry, we will see a pit stop every 5 laps. So we should see the drivers start pitting at the end of lap 6, if I had to guess, 5 or 6. If they're doing a 3-stop strategy, then we will see the drivers pit at the end of lap 5, and then it'll be every 4 laps after for the 3-stop, and it'll be 5 laps for the 2-stop. So it really all comes down to each of the drivers and team strategies here today on what kind of pit stops and when we're going to see pit stops. But we should be seeing a pit stop within the next 20 minutes here from those drivers that are potentially thinking about that 2-stop strategy. And it's very interesting because when you weigh out the difference between the 2-stop and 3-stop strategy in dry conditions here for the race today, the difference in time is roughly only about half a dozen seconds, and you can see a mistake made right there by Kaza. He goes immediately on the defense as we head into the carousel there, and Vicente unable to take advantage of that mistake made there by ERA's Kaza in the GTR, and unfortunately there for Vicente, he's just have to remain patient here and wait for a better opportunity. He got a great run after the wiggle from the GTR there, but there was just nowhere for that BMW to place himself to get the pass done safely, so does the right thing, and he just stays in behind and waits for another opportunity. This is Nordschleife Racing at its finest right here. It is hard to see because it looks like it's boring, but there is a lot going on behind the wheel of these 2 cars here right now. Getting every corner right, trying to maximize your exit on every single exit right now is so crucial for Vicente to stay close to that GTR, because when we get through this high-speed sector and head into that straight, that is where the potential move is going to come from Vicente here. So we're going to keep our eye on this as we continue to head through. This is the fastest sector of the racetrack. You are very barely braking here. It's a lot of just downshifting and gearing the car down and just maintaining as much momentum as you can coming through the YouTube corner there. Now heading down the hill, and this is going to lead us into the last section of the racetrack before we see the big run up the back straight. So we're going to keep our eye here in 4th or 3rd place, because if Vicente can get a good run coming through the final corner, he should have a potential shot at getting a pass done on the Sports Race Asylum number 44 GTR. Timing is everything on this back straight when you do make the pass. If you make the pass too early, you are giving an opportunity for the racer that you have just passed to actually come back and pass you back before the end of the straight. So timing is everything as we head to the back straight, and this is where I do expect to see Vicente put some pressure on Kaza to get the job done. He is very close. He is right there, about a car length and a half in behind that GTR. GTR tips a little bit in the grass right there. That's going to compromise his exit slightly, and I think Vicente is going to get the run here. Now, when does he make the move? We are going to stay on board with this here, as Vicente is very securely in the slipstream here, and this is the biggest question. He is going to pull out side by side here and has slingshot momentum and should be able to get the job done here. Now the question is, did he pass too soon? Kaza has enough time. They still got a little bit of a straight to go here to potentially grab some slip and get a battle moving back into the final set of S's here. And it looks like Kaza is just going to settle in behind here and not challenge back for P3 here for the time being. Now, with that being said, we are getting close to pit window if the drivers are on the 2-stop strategies here, so maybe that is something that's going through the mind of the driver. We are seeing some degradation on these racing tires underneath the drivers at this point, and we are seeing a defensive line coming from Vicente here as we head into turns 1 and 2 on lap number 5. Very close quarters here between these two, and we got some action on the racetrack, folks. The GTR, surprisingly, is actually quite stable around the Nürburgring. The GTR is one of my favorite cars to drive in Gran Turismo 7, so it's not the car that I'm running in Split 2, but a very solid car around the Nürburgring. Any of the front engine rear wheel drive cars are typically pretty strong here. It comes down to the driver and your lines. Ultimately, a driver that may look like they're struggling at the Nordschleife may not even be struggling. It's just they're not exactly on that optimal line around each section or each corner of the racetrack. And I know Kaza is a absolutely great racer, and I'm sure that he's very comfortable with this racetrack. So I don't know if he's necessarily struggling with that car per se. I just think that the competition is thick in Split 1, and you cannot discount any single racer in this lobby to be able to get the job done. So, I mean, these are powerhouse drivers in behind the wheels of these cars here in Split 1, and they all know how to drive their cars, and they all know what they're doing. So I don't necessarily think it's an uncomfortable factor that it seems like he's struggling with the car a little bit. I think it's just you get a little bit offline, and it just makes it look like the driver's struggling because the driver has to try and fight that car back onto their line around the racetrack. It is all about flow. Everything and anything that is important about the Nürburgring 24-hour circuit is flow. You need flow. If you don't have the flow, if you're not one with your car, then you're going to struggle here for sure. Dirty air is also going to factor in here now for Kaza as well, so we'll have to see how he handles that. I would assume that the GTR probably leaves a much bigger hole in the air than that BMW does, so I kind of feel like Vicente may have had the dirty air factor a little bit worse than that GTR has currently. The GTR is just a big brick on wheels essentially. When you're in behind it, it creates a very big block of clean air. The BMW is a little bit of a smaller frame car, so maybe not quite as intensive on the dirty air factor with the GTR being in behind the BMW, but you can see Kaza is not letting Vicente go. He's just sitting there in the back, keep it on the toe, maybe a little strategy here, sip a little fuel, try to save a little tire, keep close enough to potentially get the position back in the exact same position on the racetrack, or close up, maybe wait for a mistake, and hopefully you get an opportunity to make that pass when that mistake happens. It's all timing. It's all circumstantial here at the Nürburgring. Kind of keeping our eye on the sky, and it doesn't seem to be a lot of change in the weather. We're not seeing a lot of change in the wind direction currently. We're at 11.8 feet per second, basically directly south currently. Perspective, 4 meters per second for those of us that use meters per second. Not a terrible wind here right now. It affects the car slightly in certain sectors of the racetrack, but overall manageable for our racers here today. So I don't necessarily think that is going to necessarily factor into how the cars are handling here right now. But what that does tell me is it tells me some very important details. When we have dynamic weather on in Gran Turismo 7, the one cue that I can use to determine if the weather is changing is that wind direction. If we're going to see inclement weather, we're going to see that wind start to change around. We're going to see it change dramatically, and that is a sign that there is potential weather coming in. And of course, I'm sure many of the drivers and teams are aware of that same situation as well. So it is kind of a cue that I use as a broadcaster to potentially get an early warning that we have moisture or inclement weather coming in. Now, it can rain at various forms of water here at the Nordschleife. It can be gentle, it can be steady, or it can be absolutely torrential. And the torrential rain around the Nordschleife is a difficulty factor of 15 out of 10. So that is definitely not what the drivers want to see today. All right, let's keep going through our field here. We've got the number 7 McLaren of Eric's Racing, Yavi behind the wheel here right now. Absolutely great racer here himself as well. Project Platypus is currently sitting, well, what a guess, in 11th place. So up 3 positions here from the start of the race, doing pretty good. They got a 0.9 second gap to the number 64 Lexus up in front from the Sector 7 Me Cougar team, and Zico doing a really good job here for Project Platypus Mercedes, getting them from 14th up into 11th here so far, and potentially a challenge for position up ahead here as well with Ruzi up in front. ORT versus ERA, that's old school. Absolutely. And this battle was far from done here today, I think, as well. So From what I'm seeing, I mean, for the most part, tire condition and fuel conditions are fairly equal across the board right now. So no driver really has a clear-cut advantage in a sense on grip or fuel load. So quite even when I'm taking a look through the field here. We've got Yavi here, but we got a battle brewing in behind Yavi here, and as the GT Finland racer Kukas here, looks like he's starting to close in on Yavi, of course, France from Project 1 Racing, formerly known as Raw Talent Racing, now right there applying pressure to the GT Finland 66 Corvette. So potential three-way battle brewing here in for sixth place between the three drivers here overall. So we're going to stick with this for a moment and see if anything develops out of it. We're going to be keeping our eye on that third and fourth place position as well. Obviously, we did see a battle there, so we're going to want to keep our eye on that. Yavi has opened up a gap there a little bit. He had a good section there as he enters into the high-speed section of the Nordschleife here. That McLaren is just zipping around this high-speed sector, and obviously a very good sector for this car. The McLaren is a pretty quick car for an MR, for a mid-engine car, but the one thing it has to its advantage is turning capability, and in that high-speed sectors here at the Nürb, you'd think it is going to excel here for sure. Where it's going to lack against the rest of these guys is going to be on these big long straights, and that is where Yavi needs to be a little more concerned about that Corvette and that Aston Martin chasing him behind. So the goal here for Yavi is to try and get about a 1.5 to 2 second gap before he gets to that back straight at this point, and that should be just enough to keep the charge of the Corvette and the Aston Martin from getting around. But they got a lot of lap left to go yet here. They still got a couple of sectors here of the Nordschleife to go before we hit that back straight. But we are going to stick with these guys here, keeping an eye on third and fourth place. And just as I come and check on third and fourth place, we got rain coming down. Windshield wipers are on. We're seeing some raindrops hitting the windshield. And not terrible timing here necessarily, as obviously pit window is getting close, but Kaza is just on the edge of that slipstream here. You can see that time is just coming down, and I think Vicente has done just enough there to keep the charge of Kaza from closing in. So now it is Kukas, France, and Yavi here, and again we were concerned about the distance from the McLaren to the Corvette there, and you can see the Corvette's actually pulling away from the Aston here as well, but also closing in on Yavi and the McLaren up ahead. So Medi has opted to come into pit lane and change his tires. It's going to be curious to see what he decides to go with here. Very little moisture currently on the racetrack. Drivers have very little time to make this decision here right now. They are definitely on the radios with their pit crew. The pit crew is most certainly advising, and we're going to see Kukas also come into pit lane. Kaza has come into pit lane. So that leaves Antonio in first place here with that pit stop from Last Minute Racing GTR. He's going to put ORT's Vicente into second position, and Medi actually comes out right on top of him here in third place. So that is an advantage for the 45 Last Minute Racing team here. And you can see he was 3 seconds ahead of the number 5's. Lexus is currently in the lead. They made that pit stop, and now only 17 seconds in behind the number 5 Lexus. So you can see that pit stop is only about 15 seconds with a tire change on top of it as well. So great job by the 45 GTR pit crew to start with. 15-second pit stop here from them. And as I stated earlier in the broadcast here, pit stop is not the big concern here for these racers. The time loss for the pit stop is not the big concern here. Keeping the car damage free is most certainly the biggest concern here, and not because of pit delta, because of the extra pit stop. Granted, it's only 17 seconds potentially going to be lost in pit lane to 20 seconds with a damage repair, but that's still time that you got to make up on the racetrack. Most certainly not impossible here at the Nordschleife. 20 seconds is really not that big of a gap in the grand scheme of things. You make one mistake and spin the car, and that 20 seconds turns into 2 seconds really quickly here. So keeping the car safe really is the big key here, not having to make the extra pit stops. Obviously time loss is time loss. In the case of a mechanical failure in the race here today, the formula relates to maximum 4 minutes and 33 second time loss in the case of a mechanical failure right at the beginning of the stint. So even with that being said, that still keeps you on the lead lap in a sense, and 4 minutes in the grand scheme of things can be made up here at the Nordschleife. So it is a race of attrition. When I say it's a race of attrition, that's what I mean. You cannot stress about the things that happen on the racetrack. If your car is still running and it can still get around the racetrack, you are not out of this race. That is just the way it is here. Mr. SBS now up in the 4th place, obviously with the pit stops made by a couple of our drivers here. That has moved him up into 4th place. So Mr. SBS currently is the biggest mover here from Loose Moose Racing, 35 Aston Martin, and doing a great job here for that team to start things off for them. And they're 24 hours in Nürburgring. Eric Yavi back up into his starting position, up into P5 here. And a little bit of space in between him and the car in front, 6.8 seconds, but France is still right there lingering, about 3 seconds in behind Eric Yavi. So Project 1 Racing number 20 Aston Martin here, formerly known as RTR, chasing Yavi down, or doing his best to do so, and he's got 5.2 seconds to Wid in behind in 7th place. So Wid up a couple of spots there recently as well. He was down into 10th place last time we checked, down in the back half of the field here. Currently up into 7th place, but the pit stop sequences have essentially started. Kaza, one of the first drivers to make that pit stop, here in 8th place. We've got Ruzi here in 9th position in behind. We've got Zico in 10th place here, now obviously gaining a position with the pit stop with some of the drivers up in front. Kukas being one of those drivers that also made a pit stop with Medi and the esports races on GTR as well. So Kukas here in 11th place after that pit stop. So we are going to see these positions change a little bit more here once this pit stop sequence fully goes through. We have AHR BMW here, the number 69 car in 12th place here. Absolutely bright color car here today. It stands out above the field for sure. It looks really good. We've got Team Grid Life number 3 Lexus after making a pit stop here in 13th position, and we've got ATV here in 14th position, and about 35 seconds back from the pack there, so not doing too bad there. Had an early moment in the race there that set him back a little bit, and he's been just trying to kind of gain that time back since, but doing really well there. Only 35 seconds in behind. The water at the time of the rain was about 10%. It was a pretty minimal water level for that little tiny shower or drizzle that we saw on the racetrack here, we could call it. So it didn't really phase the drivers. Now, in Gran Turismo 7 with the wet weather, they have made some pretty good adaptive changes to wet weather over the last few months as far as updates goes. The one thing about the wet weather here is you can run under wet condition on racing slicks up to roughly 30 to 33% water content on the racetrack, depending on the racetrack, and of course depending on the skill of the driver behind the wheel of the car. So even with a small light rain shower, we may not necessarily see these drivers jump into an intermediate or a wet tire. We may see the drivers try to tough it out on a racing slick. So just because we see a little bit of rain on the racetrack does not necessarily mean we are going to see the drivers dive in and get off of their racing slicks and jump into some form of wet tire. You can maintain a relatively good pace in small wet conditions on a racing slick here in Gran Turismo 7 currently, but again, it comes really based down to the skill and ability of each of the drivers piloting their machinery. So it's hit and miss with the rain here today. It is going to be a tough call that each of the teams are going to have to make on the fly here. Pardon me. The tough part is being caught, somewhere in the middle of the racetrack when the moisture hits. That is when things get a little bit risque for our racers. If you get caught in a pretty good pour or a good hard rain midway through the track on a say worn out racing slick, that's going to potentially cause some big problems too as well, right? So, I mean, the drivers are planned, prepared. They have ran hours and hours and hours and hundreds of laps of practice for this leading up into today's race. So it's not like they're coming in unprepared, but in the back of the mind of each of these drivers, the wet weather plays a different role. Some are scared of it, some love it, some excel in it, and some are just indifferent about it. So decision making is going to be very crucial in behind the scenes with our pit crews and our race engineers, and behind each of these teams' boxes here today. They got a tough day of decision making ahead of them with the forecast being the way it is, being a chance of rain pretty much all day long. So tough decisions to make. You really got to assess the skill of your driver behind the wheel at a time when you are that crew chief or that acting race engineer and behind the scenes. And you can see we got a little bit of rain starting to come back down here again, and a little tiny mistake made there from Wid. Now, I don't think that I had anything to do with the moisture. Currently, we're sitting at about 15% moisture on the racetrack in this section where it's raining. I think that was just a mistake. As he comes around the corner, you can see he doesn't seem to be miscuing around that. He definitely committed that final corner to get the run there. And the rain is coming, and we'll have to see if it stays steady. So we got Antonio in. What is Medi going to do here? Medi did pit last time around, and he's just going to go again. He's not going to come in, so I guess the teams have looked at the weather radar and they determined that it's just not quite going to be heavy enough necessarily to make the change. ORT coming in for what appears to be a scheduled pit stop. Mr. SBS also coming in for a scheduled pit stop here. For the drivers that are coming in here at the end of this lap, this is definitely a scheduled pit stop. Now, what they choose to swap onto is going to be interesting to see. So Kaza, of course, pit last time around, also opts to stay out on the racetrack. Now we can see the rain is starting to fly pretty good. It's going straight sideways up the front straight here. And they're pretty big raindrops here. So it is definitely starting to lay down some moisture on the racetrack. And we are getting to the point here where drivers are going to have to make some tough decisions. Teams are going to have to make some tough decisions. Medi has opted to stay out. Antonio pits at the end of a scheduled stint. That was a scheduled pit stop. Kaza has come out. He pit one lap ago, so he had a tough decision to make. Do I come in for an extra pit stop, or do we just see what happens? Decides to go around and see what happens. Mr. SBS just coming out of a pit stop. We got Vicente also just coming out from a pit stop. France coming out from a pit stop up into 6th place. Kukis has come out into 7th place. Win C is come out in 8th place. We have Yavi in 9th position. We've got Ruzi here in 10th place. We've got Jack in 11th. We've got Lucas in 12th. We've got Zico in 13th. Little wiggle coming around the corner on those cold, fresh racing tires. And we got ATB. Is he going to pit? Yes, he is. Okay, so we are at about 40% moisture now on the racetrack here. And this is when things are going to get interesting as, oh boy, there we go. Medi goes around there as the track is getting very slick, and he does an amazing job to keep the car out of the wall there. So 13.6 second gap here from Medi, but we just seen struggling under the wet condition here, and that was a massive slide coming right there from Medi. How he kept that car out of the wall and kept it out of damage is incredibly lucky and fortunate, but he is going to be at the mercy of the weather here right now. You can see him absolutely struggling right now to keep that car underneath of him. It's going sideways in the corners. Antonio is going to get the job done. He's going to take over the race lead here in P1. Now, keeping in mind, Antonio pits at the start of the rain. So, what has Antonio opted for tires? Well, I don't think I really need to tell everybody what's going on here, because we can clearly see one driver struggling and one driver just zipping up the road. So, do we see Medi come in at the end of this lap? It is a long ways to go. They have just entered the Nordschleife. It's going to be a long lap for some of the drivers that have opted to stay on some racing slicks here. We are almost at heavy wet moisture content on the track. Now, with that being said, a dry line, once the rain stops, will form. You can see that the windshield wipers are no longer going on the driver's race cars, which means that the rain has stopped in this section of the racetrack. But the racetrack is still very wet, which means that they are going to have to develop a dry line, and that will only happen as the drivers and the racers continue to race on the wet road. That will eventually dry the tarmac up, and it will start to create what we call a dry line, and there it is. We've seen Esports Race Asylum Kaza making a mistake under the wet conditions and losing a position here. So let's go take another look at what happened there. Just coming around the corner and just kind of came off that dry line a little tiny bit and just into the dirt, which is probably a little muddy right now, and that is Team ORT there taking advantage of that mistake by the Esports Race Asylum GTR, and will move up into 4th place. Now France in the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin starting to apply some pressure to Kaza here. Obviously that mistake was made. He's going to have some greasy tires after playing out in the dirt and the rain there, and that's going to put him at a disadvantage here to the Aston Martin in behind. Now we do have a combination of drivers on racing tires, and we do have a combination of drivers on wet tires of some form right now. This is what makes these races very interesting. We are definitely going to stick with this for a moment, as we have a battle developing here for 5th place. It is Esports Race Asylum 44 GTR versus the number 20 Project 1 Aston Martin, and this is a battle for 5th place. The Project 1 racing team is all over the back of that Esports Race Asylum GTR here right now. When or where is he going to try and make something happen? Kaza's no slouch. The guy knows how to drive, and just keeping our eye on it here, as that Aston Martin is not letting that GTR gain a millimeter right now as we come through each of these corners. You can see Vicente just up the road there. Let's go take a quick look and see what's happening in behind, and we got a pass being made from Mr. SBS on Medi here for 2nd place as well. And we just had a move made here for 5th place, so we're going to take another look at that here as well. And just got a good run up in one of the longer straight sections of the racetrack here, and just took advantage of the grip that he has underneath of his race car, tucked inside the 44. That was a great pass right there from Project 1 Racing on the Esports Race Asylum GTR. Absolutely great job there, and a well-earned P5 there for France. But now he's got Kukas, the GT Finland Corvette, closing in on him here, and boy, Kaza is just finding himself in all kinds of trouble here right now against some of these drivers with their racing wet tires on. You can see a very clear-cut dry line starting to form, however, on the racetrack, so that is good for our drivers that opted to not come in and change over to wet tires. That allows them to still have some grip on the racetrack and potentially maintain race pace here, but it is going to be tough when you can still see water coming off the tires of these cars even on the dry line. You can see Kukas there got a little bit outside into the curbing there, but again, having some wet tires on the car does allow him to keep it underneath of him, and he is really pushing hard here, trying to apply the pressure to Kaza here, and almost causing himself a miscue there, losing the back end of that Corvette a bit. But we have battles happening all over the place here right now. This is a very healthy race at the moment here. The rain has completely amped up the difficulty factor here and has completely changed how this race is developing for some of our teams here at the moment. So Medi, who was our pole sitter and our race leader, had a spin, losing 1st place there. Now he's just trying to defend every position he can. Vicente has made his way around. Medi goes a little bit wide into the corner there, and he's going to lose 3 more positions right there, including Kaza, who got around him there as well. So unfortunately for the last minute racing team, it is a downward slide here from P1 down into P7 currently, and looking to get this track dry so we can get back on track. But we also are seeing a little bit of damage on the number 45 GTR here as well, which means that we could potentially be seeing a pit stop coming from that team, and highly unfortunate to see. But 24 hours of racing, it is a long race, and the drivers cannot let that get to them. It can be easily made up here, as we've seen how quickly things changed as soon as the rain hit at the North Viper. Karma hits so hard. Yeah, it's a vicious thing. It can be a vicious thing. I mean, it's a game of decisions. When you're on the racetrack, it is a game of decisions. You know, you're rolling the dice in these situations, not only as a driver, but as the team crew in behind. You know, it's tough decision making you have to make in these situations, and each team and each driver made their decision. And I mean, you got to deal with the reaction or the end result of that decision. Unfortunately, for a couple of our drivers, it hasn't paid off for them here. But, you know, we got Antonio coming into pit lane here, looking to be making a tire change, I'm guessing. Mr. SBS, who is our biggest mover here so far today, I believe he started in 6th or 7th position in the race today and is currently sitting in 2nd position. So the Loose Moose Racing team has so far made the right calls at the right times and have now got themselves, for the first time today, in the race lead. So Loose Moose Racing now leading the 24 hours of Nürburgring here at the International Racing Organization. Great movement here from Mr. SBS. Vicente, our defending champions, Team ORT, Overboost Racing team here, currently sitting in 2nd place. They have looked a little slow or off pace in a sense compared to last season, but that is most certainly not the case. The competition is just amped up this season compared to last season, and ORT is looking really strong here today early on in this race, so I'm sure that they're looking for a very strong result here to try and start to climb their way back up the standings. They are holding that number 1 on their racing car, which means they have the added pressure of being the defending champions here as well. So a good result here for the number 1 BMW here today is definitely got to be top priority for these guys, as they're a very high quality team and just haven't had the results they've been looking for so far this season. Antonio in the number 5 Lexus, just coming in from a pit stop there, has come out in behind Vicente by 2.7 seconds. Francis in 4th place for Project 1 Racing, and now we've got that transition of its stop raining. The track is clearly starting to dry. We can all see that there is a very, very visible dry line here, and the race changes again. We're going to start seeing a sequence of pit stops happening again for the drivers that have opted to take wet tires. We're going to see at some point those drivers now have to come in and get off those wet tires to get back onto racing slicks. The racing wet tires, if anyone's ever been to a racetrack that has racing wet tires on display, and or plan on going to a racetrack, and you ever come across the opportunity to get a look at a rain tire, I urge you to go do so, because they're a very unique set of compound of rubber, where a racing slick is very hard, it's very smooth. A racing wet or a racing intermediate tire is exactly the opposite of that. They are very soft and they have grooves, and those grooves obviously are designed to channel the water from underneath the tires to keep the traction underneath the car. But the real big thing is how soft the rubber on a racing wet tire is. All you got to do is just go take your thumb and just push on the middle of a racing wet tire, and it is soft, so soft. You'd be surprised at how soft that tire is. So what that means is when these racing wet tires or these racing intermediate tires hit dry pavement, they're designed to channel water. They're not designed to be on a hot road, which means they are going to wear down significantly faster than a racing slick under dry condition. So that is the issue that the drivers are going to be left to deal with here pretty soon. As the track continues to dry out and water continues to disappear around the edges, it takes away an opportunity for the racers to put the car into the water and cool that, get the tire temperatures back down. And we're starting to see a little bit of that here from Vicente, as Antonio has made his way around back to 2nd place. Antonio stopped to get off the wet tire and come back onto a racing slick, where we still have some of our drivers on those racing intermediate tires, and we can see those drivers now are looking for water on the racetrack to cool that rubber compound down, and that is just due to how soft the rubber is on the racing wet tires. Cook is here in 5th place, having a great run here, but he is starting to feel the pressure from Kaza and Medi in behind here. Now, both Kaza and Medi opted to not come in for wet tires. They were one of one of the handful of drivers that opted to not make that change when the rain hit. And now Kaza and Medi applying pressure on that driver with the dry line developing. The issue here for Medi and Kaza is they cannot force a pass in a inopportune spot here, because there is still water on the racetrack, and if one of these racers gets out in the water at the wrong time under braking, it could very easily cause what we just saw happen right there, a mistake made by a racer because they come off of that dry line. And just as I'm talking about it, maybe a little commentator's curse happening there, but Kaza got on the inside line there, and you can see there's just a little bit of water right there. He got under the brakes and there was just no grip, and straight nose first into the wall there. Very quickly had to put that thing reverse, get it turned around, of course not to impede any oncoming hot traffic as well, not to get tagged around a blind corner. He gets this car going again. So point in case of what we were just talking about right there. Very difficult for a driver on a racing tire to make a pass on somebody with a wet tire when you still have a half wet racetrack. We got yellow flag up ahead of Kaza, and it is Kukas in the GT Finland Corvette with an incident on the racetrack there as well, and some damage as well on that car. So here we go. The complexity of this race is starting to happen. Yes, damage on both cars. We can confirm that both cars are suffering some form of damage. To the extent of what kind of damage, we will not say, but they are suffering some form of damage. Antonio here in 5th place, going to take advantage of all that's happening in front of him here, back up into P1. So Antonio, our current championship leaders here as well, the number 5 Esports Sector 7 racing team, currently now leading this race. So we have seen that this race lead change a few times here, half a dozen times already, very early on, halfway through our first stint here, and the weather has played a small part of those changes for position. But you can see even Mr. SBS here now really starting to kind of struggle a little bit on those racing tire, on the wet version of tires. You can see he's really looking for some water to get some traction in with that car. It's very difficult. Again, the tires are just wearing down very quickly for our racers that are on these wet tires right now, and as they continue to run these tires on the dry line, they will continue to wear them down faster and faster and faster, which is going to eventually causes a feeling underneath of the race car like you're driving on ice, I guess is the best way I can explain it. Medi here now back up into 4th place. This was our pole sitter and our race leader. He opted not to come in when the rain hit. He decided to try and tough it out. That bit him a little bit. It caused him to have a couple of spins on the racetrack and has now dropped him down. He was as far down to 7th or 8th place at one point in time, but he's currently sitting back up into 4th place. Obviously not changing over to the wet tire and having a dry line to work with now. He is able to start to get back on his relative pace around the racetrack, but the number 4 car also carrying a little bit of damage from earlier endeavors here during the rain as well. So we have some cars on the racetrack currently that are hurting or limping due to some form of damage. Project 1 Racing is currently sitting in 5th place. This car was, I believe, 9th or 10th on the grid to start the race here, so doing a very great job, also moving up the field very well here, and again, making the right calls at the right times makes a very large difference here in these races. So this is not an invitational event, GT race. This is a open series. We have a Discord that we operate out of through the International Racing Organization. I'm sure that if we can get one of our great admins here in the chat to pop up that in the chat for everyone. You just jump into the Discord, and then of course all the information is available to everyone in the Discord. It is open to teams. So currently right now we do have 2 full rosters, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't come in, sign up as a reserve to fill in potentially for a team that can't make a race, and at least get involved in the server and the community. And of course there's going to be another season coming after this season, so it also gives you an opportunity to start to prepare for season 3 as well. But everybody is always welcome. It is not an invitational series. It is open to all skill levels of racers, and it is open to all teams in the sim racing world that are out there on GT7. You're all more than welcome, and all you got to do is just jump into the Discord to start, and from there, of course, our great team at IRO will handle any questions or concerns or anything that you may need once you're there. Yes, we can show you the bottom 7 for sure. We've got a pit stop sequence coming right now, so maybe let's just go through the field one by one here while we get the sequence through, and then we'll show some love down to our bottom 7 here. We normally pay a lot of attention to all the racers here, but just going with the flow of the race here today. So it is Medi here in second place. Zico from Project Platypus Racing now up into third place. So point in case, qualifying does matter to a point, but at the end of the day, this is a NURB, and a NURB decides who is going to survive and who's not going to survive. So, I mean, right now, Project Platypus Racing, 14th to 3rd place, the biggest mover on the racetrack currently. We have ORT's Vicente here in 4th position, and not a lot has changed for Team ORT here. They've been kind of battling up in that top 5 all race long. They also started up in the top, I believe it was 4th place here at race start as well. Mr. SBS has moved up some positions here, and the race has finally completed that pit stop to transition from one tire to the other. We've got Eric Ziavi in 7th position here in the McLaren, and is just sitting in behind a 64 Lexus Ruzi, which we somehow skipped in that little go through the field. And a potential battle brewing here for 6th place, so we're going to be keeping our eye on that here pretty soon. We've got France from Project 1 Racing here in the number 20 Aston Martin, and essentially right now in no man's land. It's not a large set of gaps in front of and behind, but it's 8 seconds in front and 7 seconds in behind. So for Project 1 right now, it's not a terrible spot to be in. You've got clean air, you've got an open racetrack, you really don't have any pressure from behind, so ideally the racer should just be able to kind of get into tunnel vision and really just focus on putting quality laps down, and hopefully that gap to Ruzi up in front starts to diminish a little bit. 10.2 seconds that gap just jumped to, so we're having a little bit of a timing issue apparently. It just did not update very quickly there. So we have Kaza here now. Kaza has unfortunately he took a bold decision, opted to stay on racing slicks in a wet condition. It didn't work out for him this time around, and due to that, it's cost him a P3, P4 position down into P9 currently after making a pit stop, obviously, to get off of those racing wet tires. Now back onto a form of racing slick here. Is just going to do everything he can now to try and make up any time on the racetrack. We still have quite a ways to go. We're only on lap 9 of 16 flying laps here before we head into that driver swap sequence. So we're still looking at about 50 minutes of racing here. The number 3 Grid Life team, piloted by Lucas here, in 10th place, about 21 seconds in behind Kaza, and has the AHR BMW about 4 seconds in behind here. And we haven't shown the back half of the field a whole lot here today. You guys are most certainly right. I do apologize. I'm usually pretty good at getting all of the teams in the picture, but there's just been a lot happening up front here. So as we head down to the back here, we'll give some love to our drivers in the back here and take a look at those great liveries. And it's only the first hour of 24 hours. There is a lot of racing left. It is way too early to determine, in my opinion, who is, I guess, the best suited driver to win this race right now. I mean, you can argue with definitely up to the top 4 that any one of those teams, I think, has a better shot than any other teams, but the changing weather just proved that that is not necessarily the case. So, in my opinion, this race is up for grabs. Any one of these teams today really has a crack at this race. It's going to come down to making the right decisions at the right times and the right moments and keeping the car safe. So Kuka's here for GT Finland Racing Team, our number 66 Corvette here, and he's feeling some pressure in behind. He's got Jack So It Is from AHR Racing, and he's got the Sector 7 Boomer Aston Martin in behind him there as well. So we got a little train developing here for 11th place, and let's stick with this for a minute here. Let's head over to AHR, the 69 BMW here. And let's sit with him here for a minute, as the closer battle obviously is between Wid and Jack currently at the moment here. The 764 Aston Martin. Ooh, he tried to get a maneuver done there. He felt like he had a run on the BMW there, and he tried to go down the inside to get the power down, but unfortunately the back end of that Aston Martin just gave him a little resistance, and he wasn't able to really plant the power down, so he had to just settle back in behind James there. And another mistake made by Wid in behind there under braking. Had to really short in his corner there, and boy oh boy, the battle is on here. Jack is feeling the pressure. You see that he's feeling the pressure. He is full defensive mode here right now. He is just trying to make that BMW as wide as possible, not allowing a passing lane for the Aston Martin in behind. Now, we've already seen once today this battle with that wet line still lingering on the edges of the racetrack. It's risk versus reward to make the pass off the dry line right now. So the bigger question is Wid going to remain patient and wait for a good clean opportunity to get the pass done, or is he going to risk it for the biscuit and take advantage of another mistake, potential mistake made by Jack? We'll have to wait and see, but we're definitely going to stick with this for a moment, as this is a good healthy battle for 12th place here. It doesn't matter where on the racetrack we are starting to see these guys fight for these positions here now. Everybody's settled into this race, and it is game on here now, and just waiting for an opportunity here, I think, is that 764 Aston Martin right now over the 69 BMW. It seems like he has a little bit more pace over the AHR team here currently, but just unable to find that safe way around right now. Oof, a little bit of a wide exit there. Got a little bit of taste of the grass there, but he keeps it underneath of him here, and this is a very difficult fight here for Wid to try and get the offensive move done, and it's even harder defense here for Jack, and this is great for Kukas up in front from GT Finland Racing Team, as he's able to hopefully continue to grow the gap in front of these two while they battle. So right now it doesn't look like they're battling, but they are battling. And I mean, Wid's taking the chance. He's going to risk it for the biscuit. He goes out in the wet line there to try and get the job done, but Jack, has the dry line and the optimal line through the corner, and he's just going to hold that position by placing his car in the right place at the right time. Ooh, big slide right there from the 69 BMW. A slide from the Aston Martin. Oh boy, things are getting dicey here. Let's go. Let's get this battle on, boys. Keep it going. An absolutely great fight right here for 12th place. This is probably the best battle so far here in the race today, in my opinion. And this is a very feisty one. Wid wants to get around that 69 BMW, and that is very apparent. He took a risk there by trying to get it done in the water. Couldn't get it done, and that actually cost him a little bit of time in behind the AHR BMW here. So we are going to continue to stick with this for a moment as Wid continues to try and close the gap back up. Again, Wid seems like he has more pace, and there it is. Wid gets the job done there. I don't know if that was a mistake made from Jack right there, or if he just conceded the position. It was really hard to tell what happened there. So let's go take a second look. As we come up around the hill here, it seems like maybe the BMW just broke loose a little bit coming up the hill. I think that's what it was. I think Jack just lost the rear end just a tiny little bit, maybe coming up the hill there, trying to get on the power. And I think he had to check up there, and by the time he had checked up and looked in his mirror, he had seen obviously the Aston Martin up in beside him to grab that position. So Wid does move up into 12th place there, and that was a feisty battle from these two. We'll have to see if Jack can close back in on Wid here and re-engage this juicy battle that we just saw there. That was fantastic. We got ATB here. He is currently sitting in 14th position. Again, just had an early miscue in the race, and he's just been kind of trying to make that time back up since. Currently about a minute in behind. But again, this is an 8-minute lap around the Nordschleifer here, the NURB 24-hour circuit. Well, that minute really is not that big of a gap as it would be, say, on a track like Spa or Watkins or Suzuka, a track that's about 1 minute 3/4 to 2 minutes long. 1 minute gap is extensive, very hard to come back from that. But at the Nordschleifer, at the Nürburgring, that is not an impossible feat by any means. So Antonio is 26 seconds up the road here currently, and has just absolutely put a nice juicy gap in between himself and the pole sitter for our race today here, Medi in the last minute racing 45 GTR. He has 15.6 seconds over our defending champions, over this racing team number 1 BMW currently here. So first and second, pretty quiet, not too much happening here right now. Vicente has Mr. SBS in behind, chasing in 4th place, about 2.9 seconds, and slowly closing in here. So ORT currently holding down that final podium position here as the race continues on. Mr. SBS, who's been a very progressive mover here for Loose Moose Racing, Aston Martin 35 today, I believe started, like I said, 8th or 9th place, if I'm not mistaken, in the grid here today, and all the way up into P4. So doing a really good job here. They've made some very smart decision making at the right moments here, and that has been definitely a contribution to where this Aston Martin is currently placed on the grid at the moment. Now, this is a good story right here. We love to see this. The number 11 Project Platypus Racing team here broke a procedural procedure in qualifying, which caused a qualifying ban for them, and that, of course, unfortunately for them, put them in the very back of the pack. So they had to start in 14th position here today, and now currently up into 5th place. Again, this is another case of the team making right decisions at the right times, keeping their cars safe, just maintaining a good, steady pace around the racetrack, and really trying to minimize mistakes, and they're being rewarded for this right now with a current P5 position on the racetrack. So it's a really great job here with Project Platypus Racing, 14th to 5th place currently. We've got Eric Siavi from Eric's Racing, the number 7 McLaren. Just reading the chat. I get distracted sometimes. All right. Eric Jalvi here is 5.3 seconds in behind Project Platypus Racing and has about 7.4 seconds over the Sector 7 Me Cougar number 64 Lexus. So Yavi's kind of in his own little zone here right now with a small gap in front and a small gap in behind. And I say small gap because 5 or 7 seconds here is nothing. That is 2 sectors. Just having better corners than the driver in front, and you're almost back on top of them. So not a large gap. It is a very small mistake, and you're right back on the driver in front. So I say small because of the just absolute sheer size and difficulty factor of the 24 hours of Nürb. Ruzi in the 64 Sector 7 Lexus here. Not quite as comfortable of a cushion in behind him as Yavi has currently. He's got 8 seconds to Yavi right now, and he's losing touch with Yavi a little bit, but he is suffering from a little bit of a wounded race car here at the moment as well. Now, this could potentially have been from earlier, and he's just toughing it out until his next pit stop. I'm not sure entirely, but not at 100% efficiency here right now is this race car, and a minute behind the race leader, but doing an alright job here maintaining that 2.3 second gap to Kaza and France in behind. So with that being said, we head to our esports race asylum number 44 GTR. They are currently sitting second in championship point standings overall here, heading into our 24 hours of Nürburgring today, and at the moment sitting 8th place in the race. They have been as high up as 2nd place here today and started in, I believe it was 3rd place on the grid. So not an upward movement here at the moment for the esports race asylum team. Ooh, and as we say that, a mistake made from Ruzi. And that's going to be 2 positions lost right there as Kaza and Project One Racing's France gain that position. Let's go see what happened there, shall we? Looked very harmless. He's just coming around the corner and sets up for the next corner. Looks good there. Oh, coming out of the carousel? No, maybe not. Apparently it doesn't want to show it to us. Alright. Well, something happened to the 64 Lexus, and that allows Kaza from Esports Race Sound, who really went wide there, was in the grass, almost having a conversation with Barry R there, with Project One chasing. That is good for Project One's France right now at the number 20 Aston Martin, as obviously that allowed him to close up from 2.3 seconds right down into 0.6 of a second here, so right in the slipstream here. And then we see Ruzi in behind in 9th place there, just trying to get back into the rhythm here and try to close up this gap again to these two that they lost positions to. So it has been some tough racing for some of our teams out here today. How are Zico's tires still going on? Well, yeah, you know, the drivers, all the tires are looking pretty decent considering how deep into their respective tire stints they are, I would think. Obviously, some drivers have different tire condition than other drivers because the pit stop sequences are different from one team to the other, but tires on all the cars currently are looking healthy, very healthy. Alright, so France is doing everything he can here to close that gap back up to Kaza. Kaza had that mistake. He managed to recover from that mistake here now and is working on trying to open the gap back up to the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin in behind. He has not broken the slipstream yet, so that is definitely not ideal for Kaza per se, but very good for the Aston Martin in behind. But he's getting to that point where that slipstream distance is almost at the very edge of it here, and the number 20 car is going to need a really good run here as we lead down into the final few corners heading up to that big long straight where obviously it is a great opportunity to make a pass. And as I say that, we're going to go just check on things here as we have quite a few of the drivers coming to that same point, but nobody really close enough to attempt a pass on each other at the moment, so we are going to stick with our 7th place battle here. And Kaza doing a great job at gapping France here right now, coming into a very vital part of the circuit, this final sweeping right-hander that leads into that, I believe it's like a 2.2 kilometer or mile straight stretch leading into the final set of S's here. So this was crucial for France to try and be within that 1 second coming up to the straight to grab that slipstream of that GTR and potentially get a move done. But fortunately for Kaza, he got exactly done what he needed to do there in that final sector and got that gap opened up just enough to not allow France to use slipstream to take advantage of an opportunity to pass there. So great job by Kaza to keep the charge of France off, but that is only for now, I would assume. Ruzi here, we've seen made a mistake there in the latter part of the Nordschleifer part of the circuit there, is just coming around here, and it's going to be interesting to see if we are going to see a pit stop from him here or not. Again, the car is damaged. To what extent I won't say, but he is definitely not at 100% efficiency right now with that race car. So what is he going to opt to do here? He is going to opt to keep the pit strategy over bringing the car in early. So again, this is going to be a day of really hard decisions. France does not have damage. I can confer that he has a clean race car there. Currently, there are 3 cars wounded on the racetrack at the moment. Everybody else is clean, doing their thing. We have Kukas, GT Finland Racing, Corvette here, the 66 Corvette. It has been an up and down day for some of these teams here so far. This is one of the teams that's been kind of up through the field and down through the field and up through the field and down through the field. It has been just a battle for some of these teams and drivers here. Kukas being one of those drivers. He's been all over the field here so far today. Some mistakes being made, which has put him kind of back in the latter part of the field here during that little stint of rain that we had in the middle part of right around that 1 hour mark, I would say. And that really kind of shook up the race a little bit, changed some positions around the racetrack, and Kukas was one of those drivers that was affected by the inclement weather, and that is he's now starting to feel potential pressure here from the number 3 Grid Life Lexus in behind, driven by Lucas here. That gap is 1.7 seconds currently, as Lucas continues to try and chase down Kukas from GT Finland Racing. So we got Wid coming in for a pit stop there in the Sector 7 Boomer Aston Martin, and Lucas is now 2 seconds in behind Kukas. So Kukas got a good run there through that first early sector of the GP circuit and was able to open up the gap just a little bit there on the Grid Life number 3 Lexus. So over to our Apex Hunter Racing team, the 69 BMW here, currently sitting in 12th position, 6.5 seconds in behind Team Grid Life, and has a minute to the good over Wid and the Sector 7 Boomer Racing team. So not an ideal start here for the Sector 7 Racing Squad 764 Aston Martin here, but they have of course made what I believe to be a scheduled pit stop here at this point, so that very well could be their final stop today, but I could be wrong. Of the stint, not the day. And ATB here is about 3 minutes behind the race leader and currently about 50 seconds in behind with C. So ATB has been kind of in a race of his own here for a little bit after making an early mistake here, but he continues to push that GTR forward, and as we head closer and closer towards driver swap, he will be getting ready to hand that car over in about the next 45 minutes to his teammate, who will be taking the helm of that GTR next. So it is Antonio, and Antonio has opened that lead from 26 seconds now to 34 seconds over the number 45 GTR last minute racing team piloted by Medi currently. Antonio had made some big choices right around that rain transition, and those choices have rewarded the Sector 7 Esports racing team. Number 5 Lexus with a current race lead and a very comfortable gap here. 34 seconds isn't a huge gap in the sense of Nürburgring, because again, one spin is really all it takes to knock 20 seconds off of that gap, and it's a whole different ball game again, but it's a comfortable enough gap at the Nürburgring to be able to make that mistake and still maintain your position ideally. So obviously that's not what anybody wants to happen as a racer, but it does give you that sense of safety in the back of your mind as a racer, knowing, okay, I can make a couple of small mistakes here, and as long as I keep the car, not into the wall and keep it damage free, it's not going to hurt too much, right? So he's in a good position here right now. He's comfortable. We've seen this number 5 Lexus. Obviously, there are championship points leaders heading into round number 4 here today. Very cool, calm, collected customers. They don't seem to let too much get to them, and no matter what seems to be happening throughout the races, they just seem to respond, have an answer, and continue to fight through, and that's rewarded them here so far this season. We got the 45 last minute racing GTR here, our pole sitter from qualifying yesterday, currently sitting in second place, and has been battling with Antonio for the large part of the first part of the stint there for that race lead, but then a couple of miscalculated calls during the transition of dry to wet to dry, and unfortunately for him set him back a little bit there. But with all things said and done, and everything that's kind of happened to the 45 GTR in that 3 or 4 laps of wet weather, he's still sitting here in second place, only 36 seconds in behind the current race leader. So all in all, not the worst things in the world, but definitely not the ideal situation for 45 last minute racing GTR compared to where they potentially could be if they made maybe a couple of different choices. But it's a game of inches racing, and decisions are crucial, and there's going to be lots more that are going to have to be made here tonight throughout the day and the evening. So this is only the beginning, and crew chiefs and race engineers are taking what they've learned from that first little bit of rain that had come in and having to make that tough call, and they will of course utilize that to help make them more informed decisions as we move forward into this race now. But everybody had to make a call there, and some made the right call and some not necessarily made the right call, and we have a grid where it is because of it. Mr. SBS here in 4th place from Loose Moose Racing, 35 Aston Martin. Very, very solid drive coming from Mr. SBS here to start this thing off for Loose Moose Racing today. He's moved up 4 or 5 positions here in the race and looking solid. I mean, he's got 3.1 seconds to that final podium position, currently held by ORT's Vicente. And he's got 15 seconds to get the Project Platypus Racing in behind. So he's got that's comfort factor in the back of his mind right now, and I'm sure that his crew chief is telling him, you don't need to worry about what's going on behind, you got space, let's reel in ORT. So I'm assuming that's probably what's going on right now in the chatter between these drivers. Let's just work on that gap to 3rd place here before we get into this driver swap transition. Hey, maybe we can get that position before the end of the stint. So move it up, and great time to come and take a look at Project Platypus Racing here, as Eric's Yavi from Eric's Racing, the number 7 McLaren here, has closed up that gap now to the 5th place driver, and Zico is starting to feel a little pressure here from GTR. ATB is in the GTR. Alright, so Antonio making a scheduled pit stop here. I would assume that we are going to see much of the same from probably large part of the field here. It really all comes down to when the drivers made those pit stop transitions from the wet weather to the dry weather at this point. So it is Medi also coming into pit lane, so a scheduled pit stop as well, getting back on that pit stop sequence with the race leader here. But we are kind of keeping our eye on this battle here. We have Mr. SBS will move up into third place with that pit from Medi, and Antonio manages to actually stay in the race lead after that pit stop. So Project Platypus is going to come in and make a pit stop. Yavi is going to continue around, grab that position. Kaza is also going to grab that position and continue around. France continues around here as well from Project 1 Racing. Will grab that position from those drivers as well. So Ruzi here now is about 33 seconds in behind the driver in pit lane at the moment. He had opted to stick to the pit strategy and is limping a wounded race car around the track here right now, and is probably none too happy to finally see pit entry here as he can finally get the front and rear clip of his race car fixed. He had some pretty serious aerodynamic damage there. That was definitely a tough drive for the last couple laps for him there, and that racing team will be very, very quick to try and get those new clips put on that racing car so he can get back out and get back to trying to gain position. So AHR is going to move up into 10th place with that pit stop made by Ruzi. I'll put Ruzi coming out, I believe, in 11th place, just taking some fuel there. We've got the Grid Life number 3 car coming in and also has a little bit of damage on that race car as well, so not ideal. We've got Wid here in 13th position, and ATB, where'd our boy go? ATB here in 14th place. There you go. ATB's in that beautiful GTR, my man. Yeah, sorry, it's BMW. They're one of the teams that made a car change. It looks exactly like their GTR paint scheme, so I've had it in my head that that's a GTR today, so I do apologize to all our viewers and the teams and the racers. That is actually a BMW M6. That is totally 100% just an oversight on my part. I'm just so used to seeing the 77 team in that GTR, it didn't even register in my eyes that I am looking at the front grille of a BMW. So, just to clarify, it is the Race Asylum car here in the BMW, and that is the number 77 Race Asylum black team, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you to the viewers for catching that. Yeah, look at me go. Look at me pay attention here today. It just did not register for some reason. So that is another one of the 3 teams that made a car change. We had Esports Race Asylum going from Corvette to the GTR, and of course we had Esports Race Asylum black team going from GTR to BMW M6. Now that we got that all straightened out, hopefully we get it right the rest of the race. No, you're 100% right, man. You were 100% right. You finally got me to wake up there. We haven't had enough coffee in the booth yet this morning, apparently. I don't know what to say. Alright, so Mr. SBS up into 3rd place here with the pit stop sequence starting to kind of roll through this. It will be the final pit stop sequence for, I assume, most of the drivers, pending any serious mistakes. As we move up into 4th place here, we do see a developing battle between Kaza and Yavi. I kind of sensed that this was going to start to happen here, and here it is, game on. So this is a battle for 4th place overall here on the grid, with the Eric's Racing number 7 McLaren against the number 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR. He is doing a great job here. Some of these drivers have made that decision in the rain and dropped down the field a little bit, and they are doing a great job at recovering from those mistakes or those decisions. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the difference is a 3-second gap to the race leader now is a 30-second gap to the race leader, and that is kind of the order that a couple of these teams are looking at here. They got to try and find a way to close up the gap of that lost unnecessary time, just from decision making, essentially. But right now, Kaza has a bigger problem, and that is Eric Yavi in front. In order for him to continue to try and close the gap up to the race leader, he definitely needs to try and get around the number 7 McLaren here, because it seems like Kaza has the pace currently over Yavi. But that means nothing. You still got to find a way to pass. The driver is one thing to catch a racer. It is a whole other thing to find a way to pass that racer. It's like a professional sport, you know. Hockey's in the playoffs right now. You know, the regular season is 82 games. It's fun. It's you know, good action, but you know, everybody's holding back a little bit in a sense. And then you get into the playoffs. The playoffs is a whole new season, and that's when the intensity amps up. That's when you know, everybody brings out 110% instead of 90%, and that's exactly what we're seeing here right now from Kaza. I mean, he's done the job. He's gotten to the playoffs. Now he needs to find that extra 10% and get the job done. And as we see a side-by-side battle here up this long straightaway, it should be advantage GTR, and he is going to get the job done heading into the high-speed left-hander. And the Esports Race Asylum is going to move up into 4th place. So glad that my analogy, we got that out just in time. We're getting better at getting these things spit out faster, I tell you. Alright, so Yavi now dropping down a position there. Kaza clearly had some pace over that McLaren over the last lap and a bit as he continued to close in, and finally was able to get the job done there. Found that extra 10% and made it happen. So France, Project 1 Racing, number 20, Aston Martin. This is a team that's also advanced to quite a few spots in the grid. I believe they're up 4 or 5 spots here, currently sitting in 6th place as well. And he does have the pole sitter chasing him down here in 7th place, number 45 GTR, currently being piloted by Medi. The gap is 1.6 seconds and closing quite quickly here. So again, we're going to stick with these two here for a moment as Medi continues to try and charge down France. Now, Medi just made a pit stop, keeping in mind, so he is coming out on a fresh set of tires, which means that he is probably got a little more grip underneath of him than the driver in front, who has yet to make that final scheduled pit stop. So we'll have to wait and see if that is a continued advantage for the 45 GTR or not. Should be, you would think, but it really comes down again to the drivers making the execution. Got to catch him first. He's doing that right now. He had 2 seconds. He's got it down to 0.6. Then he's got to find a way to pass him. So we're in the same position that we just seen from Kaza on Yavi, and game on. Here we go. As Medi closes in here, he's actually really timed this well. He's in a good spot on the racetrack to really just kind of be patient here. And just up the road, not that far away, is Yavi. So there's more positions to be gained here for all the two drivers involved in this battle for 6th place currently here. So the sooner that Medi can ideally get this done, the sooner that he can try to break free of Project 1 Racing number 20 and start to chase down the number 7 Eric's Racing McLaren. He is securely in that tow. We will see this move happen here. Again, timing is everything on this back straight. You don't want to make the pass too early, because you do give the opportunity for your opponent to use your slipstream to come back at you, and this is potentially what we're going to see here. Medi had got the job done. He passed Project 1 Racing driver here, and that driver immediately tucks back in behind Medi to try and regain that momentum to get the job done. I think Medi felt confident enough that he was close enough to Eric's Yavi and behind that the toe of Yavi would keep him ahead of the Project 1 Racing team, but ideally Medi is just outside of the toe of Yavi there, so that was just sheer, was able to hold off that Aston Martin up the straight there, and this battle may not be done here yet. We got some pit stops being made. We see Vicente coming into pit lane. He comes out just ahead of Medi and the Project 1 Racing driver France here, and actually literally just out in front is Vicente is literally just coming around the corner. We're watching these two come out through right now. So this is potentially going to become a three-way battle for 3rd position here fairly shortly. Let's just keep looking through what we got here real quick. We've got Zico in 6th place. He's got 14 seconds in front. He's got about 5 seconds in behind. Yavi, just making his pit stop, comes out 5.2 seconds in behind Zico in 7th place. Kaza makes his pit stop, comes out in behind Yavi. So Yavi actually jumps Kaza in pit lane there, grabbing that position back. AHR's Jack, the number 69 BMW, currently sitting in 9th position here, shooting turn 1 a little bit wide there. We've got the number 10 GT Finland Corvette just coming out of pit lane there, and will come out remaining in 10th place. That has Ruzi coming up the front straight here, just crossing the start-finish line, roughly 15 seconds in behind. That then leaves us the Grid Life number 3 car, piloted by Lucas. He's got 5.9 seconds in behind Ruzi, and he's got about 23 seconds to Wid in behind in 13th position. Wid has a minute 5 over ATB in the 77E race silent BMW, not a GTR, but a BMW. Oh, you like that? Yeah, you like how I snuck that hockey reference in there, huh? Alright, Antonio is now only 18 seconds in the lead here, so that 36-second gap diminished a little bit here with Mr. SBS remaining out on track. So that does mean that obviously Mr. SBS at some point here is going to have to make one more pit stop, and we'll give roughly about 15 seconds, give or take, of that time back to Antonio. So a couple seconds, I think, in my opinion, gained right now from Mr. SBS on Antonio throughout this pit stop sequence. Now, from what I can see is that the clouds are starting to become a little darker here again near the end of the stint. So my biggest question is, are we going to see the weather come in before the driver swap sequence begins here? We have Medi in 4th place. He is tucked right in behind ORT's Vicente here now, and Medi is on the charge. So we'll stick with this here for a moment, as this is an active battle for position on the racetrack and a battle for podium position here as well. So we are in 3rd place currently, and Medi is on a purple sector here. So an 802.390 is our current fastest lap of the race and also of the stint, and that is currently held by Sector 7 Esports number 5 Lexus driver Antonio. But Medi looking to change that here as he continues to chase down Vicente, the ORT defending championship BMW. And you can see, I mean, the Project 1 racing car is not that far in behind there. Only 3 seconds in behind, currently sitting in 5th place as well. So a couple of big movers here with Mr. SBS and the Project 1 racing team, but also the Project Platypus racing team here, all in the top half of the field, all starting in the bottom half of the field here today. So a pretty good jump for those drivers so far early on in the race. Medi started in pole position, currently sitting in 4th place and re-engaging this battle for 3rd position, or at least trying to. Obviously, the ORT, the Overboost Racing team, are no slouches. They definitely can race. They are the defending champions, but he definitely has a task ahead of him here with a Nations Cup World Champion and Manufacturers Cup World Champion chasing him down. So I definitely feeling the pressure here, I think, a little bit. That gap is closing. Got it down to half a second at this point here. And where are we on the racetrack? We're about midway through the Nordschleifer at this point. So I guess, is this a question of, is Medi going to be patient here, just stay close and wait until we get back into the back straight again? Or is Medi going to wait for an opportunity, see a window, and take it before we get to a straighter part of the racetrack? I guess we'll have to wait and see. But the BMW again is very strong here. The M6 Endurance model is a strong car here at the Nürburgring. It is obviously built and designed to race this track, so it is very well suited for this racetrack. But the GTR proving to be very strong here as well. And when you got a world champion piloting the wheel and behind it, that is a good combination. So Medi is applying pressure here. He is right on the rear bumper of the ORT BMW, still holding purple lap here as well. And when is he going to try and make the move is the bigger question. He's clearly got some pace. He thinks he's obviously he thinks he's quicker than Vicente currently, and now just waiting for an opportunity here, I think, to try and make his way around that car. So as we head into the carousel here, is Medi going to get a good launch out of the carousel and try to get something done heading into the high-speed sector here? This is really not an ideal sector to try and pass in, but it can be done. And you can see Vicente is feeling that pressure. He really made a wide entry there into the fast-flying section of the Nürburgring, Nordschleifer here, and Medi is just cool, calm, collected in behind, not really waving, not really varying too much. He's not really showing any weakness in the armor, so to speak, right now, as he continues to try and create some offense on the number 1 BMW. So this could very well just be a matter of being patient and waiting for that big, long back straight. Or it could just be a matter of waiting for that small little mistake that he could take advantage of. I'm not sure which one it is yet, but this is a very calculated and a very high-end racer, and knows his track very well. So whatever he's got going through his mind, I'm sure it's very planned and it's going to be very calculated. We'll have to wait and see. Look at all kinds of sports conversations going on in the chat. Now, what did I stem up? I'm sorry. Let's talk about racing. No, I'm glad to see the chat is enjoying themselves, having a great time socializing with themselves, and I hope that the chat is enjoying the racing here today as well. But really just sticking with this battle, because we know at the moment that we leave these two guys, this potential podium position may change. So I really don't want to leave this fight here at the moment, because I do believe that Medi is just waiting for his opportunity on this back straight to get the job done here. So he's definitely charging right now. He is giving a good push out of this final corner. He's looking to close up the gap as much as he can to the number 1 BMW, and when he comes around the corner, he's within 0.4 of a second. This is going to be a battle for position here before the end of this straightaway. Medi is securely in the slipstream here, and it is just a matter of when is that GTR going to decide to pull out. He's going to move over to the left-hand side there. You can actually see Vicente signaling to Medi to take him on the left there. Vicente knows that he's got the momentum due to the slipstream there. There's not a whole lot that Vicente can do to defend that at that point, and he's just going to have to tuck in behind Medi and continue to try and apply pressure to Medi and respond back. So now we have Mr. SBS coming into pit lane. He is finally making that final scheduled pit stop here, and that may allow Vicente and Medi to potentially jump over top here and grab those positions from him. We're just going to stick with these two for another couple seconds here just to see if they can indeed jump ahead of Mr. SBS here. The pit stop's only 15 seconds, right? So it's not a long pit stop here, and there is potential for Mr. SBS to possibly come out in front, but he is going to lose 2 positions here to Medi and Vicente and drop down into 4th place. There we got the Project 1 Aston Martin also coming in here. Zico in 5th place has 18 seconds and dropping a little bit to Mr. SBS, and has 4.4 seconds to the good as soon as I get the right car to the number 7 McLaren Eric's Racing's Yavi. So losing 1 position here is France. Where is Kaza? Kaza's just coming up to the start-finish line here right now. Is Kaza going to jump ahead of the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin here as well? Yes, he is. So Kaza is going to grab 7th place from the number 20 Aston Martin there as he comes up into turn 1 and 2, just getting ahead by about 3 seconds there during that pit stop. So we got AHR's Jack in pit lane here making his final pit stop, it looks like, as well. Ruzi is 25.6 seconds in behind Jack, and looking good here in this final tire stint so far. Looks like he's making some time up on those guys after a couple laps of damage on the race car, slow him down a little bit. So now looking to try and gain some of that ground back, and there it is. Ruzi will grab P10 away from Jack, and Grid Life Lucas will also grab the position from Jack as well here, moving up into 11th position. So that does put Jack and AHR team down in 12th after that pit stop. We have Wid C here in 13th position, about a minute in behind Jack here so far, and we've got ATB about a minute in behind Wid. So that does tell me that Wid must have had an incident on the racetrack that caused an extra pit stop, or potentially 2, to fix some damage, and has really set the Sector 7 Boomer 764 Aston Martin team on their back foot a little bit. But again, this is an 8-minute lap around this racetrack, and it's not impossible to close a minute up over 24 hours. So got to put your head down, you got to keep your foot in it, and you just got to keep it right and tight and mean and clean, and potentially that 1 minute gap could close up. It's hard to say, but it is Antonio in the race lead, and that gap is now up to 41 seconds. So now 5 seconds gain here once the final pit stop sequence has been completed, and has improved the fastest lap of the overall race and the stint to an 8:01.536. Medi here in second place has Vicente very close in behind. Still third place is only 0.8 of a second in behind Medi here currently right now. So the ORT BMW not allowing Medi just to run away here after getting the pass done. So I think this is much of the same thing. Vicente is going to try and do everything he can to close up on the back of that 45 GTR and try to utilize the end part of the lap to try and get that position back possibly. We'll have to wait and see, but not close enough right now, I think, to really make anything happen unless there's a mistake made by the 45 car in front. Mr. SBS here in fourth place, having a great start to the race for Loose Moose Racing, 35 Aston Martin, and 9 seconds in behind the podium and 12 seconds to the good in front of Project Platypus Racing. Interesting spot to be in. We have a couple laps remaining, in 3, including this lap we're on now, until we're going to see the driver swap sequence. It's kind of a good spot to be in at this point. You don't have any immediate pressure in behind you. You've just made your final pit stop, so you're on optimal fuel load, and you're also on brand new tires. This is a good opportunity actually here for Mr. SBS to really just get his head down and run qualifying laps essentially. He's got 9 seconds to the good to a very fast driver in front, and he's got 12 seconds to the good to the driver in behind. So as long as he keeps it in between the lines, you should be looking for qualifying pace in this position, especially leading into the driver swap. He's got clean air, no pressure, kind of an ideal racing condition at this point in the stint here for Mr. SBS in my opinion. Zico is not quite in a similar position. He has 12 seconds in front, but he only has 3 seconds in behind him to Eric's Racing Yavi. Now that gap was a little bit smaller last time we came through the field here, but it has grown a little bit from, I think it was 1.6 now up to 3 seconds. So that Mercedes showing its prowess here at the Nürburgring as well. The number 7 McLaren, and the only mid-engine car in the field here today against all the front-engine rear-wheel drive cars is Eric's Racing's Yavi. So the fact that the only mid-engine rear-wheel drive car in this field here today is sitting in 6th place is a pretty good feat against these big motor cars, as I like to call it. Those cars, the front-engine rear-wheel drive cars ultimately are designed for top-end speed, straight-line speed, where these mid-engine cars are definitely more designed for nimble capabilities in cornering as opposed to overall top-end speed. So the advantages and the disadvantages are quite different between the two types of cars. But to see the number 7 McLaren here sitting in the top half of the field fighting real hard against all these FR cars goes to speak volumes on Yavi. Anyway, his capability to handle this piece of machinery, in my opinion, at a disadvantage to the field in front of him. So Kaza here from the Esports Racing Styling 44 GTR, currently holding a half-second penalty, and barring the fact that we haven't seen any penalties on any other drivers yet, may very well be the first track limit penalty handed out by racing officials here today, and it belongs to Kaza from what we can tell. Now that's not obviously official because I don't know, I can't see all 14 drivers for the whole 2-hour stint, so I'm only speculating, but what we haven't seen is that a lethal penalty for track limits over any of our cars yet today. So possibly the first penalty of the day belonging to Kaza there, and that's a tough pill to swallow here at the Nürb, because I mean there's not really a lot of room to even break track limits in a sense here, because you're pretty much just grass and wall. If you're off track limits, you're in trouble here at the Nürb for the most part. So to see a half-second track limit penalty is potentially come from the GP sector, if I had to guess. Potentially the Vito chicane or the Schumacher S's. I'm not really sure which one it would be, but either one of those sets of S's in the GP circuit, if you just get a little too aggressive on the curbing, you can most certainly pick up a half-second to a 1-second track limit penalty. So if I had to guess, I'm going to guess that Kaz will probably pick that up in the GP sector, just been carrying that half-second track limit penalty the whole time he's been on the Nordschleifer, because the penalty serving zone isn't until you enter the very final long straight at the end of the lap, and not ideal spot to have to serve that penalty, because you absolutely lose all of your top end momentum, and that half second is going to cost Kaz a second and a half, probably at best. So Ruzi here in 10th place. He's got 18 seconds to the GT Finland Corvette we were just watching there, Kukis. It has 4.7 seconds to AHR. James in behind in 11th place. James has gotten around, Jack, has gotten around Lucas in the Grid Life car. James is the qualifying driver for AHR. For some reason, I got that stuck in my head today. But it is Jack piloting the car right now. Lucas here in 12th position and has lost that position to him recently. But of course, there is a little bit of a difference in tire condition here between some of the drivers, with the pit stop sequence being a little more spread out than I expected it to be. Obviously, inclement weather factoring that in a little bit. Wade here is about 26 seconds in behind Lucas and continuing to try and close up some ground here after whatever happened to these guys here in the early part of the race. And we have ATB in the BMW eSport 77, BMW Race Asylum 77, pardon me, in 14th position here, and still on that lead lap as well. So doing a really great job. Some of the drivers that are piloting these cars are Pro-Am drivers, as a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, even here in Split 1. So the fact that we have a Pro-Am to a Pro Tier, ATB is a Pro Bubble driver, much like myself in my opinion, just a personal opinion of mine. So for him to be up against this absolutely crazy fast set of drivers here in Stint 1 and making a mistake early in the race to only to be that far behind at this point in the race is really boding well for ATB. I think he's having a really good solid run here. He may not see it right now because of the difference in the time, but when you've got the race leaders running 8-minute laps, and you've never hit an 8-minute lap in your lifetime, that is a tall order. So keeping in mind that some of our drivers on these Split 1 teams are not necessarily top echelon World Tour caliber or better drivers. Not every driver is a stacked driver in the Split 1 lobby, and that really makes for an interesting race as well, because not every driver on every team is also top tier driver either. So how these teams choose to set their driver lineups to spread their drivers out amongst the 24 hours is also an important part of a 24-hour race. How you opt to set your driver lineup can really make a difference in an end result in a race as well. So ATB qualified for the team. He's coming out. He started off with the team. ATB's really taken the NERB 24-hour on his shoulders here today for the 77 races at the black team, and setting things off for them, and that's a tall order for a driver in his position when you compare the skill levels of the field. So my hat's off to ATB, and he is pushing hard and he is doing everything he can to continue to do the best he can for his respective team right now. Medi 40 seconds in behind Antonio. He's ticking a little bit of time off of our race leader, but not significant chunks, a 10th here, a 10th there, and I think it's probably a give and take relationship between the two. They're very equally paced here. They've showed that in qualifying, and that hasn't changed here in racing condition. ORT, our defending champions, number 1 BMW Vicente behind the wheel, has 3.3 seconds in behind Medi, so slowly losing touch with Medi, but not a gap that needs to be stressed about right now. Still 3 seconds, very easy to make that time up, and he's still got 8 seconds to the Loose Moose Racing driver, Mr. SBS, in behind as well. And this young man is a fantastic driver. We've got a few talented young drivers here in Split 1 partaking in the series here this season, and I gotta tell you, the talent in these young guys is raw, it's true, it's natural. So it's really fun to watch some of these younger drivers get in behind the wheel and come up against these seasoned veterans, as I like to call it, and really kind of put the pace to them. So Mr. SBS is doing a really great job here. I always enjoy watching Mr. SBS race, knowing a little bit of the background about the driver as well. Zico here from Project Platypus Racing. This is kind of the fairy tale story here right now. Made a mistake in qualifying, suffered a qualifying ban, placing them 14th in the grid after yesterday's qualifying event. Started off with what seemed to be a mountain to climb. They didn't just climb it, they absolutely billy-goated up the steepest slope here up into 5th place so far in this race. They are having a great response here so far in the early goings of the 24-hour Nürburgring, and hopefully these guys can keep this going here throughout the 24-hour event. And we love to see different drivers pushing the limits, pushing the podium, pushing the pace of the field. That's what it's all about. Yavi in that McLaren is closing in though. 1.5 seconds to Zico here. That was 3 seconds, 3.6 potentially even a couple of laps, a lap and a half ago. And now down to 1.5. So again, McLaren showing its strength in the technical sectors of the Nordschleifer. It is making up that time on that Project Platypus Mercedes in all of the twisty bits here of the 97 left and right hand corners of the Nordschleife. So doing a great job here. But the one thing that the Mercedes does have to its advantage is going to be that straight line speed on these big, long, high speed runs. It's going to be very hard for Yavi to gain the advantage once we get to that part of the racetrack. So he really does need to do his work in the technical sections of the racetrack to try and close that gap up. And if he can stay close enough on that back straight to the Mercedes in front of him, then that may allow him to get enough pull from the slipstream to actually get moved done with that McLaren. So slipstream makes a big difference, and that is why we're seeing a lot of passes being made on that back straight and in a couple of the mid straights here on the Nordschleifer too, where they have 3/4 kilometer run before you're coming into another corner. It's a great opportunity to try and get a pass done in slipstream as well. So we have seen most of our passes being done on these more straighter high speed sections here today, and not surprised to see that is where the passing is being done. We have seen some great passes obviously through some of the more technical sectors of the racetrack here, but for the most part so far today we're seeing a lot of calculated offensive moves from our drivers and being patient and waiting for what I like to call the safer spot on the racetrack to make the move. It gives you a little more variance of mistake. It also allows you to, give it a little extra room to the racer you're racing against if you're a little unsure of the exact positioning of their car. We do have to deal with a little bit of issues of net coding within Gran Turismo 7 at times, which does sometimes relate to cars bouncing back and forth slightly. So drivers like to try and leave a little bit of space between their cars when they're battling here as well. So a lot of that I think is playing into the decisions of how the drivers are attempting to make their passes and their battles here today is based off of a few of those factors, and the fact that you get it a little bit wrong offline here, and that can make for a really bad day for any driver behind any car around here. So Nikukas here, just coming through the YouTube corner if I'm not mistaken right there in 9th place, GT Finland Corvette. And has 24 seconds to the good over 10th place. Rudy coming through YouTube corner right now here actually, and is about 16 seconds in behind the Project 1 Racing number 20 Aston Martin. So in no man's land right now. Not a bad spot to be at this part of the stint. Really the focus is just get the car home safe, get it in the pit lane, and let my teammate take over at this point. The drivers are starting to feel tired, exhausted. This is different than a 2-hour race at Red Bull Ring. This is different than the 2-hour race at Masters. This is different than the 2 hours to start the season as well. You are constantly fighting the car. You are constantly fighting physics. You are constantly fighting momentum, fighting each other, and you're also constantly fighting the racetrack here. And at the end of 2 hours behind the wheel of these race cars at the blazing pace that these racers were racing here in Split 1, your arms are jelly, you're tired, you're sweating, you're thirsty, and mentally you kind of need to regroup. And an attempted move right there from Jack from AHR. He got a good run there on Ruzi and tried to get it up the inside there. A little bit of a tire touch between the two cars there. Potentially maybe Ruzi was unaware that he had a nose in behind him there, and thankfully for both drivers, no harm, no foul. A little bit of elbows out racing right there, and AHR Jack really stuck it in there and tried to make something happen right there. And I was just sitting here saying how patient and calculated these drivers are being, and that was a little bit of a risky move in my opinion right there, but he's seen an opportunity and definitely tried to take advantage of it. And thankfully for both drivers, the small amount of tire-to-tire contact there did not affect the cars too much. There might have cost them a couple tenths of a second at the end of the day there, but both cars are still moving forward and not having a chat with Barry. So the BMW is in the slip here of the Lexus. Can it get enough steam here to get the slingshot move done? Normally by now we'd see a pass being made here, but that BMW needed a little more time to get tucked in nice and tight to that Lexus, and at the top of the hill underneath the bridge he is going to go ahead and move up into 10th place here. So AHR grabbing 10th place position from the Sector 7 Mi Cougar 64 Lexus there, again in the typical spot we're seeing seeing these passes being made on that very long back straight there. But it was not an easy move there for Jack. That BMW really seemed to struggle to close in on the back end of that 64 Lexus, and it took quite a while for him to be able to get enough momentum made from the slipstream there to get the slingshot pass done. So ooh, a little interesting there, and a little bit of information for the 64 Lexus in behind, knowing that now as he is now the chasing car, looking to try and get that position back. We head down to our 12th place car. Here it is, the number 3 Grid Life car. They started in 13th position here today. We're unable to get a official qualifying lap in. They made a strategy call in qualifying and unfortunately just did not quite execute it perfectly, and that placed them down into 13th place here in the grid today. And they've been kind of doing the same thing. We're trying to climb that mountain ever since, but just not quite having the amount of success that the current Project Platypus number 11 Mercedes has had doing so. And just as we say that, there comes the rain. We are on our driver swap lap. This will be our in lap here. We will see the drivers not go past pit lane here, irregardless of what the weather is doing. The drivers will now come into pit lane, and we will see a driver swap sequence start to take place here in, I'm going to say, about 5 minutes time, give or take. That was a beautiful move there made by Jacko as well, so that was a great battle there. So Antonio is leading the charge, 36 seconds in the lead. That leaves Medi in second place with the number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR. Currently 9th place in the overall standings, sitting second place here in the race today. And they have 6.3 seconds over defending champions ORT Vicente's number 1 BMW, who just had a little moment right there on the racetrack that may be slightly due to some accumulating water on the racetrack. We have roughly about 25% moisture currently on the section that we are on the racetrack with the ORT driver here, and I think that was just a little bit of a wet miscue under braking there that we've seen that little wiggle. That kept it underneath him, kept it moving forward. That's the important thing. Mr. SBS here is 5 seconds in behind Vicente and has quite a large gap over the Project Platypus Racing of 24 seconds. Zico here had a 3-second gap over Eric's Racing's Yavi over the last 3 laps, but Yavi has closed the gap up here. 0.6 of a second now is the distance between these two drivers, and not quite close enough to make a move yet, but the McLaren is in an optimal part of the racetrack for its attributes here, and it is in a very technical part of the racetrack, so may very well be able to utilize the car's advantages here to close that distance up just a little bit more. We're going to come back to this here shortly. We got Kaza here in 7th place as we're just going through the field to kind of get an idea where everybody is. Also, our racing officials kind of need this walkthrough to this point in the race just for timing matters as well. So we do have France here from the Project 1 Racing Team, number 20 Aston Martin, 7 seconds in behind Kaza and 16 seconds to the good to the GT Finland Racers, a minute 31 behind our race leader. We've got the GT Finland 66 Corvette here, driven by Kukas. He is a minute 47 currently in behind the race leader and has about 16 seconds in front and 30 seconds in behind. So again, just nose down and get this lap through and turn this car over to your next driver. AHR 69 BMW, who we just seen have a good battle here with the 64 Lexus in behind, still holding that position down, but only by half a second. So again, Ruzi may have noticed something in that last transition there, and really the objective here is to stay as close as possible to try and get something done. We got Lucas here in 12th place, 9 seconds behind Ruzi, 2:26 in behind the race leader, and 27 seconds ahead of Wid C. Wid from the Sector 7 Boomers team, the 764 Aston Martin, is 2 minutes 54 seconds in behind the race leader and 27 seconds in behind Lucas. 2 minutes to the good to the 77 Race Asylum BMW. I am just jumbling my words today. And moving down to our 77 Race Asylum Black BMW here is 5 minutes 7 seconds in behind the race leader and 2 minutes in behind Wid C. So that is kind of where everybody's sitting here. Let's get back and keep our eye here. We have a couple things we really need to keep an eye on here. We got to keep an eye on, obviously, the driver swaps as the leaders are starting to come towards towards the end of their lap, but we also want to kind of keep an eye on this battle for 4th place here that develops leading into driver swap transition as well. So we got a little bit going on here, so we'll do our best to catch everything for everyone. Ooh, red flag incoming. Interesting. Alright, let's we've got a red flag being called here. So we do have a situation. I'm really glad that we went through the field when we did, because that was vital timing for our admin team here and behind the scenes right now. So we do have a situation developing. This is a live call being made by race officials. I am getting the call through here from, of course, our IRO officials here, so we're just kind of taking this as it goes here. There seems to be a developing situation. We have Antonio into pit lane here, so the timing is crucial here. So we are going to stay driver by driver as they come into pit lane, irregardless of what's happening on the racetrack right now. I do apologize to the viewers. I know we have an ongoing battle for 4th place, but we really need the live timing to be as accurate as possible here. So this is unfortunately a priority to ensure the fair play of our 24-hour event here today, and safety always comes first and fair play always comes first to our drivers. So we do have our 45 last minute racing team coming in. That leaves us now with our 3rd place ORT defending champions, number 1 BMW, now coming into pit lane here as well. Mr. SBS is going to come in very close in behind, and these guys are so close to each other. Well, look at that. We get to see the battle anyways. They have not battled yet. We're just about to see an attempted pass here from Eric Ziavi up into the Bilstein Bridge. Slipstream engagement. Boy, that McLaren just had a head in steam, just enough to slip ahead of the Project Platypus Mercedes there. Project Platypus is absolutely barking at the back door here right now, and these two are coming in to pit lane, legitimately pushing each other in. They cannot be any closer as they both come into pit lane, and that was fantastic. Nose to tail, literally the Mercedes pushing the McLaren through pit lane. Beautiful stuff. Kazakh comes in 7th place, minute 25 behind here. Got their 40 from France as well, 41, and still counting out the live timing. Glad we did it when we did. Really glad we did it when we did. Alright, so Project 1 Racing, number 20, Aston Martin coming into pit lane here and is in. Number 9, Kukas, our GT finish racing team, the number 66 Corvette coming into pit lane and in. Our AHR number 69 BMW is 10th on the grid and is just coming up the back straight. Ruzi was right there behind him, and looking like he's not quite got the momentum there to make anything happen by the back straight. So something must have happened there somewhere. He was only half a second in behind the AHR driver and has lost a little bit of time to him since, about 2.8 seconds. So the number 69 BMW has hit pit lane. Whoops, that leaves us Ruzi now in pit lane. The number 3 Grid Life Lexus here has 17 seconds in behind. He's just heading into the back straight right now. And just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, we may have a slight delay between stints here before we get things going, so you will stick with me here for a moment until we get that all sorted out, and we are going to just continue to do what we do. We'll break down what we just saw over the last 2 hours as we prepare to swap it over for stint number 2. There was a situation. Remember, we are at the mercy of servers, internet connections, all those things. Sometimes things go wrong, and sometimes we've got to go to plan B, and plan B is in motion right now, so please bear with us. Wedge C is now into pit lane, and that takes us to our final driver here, ATB, who is coming in right now. So he has a couple of minutes to go here, so that buys us a little time. So we have seen a pretty crazy stint here so far. We've seen Mehdi with our pole sitter with an absolutely blazing lap of qualifying, start off real strong, and was holding the race lead quite well. Antonio was not too far behind, continually trying to close the gap and chasing him down, and then at about lap 6 or 7, 5 or 6, I think it was, pardon me. We've seen some rain start to come in. Drivers had to make a choice. It was a very short shower and didn't seem to affect the track much, so the drivers continued on with their race. As the lap progressed and we got around to the next lap, the rain really settled in, and it really started to kind of kick in and go full force. That really changed kind of the way that this race shaped up. Some drivers opted not to come into pit lane and take on a set of wet tires, but try to brave the conditions on the racing slicks. Now, it can be done here in the Gran Turismo 7 platform up to a certain percentage, and of course depending on the skill of the driver behind the wheel. Some of those drivers tried, some had better reactions than others, and it went better for others than it did maybe some, and that has kind of changed the way that this race is really shaped up. Instead of having just a less than a handful of seconds separating first, second, and third place, now we're seeing some large gapping, and that was mainly because when our inclement weather came in midway through the stint here, it really kind of it forced teams into making that 50-50 decision, and some made the right decision and some not necessarily the right decision, and that is kind of why we're seeing the field where it is right now. So that really created some good battles in the mid part of the stint here. We've seen lots of good, hard, patience battling happening here, and a lot of that of course being challenged and ended up right where ATB is here on the track right now, just leading up into the Bill Steep Bridge here. So it's a great passing spot on the racetrack, and probably one of the most ideal spots honestly here at the Nordschleife to really gain position as easily as you can gain one without somebody wrecking in front of you essentially. So as ATB comes around the final 3 corners here, we will see him come into pit lane. And then just bear with us here, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the next stint sorted out. So the reason to go through the field for the viewers that are watching so late in the race one by one and taking the time to show that live timing to our officials is for this instance. This is exactly why I did that. It's just to allow the race officials to get live timing as close to the driver swap as accurately as possible, so when or if we have an error in the system or a server or a lobby, the race officials can release each of the teams with the respective gaps that they had come into the driver swaps with, again keeping the fair play in play here. It is all about fair play here, and we have a red flag being on the screen here, so we will be temporarily hanging out here. So we'll talk about a few different things here. I'll bring up some information here I got at my disposal while we wait for things to get corrected. Let's go talk about our standings. We didn't really get a chance to really break down the standings for everybody at the beginning of the broadcast because the graphic was up not for a very long time and I just didn't get through it quick enough. So let's talk about our standings here. We have after 3 rounds of racing, and with that being said, that is 24 hours of Daytona, that is 12 hours of Bathurst, and 8 hours of Red Bull Ring, for a total of 44 hours of racing so far this season. And after 44 hours of grueling endurance racing this season, it is Sector 7 Racing Esports, the number 5 car, with 199 points in the lead, and you guys can see that screen right up in front of you here. It is Esports Race Asylum, the 44, now BMW, GTR over Corvette with 174 points. We have Grid Life Racing Team number 3, Lexus, in 3rd place with 114 points, and they're having a tough day here today, so they definitely want to get their head down here. We have the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, a 35 car, in 4th place with 93 points. That leads us into RTR, or Raw Talent Racing, which is now known as Project 1 Racing, the number 20 Aston Martin, and that is our white and blue Aston Martin on track here today. They have 86 points. So that takes us down to 6th place GT Finland Racers. They are in that 66 Corvette with 67 points. Sector 7 Racing Me Cougar Team, that is the 64 red and black Lexus from Sector 7 Racing, is there with 55 points. We have Sector 7 Racing Boomers, the third Sector 7 team, the 764 Aston Martin in 8th place with 53 points. And that takes us to our pole sitters, the 45 GTR of Last Minute Racing, currently being piloted by Medi, just ready to hand it over to the next driver as soon as we get our red flag sorted out here. And they are sitting there with 45 points. Number 45 with 45 points. Gotta love it. We have number 10, the Overboost Racing Team, our defending champions, in 10th place with 44 points. As I stated earlier in the stint, the ORT team has not had their best start here this season. The competition is definitely much more fierce this year, and the BMW just hasn't been getting the results for Overboost Racing that they were hoping for at the beginning of the season. However, they have hit a racetrack that car specializes in, and they are having a pretty good race here today, currently sitting in 3rd place. So the defending champs got some work to do. We have Eric's Racing in 11th place, number 7 McLaren with 34 points, and that is one of the teams that looks like they have swapped cars as well. We have Apex Hunter Racing in 12th place to 69 BMW with 28 points. We have our Project Platypus Mercedes, who's having a fantastic race here today, currently sitting in 5th place with 26 points, and we have our 77 Races Island Black car, the now BMW, in 14th position with 18 points. Ooh. That was a handful, wasn't it, chap? Alright, so our weather for the next stint is much the same as it was for this stint. It is a chance of rain. So we're going to see cloudy conditions. We're going to see overcast skies for the next really 18 hours of this race. Whether or not that produces the moisture is hard to say. The Nordschleife is famous for inclement weather, so I mean it's a 50-50. It's really hard to say. So on the schedule in front of us, we can see we are currently sitting in round 4 of the Nürburgring of 24 hours. That will bring our total count up to 68 raced hours so far this season. From there, that leads us into mid-season, which is Monza, and it's going to be an 8-hour race, and that'll be in about 4 weeks time, and that's going to be a really high intense, really high paced, really fast race. Monza's a high speed circuit. What do they call it? Cathedral speed, if I'm not mistaken. And it will be the best drivers from each of these teams piloting these cars for sure at Monza. So Monza's going to be a very high-paced, intense, short race. And those 8-hour races, it's all about the speed. So great track to have a high-speed race on in a short 8-hour race. Definitely going to be a great one in a month's time. And then in a couple months' time, that leads us to another big boy, the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And I got to tell you, Nürburgring is no joke. The Nürburgring is one of the toughest racetracks in the world, without a question of a doubt. One of the more technical racetracks in the world, without a question of a doubt. But when you talk to any real-life racer that has raced at Le Mans or at Nürburgring, they will tell you, hands down, Le Mans will ultimately test every capability and skill and bit of knowledge you have as a racer. If you can survive the 24-hour of Le Mans, you are a racer. You are a real, genuine racer. And any real racer will tell you that. When they look at an endurance schedule, it is Le Mans that has worry and concern on every team and driver's face. It is ruthless. It is hard. It destroys race cars. It destroys equipment. And it absolutely mentally destroys drivers. The Nürburgring is one thing. Le Mans is a whole different game. So it is going to be a doozy of a race in round 6. And round 6, we see a transition as well here at IRO. In round 6, we will see split 2 run before split 1. We'll see split 1 be the second split to race for the last half of the schedule. So from there, that takes us to the 8 Hours of Glen, which I'm personally looking forward to. My favorite racetrack in the game, hands down. Love the Glen. I cannot wait for the 8 Hours of Glen. So definitely looking forward to that one, and that is going to be another very high-speed, intense race as well. That then takes us into the 12-hour Petit Le Mans Road Atlanta. Absolutely historic, famous race. Beautiful racetrack, and for such a small, narrow racetrack, does it provide some fantastic racing. So 12 Hour of Le Mans Petit Le Mans is going to be so fantastic. We were able to take part in last year's event as a reserve, and it was a blast. So definitely looking forward to that one. And then, of course, we end it with the big boy, the finale. Like last year, that Spa 24-hour and a very fitting racetrack to finish the endurance season off. Spa is famous for its 24-hour races, and there isn't a track out there that does it better, in my opinion, than Spa when it comes to endurance racing. So we have a very, very action-packed schedule for everyone this season as well, and it's so hard to believe that we're only 4 rounds into it already, when it seems like we've seen so much racing already this year. Appreciate you guys. I hope the chat's having fun out there. I mean, I've been kind of keeping an eye on the comments and perusing as we've been going through the stint here. And you guys are really seem like you're having a good time. You guys are really, really hanging out with each other and talking about the race. We love to see that. So we really do appreciate the support from you guys and gals at home. Thank you while we have a moment. To everybody watching, if you're new to the stream, we appreciate you. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever it is that you're viewing from. We hope that you've been enjoying the race so far. We are under red flag condition right now. The race is at a all stop for the moment. We should be back underway in a few moments' time. There is a situation on the track that the track officials are dealing with, and they will not resume racing until the track is at 100% safety for our racers. And of course, fair play needs to be held as well. So thank you to the viewers. We appreciate it. Glad that you enjoyed the broadcasting, and we do our best here. We definitely do the best we can here. It's not a perfect science by any stretch of the imagination, but I have fun doing it, and that's the big part of it. I know all the racers pretty much that are partaking in the events for the most part. They're an absolutely spectacular group of men and women, and they're a family in behind the scenes. You may not see it because you guys and gals get to watch them absolutely battle it out, tooth and nail, elbows out, hip and shoulder, tire to tire, paint swapping on the track, wrecking, crashing, and making great passes. That's what you guys get to see, but what I get to see is what happens in behind the scenes. And this is a family. This is a group of racers that are competing for a championship at the end of the year and ultimate bragging rights of endurance championships here as champions. But at the end of the day, they care about each other, they worry and are concerned about each other, and that's why the racing environment provided here from the International Racing Organization is so good, because we all care about each other here, and that goes so far beyond just our racers and our volunteers and our staff and behind the scenes. It comes down to the viewers as well. The passion that we see from our viewers that come in to watch these races is incredible. Some of you guys and gals will hang out with us for this whole event. You'll be here through every stream, through every stint, through every heartbreak, through every mistake, through every good and bad moment, and we really, really do appreciate it. It's legendary to be able to sit there and watch 24 hours. Alright, so we have the call there. It looks like that the red flag situation is starting to get rectified here. So as I just continue to receive information, we will see the next stint take over here shortly. So I will hang out with you until we turn it over to, I believe it's Jaeger, taking over for stint 2 comms here. Go Norway. Well done, Jack. Views from Canada. There we go. Where's everybody viewing from today? Type in the chat where we're all watching from today. I love that. I love that. I love to see where our viewers are coming from. We love to see that we're reaching people from all over the world. Sim racing is so much more than just racing and competing. The community really cares about giving back as well. So it's important that we reach out to you guys, gals, the viewers, because not only do we just come out here to have fun, compete against each other, and win championships, but we're also here to give back to the communities, give back to charities, and work towards a greater cause as well. So we appreciate the viewership, and without your guys' support in behind the scenes at home, at work, or at play, wherever it is you're watching, it makes it a lot more difficult to successfully do these things. So the success of our racing championships is because of the viewers, you guys and gals at home watching, supporting, being in here, chatting, hanging out with each other, talking about the race, talking about your favorite driver. Maybe it's a family member, maybe it's a friend, maybe it's just a racer that you've raced with in the community. But at the end of the day, the bigger goal is always to try and give back to the people that give to us. So we really do appreciate your support. We really thank you for that. And the men and women that watch the streams, to watch these races, are really truly the driving force behind these championships. We don't have a championship and the hype and the intensity and the action that we see on track without the men and women and all the children at home watching. So it's because of you guys and gals that we have what we have here at the International Racing Organization. We have such great racing and such high quality racers here, because they want to come and do it all for you guys and gals at home. They appreciate you. They love to put on a show, and it's all for you guys. So we really do appreciate all the support. And if you're new to the stream, welcome in, and do us a favor. If you're enjoying the content, smash that thumbs up button. It's free to do. It doesn't cost you anything but a couple seconds of your time. And what that does is it helps us grow the page. It forces YouTube to continue to push IRO content out to new people further and further worldwide. So the more likes and the more shares that we get, which are free to do help IRO continue to reach new racing fans and new racers worldwide, which also opens up more doors and opportunities for us to continue to give back to our own communities as well. We really do appreciate it. The viewers are really the heart and soul of what we do, and it's the driving force behind why we do what we do. Watching from the USA, Phoenix, Arizona. Watching from work with a Bluetooth earpiece. Oh, that is dedication. I tell you, see what I mean? Our race fans are highly dedicated, without a question of a doubt. At work, hiding from the boss with an earpiece in. Yeah, I'm working. We love that. Alright, so our listing will be underway. So this is typically something you guys don't see during these broadcasts. Usually this part of it is done once the stream transition has been done, when the driver swaps are over. So this is just the racers finishing the race. What this does, for those of us that don't know what's happening, and I mean, you can see it, so let's explain what's happening here, right? So the racers need to actually finish the race, right? So it doesn't matter the position that the racers finish this race in now, because after the driver swaps, the gaps are maintained from the current stint moving into the next stint. So what this is doing is just allowing the race to finish, and we need the race to finish with a legitimate finish, checkered flag finish, because our officials need to replay, right? We cannot share replays over 110 not 110, sorry, over a certain amount of megabyte space. We cannot share that replay for others to view in game. So the only way to do our incident stewarding post-race, if there's reports come in from drivers for incidents on the racetrack, is we need access to replays. The only way we can get those replays is to actually checker flag the race and get a proper race finish. That saves the replay and allows the host and all people in the lobby to save the replay if they choose to do so. So what that allows is our stewarding officials post-race to give proper assessments on incidents that happen during the race, and of course make their decisions based off of those replays. Without those replays, our stewarding staff cannot do their job efficiently. All they have to go off of at that point is either a clip provided by the victim or the defendant of the incident, or what is caught on the stream. So that's obviously not ideal for the staff. We don't want to get it wrong. We want to get these decisions right. We want to make everything as right as possible for when it comes down to having to slap wrists and give reprimands. So the replay is really important. So this is the part that you guys typically don't see. We have the cars coming out and finishing up the race, so our lobby host essentially can get that race replay. So we're just getting the driver swap sorted out over in right now, and then of course we'll have that lobby transition for everyone, and the race will continue on as normal with proper timing gaps and the positions that the drivers were in. So it happens. I mean, we're at the mercy of servers and the internet. Mistakes happen. That's why we have plan B, C, and D in the bag for these events, because you just never know when you're going to have a moment that you're really unexpected. The was it Bathurst race? Was it Daytona? I think it was a Bathurst race for Split 1. I was starting the race in the commentary booth, and my equipment failed halfway through the stint. I was unable to get back live again, so we missed a whole hour of the race, right? It happens. So we just do the best we can to rectify the situation and make it as best for you guys and gals that come in every weekend. Race weekend really show the support. So. And it's not just Split 1, it is Split 2 as well. Split 2 doesn't get an official, quote-unquote, live stream like like Split 1 does, but we do get an unofficial live stream a lot of the times with the lobby host streaming the point of view for the viewers and fans that are in a close-knit community that have those streamers channels and stuff like that, right? So there's a lot of coverage happening, and there's a lot of things happening behind the scenes here. Each one of the team members in the admin staff, the broadcast team, and everybody that kind of keeps this thing happening probably put in, I would say, 80 hours a month, bare minimum, just to make these things happen. So it's very extensive. So it sucks when we have issues with whatever it is, a server or a game or a lobby. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. It is just a sim racing game at the end of the day. And humans are humans. We don't necessarily make high quality products anymore. So things happen, things break, and things go wrong. Absolutely go wrong. The great thing about Nordschleife is it is a very lengthy racetrack, so it does buy time for Plan B or Plan C to go in motion. That's the beautiful thing. And the information states that we're going to have a second stint underway and live action for you guys shortly, so bear with. I believe they will most. You know, that's a good question. Actually, I'm actually not going to answer that because I'm not 100% sure on what the answer to that is. We had a question in the chat asking if the live timing clock on the actual race timer is going to continue running through the red flag, or if it'll be reset to what it was at driver swap. I'm unsure. So I don't want to give you guys a false assumption on what the procedure is for that. That is a good question, actually, and we will see what happens. Got you on the TV as I clean up. Love to see it. Love to see it. You know, it's a cool thing, being able to talk to people from all over the world, literally sitting in my own living room. And connecting with people all over the world from sitting in my own living room. So I'm very thankful as a content creator to have the opportunity to connect to people that I most likely would never ever meet, know, or even hear about any other way but being in our virtual world. So you know, it's really an interesting thing, being a part of a virtual community. You know, it is a second family. It's like a second life, almost, in a sense. So it's really cool to see all the support, to see people from all over the world, and it's really cool as a content creator because I now have the ability to, like I said, meet people that there's just no chance I would ever get to meet worldwide in real life because they live in the UK, or they live in Australia, or they live in India, or they live in Dubai, or they live in China, or the United States, or Hawaii, or Japan, wherever it is in the world you are. You know, social media and live streaming has allowed us to connect in so many different ways. And I think it's a great opportunity to make a difference in the world as a whole. I mean, content creation and social media has taken our planet over. And the messages really should be provided, should be very positive and very foregoing for the world and the future of the world, right? I mean, we're in scary times right now. There's no denying that. I'm not going to get into any debates here, but what I do see all the time is people from all walks of life, different colors, different races, different religions, different lifestyles, all coming together for one really collective thing, and that's to get together and socialize online and have some fun. And that's what.
All right. Well, thank you, GT45 Gaming, for the coverage of stint number 1. So we will see now the inlet for stint number 2. Yeah, something you really don't see on our broadcasts. So with that unlucky lobby disconnect just before the start of the race, so we had to sort like the grid order and the new lobby host, etc. So that's why we are currently seeing the drivers doing their in-lap. This is usually done 10-15 minutes before the end of the current running stint. So what is going to happen at this moment now? Who says you can't hear me? Should be fine. Can you hear me? I'm having all of my signals ready here. Not sure. My sound is low, you say. I can crank it up. Sound and the microphone sound. Not an issue, so I go up a little bit with my voice, so hopefully you can hear me a little bit better now. So, yeah, so drivers are doing their in-lap now. Then they head into the pits and then they get out of the pits with the gaps they had between each drivers on that previous stint. So the gaps, they were noted. Game sound is too high now. Okay, so I will reduce that again a little bit. Just adjusting the levels. Hopefully it's getting to a point where everyone agrees that better. So I'm reducing the game sound a bit more even, and my voice should be now better. I hope for you. That's a bit too much. Yeah, just reduce it a little bit more now. Don't want to shout into the microphone that much. I have to do a couple of stints during this 24-hour race, so don't want to ruin my voice, of course. And yeah, so you hate to see it, right? Those technical difficulties we have in those lobbies, unfortunately. But yeah, it looks like the PlayStation completely died on the lobby host, and so we had to find a replacement host, we had to reduce the lap count, we had to get the gaps for the drivers. And yeah, now you will see all the things behind the scenes you usually don't see during our broadcast. So we will hide that usually from you. We want to give you like a seamless experience with all of the broadcast setup, smooth running. But yeah, now you see all the dirty bits behind the scenes, what is happening to set up those races. Maybe also interesting, I don't know, for some of you. I guess most of you are also involved in the racing, be it as a driver, as a team rep, or just a supporter in the teams. So yeah, you know the drill. So and you might see it's heavy rain at the moment here for the start of this in-lap. So also interesting to see how the drivers will cope with those conditions now. So they do a slow lap here on this in-lap, so it is a maximum speed for that in-lap, no overtaking. Still the drivers get a feeling for the track. Where are the wet patches? It's basically wet everywhere now. Did I just do? Want to see the chat? Clicking on stuff here everywhere. So yeah, definitely tricky conditions. So it's still raining this very moment, but then again, a slow run around the track, and it's a long track as well, so that's why it will be probably crucial to select the tires for your first stint coming out of the pits. So let's quickly run through all of the cars out on the track at the moment. So it is the intermediate tire that everyone has opted for now, but again, the drivers go into the pits now, so they have to refuel. We are starting those stints with a low amount of fuel, so that we have like the immersion of a pit stop. You come in, you have to change tires and refuel, just like in real life, what you do with a pit stop driver swap thing. So it's still a decision for the drivers to make. Then will they stay on those intermediate tires, or will they risk it to maybe slap on some of these slick tire compounds that are available to the driver? So all the three racing tire compounds are available for this race. On the first stint we mainly saw racing soft tires, if I'm not mistaken, and for a couple of laps those intermediates with that little downpour. But yeah, you know, maybe someone tries to go for a long stint on mediums. I don't know, it's definitely very, very tricky to decide for now. So with the access to the in-game overlays, I can tell you we are probably at 55-60% of the wetness meter currently, so definitely intermediates at the moment. But the track might try, and we don't see that much rain coming down now for that second half of that in lap. I know some risky strategies maybe incoming, hoping for track improvements for the cars a bit further down the line. And this could be very, very spicy once again indeed. And the rain at the Nürburgring 24 hours, the green hell, die grüne Hölle, it never disappoints, and we already had some drama early on in this 24-hour race. You see the timer, it kept on ticking for now. We'll see if we get a call from race control at some point, if we adjust the timer again. So during that red flag situation, we kept the timer running. We reduced the number of racing laps for this stint to compensate for now. But yeah, we will see how that race evolves over the next couple of hours, and see then what we will do with the total race time. So for now we have the total race time remaining on the top of your screen, so we'll go with that for now. And drivers are approaching the long back straight, the dirting away. Then for the it's quite fast pace now on that back straight. I'm not sure if this, you shouldn't go that quick on that in lap. But yeah, now the racing won't be starting right now, so the drivers will all head into the pits, and then there will be probably the go signal for the leaders. This should be this car, Sector 7 Racing number 5 Lexus with Dreamer Monster. So they will then get the call probably to go out first, and then the drivers, they have their gaps from the previous stint, so they can start the work on their cars after that. It is stint 2 Slugsy, trust me, bro. And if the 2 looks like AZ, then put all your complaints to Evo, the graphics master. So here we go now. I think all of the drivers are in. We are waiting for that call now, probably from race control. I think they're all connected to a party chat at the moment, so they will get the gaps sorted for now, and commands will be given. Here we go. Start to refuel for the number 5 car, so fuel is getting in. It's a very abstract too, yeah, but if you're old like Slugsy, your eyes might trick you and it looks like AZ. Here we go, going for 100 liters of fuel by the looks, and away we go. So the leader is out ahead. I think a 40 plus second gap to the number 2 car. So this means we'll have to wait for a little bit for the next drivers then to come out of the pits. But we are back racing, ladies and gentlemen, for the IRO Nürburgring 24 hours race. And the 45, they gained quite some time. They didn't put in that much fuel, to be honest, and I can also tell you, risky decision finalized using the soft tires, and he goes spinning and gets damaged, and there goes that strategy. No, finalized. It was a risky strategy right from the start, and he lost it already. So I don't know. So Monster is using the intermediates. It's intermediates time for the 35. The Smooth Racing Aston Martin. Also, look at that, the BMW ORT as on those racing hard tires as well. Oh yeah, he might have been alerted. So it's tricky still. It's still above the first bar of the wetness indicator. So definitely not the slick conditions at the moment, but the track will improve. So maybe it is a smart idea. We'll wait for that. Slim for Eric's Racing, also using the soft tires. Lugi for the 44, Esports Races Salem Nissan GTR also racing soft. And we have Perry for Project Platypus Racing on those intermediates. Lapin GT for Project 1 Racing, also staying on those inters in P8. And the GT Finland racers in that 66 Corvette. Nikolai in control of the car and staying on inters as well. We have the next soft tire runner, P10, it is for me Cougar, Sector 7, the 64 Lexus RCF. Here. And the 69 BMW for Apex Hunter Racing AHR. Back out on the track, Jacko on intermediates. Jakey going for the risky strategy, soft tires. It is for Grid Life Racing, the number 3 car, number 3 in the overall championships as well. And then we're waiting for 2 more cars. We saw the Boomers Sector 7, 764 Aston Martin, Stick Sander also using the softs, taking that gamble. So we'll just wait for that Race Asylum Black, the 77 car, to be released, and pretty sure now we'll go out on those soft tires. So let's have a quick look at those gaps at the moment. Monster for Sector 7 Racing, Esports, number 5 on inters, nearly 40 seconds the gap to Dino for Smooth Racing. both on the inters. Oh, more drama for the soft tire runners, both off track, finalized with more damage. Again, let's wait, it's Hatzenbach. You know, where is it? No, it's Flugplatz. Whoa! Sliding and Azarine following that line on those soft tires. Drivers are still struggling. The good news for the ORT driver is no damage. Slim caught up with that group. Now that McLaren on softs. Yeah, ORT is on softs, we can confirm, but struggling to find the pace. But no damage with that little off track. Well, we can see probably all that there is a dry racing line now, and Slim is right behind the BMW for now. And this is now Slicks. If you can keep it on this dry racing line, you will have a big advantage compared to those intermediate tire runners. So again, a tricky race start for that second stint. Still, the drivers need to get into a rhythm, see where they can push, where are the wet patches around the track. Good traction for that McLaren. Coming out of the slower turns. And BMW is struggling a little bit. Taking it easy, maybe through those tricky parts of the track. Now who's got the better legs coming into this next power section, so into Bergwerk we go, and a little bit understeer but nothing major. Now get onto the power early for the long run uphill. We go through the Kesselchen section. We have the three drivers really close, and in P3 finalized for last minute racing. The 45 has rear and front damage. We'll be losing on that uphill part quite a bit. And yeah, look at how fast the two were catching, but it's too risky to go side by side. For now it's still a bit wet at the edges, so you have to be patient, I guess. Go uphill towards the carousel. It's not the best, not the worst place to be now for finalize with this damaged car. The drivers behind, they cannot really catch. And also look at that, here comes Lugi catching like crazy. So we go with Lugi and a bit more sight for all of us. Four cars battling for P4 at the moment, and a little bit of a lag happening between the drivers, so hopefully it doesn't impact that racing now. So those four drivers are all using the soft tires. Oh, that looked nearly like an off track again. This connection is a bit shaky to watch, so we can go through the drivers and the tires for now. So it's Monster on intermediates on the Döttinger Höhe again. Dino on intermediates as well, 45 seconds, so didn't gain anything, lost a couple of seconds as well. Finalized then with that damaged car front and rear on soft tires. Now you have to pit, you can't run for that much longer, I think, with this damaged car. Then as a real 4RT on softs, closely followed by Eric's Slim for X Racing in that McLaren and Lugi in the E44 GTR all on this racing soft tire compound. And lapping GT for Project 1 Racing on intermediates. Perry as well on those intermediates. Nikolai, the third driver in a row on inters. Then Kaz is using the soft tires. Jacko on intermediates in P11. Jakey on softs in P12 for Grid Life Racing. Stick Sander on softs in P13. And Ono stayed on intermediates. I don't think this was a good call for the 77. Way too careful. Now look at that. We have two wide through situations coming down. The dirty just before the Bielstein Bridge. And who will get that position? They gapped that damaged GTR 45 drops down 3 positions, and it's the BMW versus the McLaren into Tiergarten and going in line astern, single file, good decision. Also interestingly, the leaders staying out on those inters, so I think it's definitely soft tires now. Loose Moose Racing, they stayed in P2, switching over to the soft tire compound, and as expected, finalized, went into the pits to repair that damage. And that battle is intensifying between ORT, Eric's Racing, and Esports Race Asylum now. Yeah, probably that gap is so big, it could have pitted easily and go on to those soft tires. Still, it's wet on those curbs, and a bit of the racing line. Oh, he's struggling through Hudson-Bach. But he can attack those curves compared to the slick tire runners, so maybe just feeling that little bit more comfortable than using inters for one more lap. So has a big gap, that is 1 minute and 9 seconds currently. And Dino for the 35 trying to find the pace on those soft tires. Oh, we saw side by side between Eric's and Esports Race Asylum. Still they go side by side through the chicane. This is crazy, entering the Nordschleife. And Lugi just went onto the gravel. We'll see if we can catch that. So this is always very tricky to do, and then I think just a wet bit, a little bit. Oh, he went into the wall with the door, and that was the luck for the 44. No damage, so that angle was a good one. So no damage on the IRO or suspension, so they can continue, but they have lost the contact for now. So we have Slim and Azuri fighting for that podium position at the moment. Then we go further down the grid order. Kaz, Tommy Kruger, Sector 7, up to P6, starting on those softs, kept it clean on this tricky first out lap. Finalized the first driver out on softs, who then had a spin coming out of the first chicane and collected a little bit of damage. So had to come in to fix that damage. Has now dropped down to P7. In P8, it is the biggest movers of stint number 1, the 11 AMG for Project Platypus. But there's pressure already. Project 1 Racing in that Aston Martin right behind and getting a good run out of Arenberg down into the Fuchsröhre. We go getting the run. He has to be patient. this one, yeah, early lift off. Oh, and Perry lost it. We saw it live. And Perry with some damage on that front, so that rear just snapped. I think a little bit of a wet patch. So yeah, just the tires caught that wet bit of the track, and boom, here we go. Losing control over the car and getting yourself a little bit of front aero and suspension damage, but he's still running. Gap 2:66 in P10, 4 seconds and a bit. Also, the 66, they did come out on softs, did they? No, it's an outlap again, so they started intros. Yeah, I just saw that. Sorry. So intros didn't work for that long. Shaky for Grid Life Racing up to P11, so gained 2 positions already. The 69 for Apex Hunter Racing, also now on the Racing soft tires, so that 1 lap on those intermediates. Yeah. Didn't gain them any position. P13, Sander on that second lap. It was a slow lap, I'm not sure. Lost a little bit. And honor for Racer Salon Black, the 77 BMW, still on intermediates. Yeah, let's see what they can do on inters. Looking for the wet parts of the track already, and just entered the Nordschleife now, and we're 10-15% already on those inters. We go back to our race leader, and we have 25 to 30% wear on those inters, so not too bad, and also made it almost through lap number 2 on the racing speed, and comes out of Galgenkopf. And this must be the in lap. Pretty sure. So we see a little bit of, I don't know, the indicators coming on. It looks like auto drive, and I'm not so sure about that. If you put it into auto drive, like for a couple of seconds, so I don't know. We had something in the qualifying session as well, and judging the Stewart's rulebook, using auto drive is not allowed. So we will see about that. Alright, so thanks for the confirmation, and the leaders in Ray, so they could use it for a brief moment to switch to their team chats after that restart for stint number 2. So that is a good reason, actually. We are 1 minute 6, that gap for the leaders, and again filling up that car to the max, and it's racing softs, as you can see. So still the pit exit a bit wet, but shouldn't be an issue. I think for now going a bit too deep into the first turn, and nearly losing it and getting it all wrong now for the pit exit, but luckily no damage, and they can continue with the race. Maybe 2-3 seconds lost. We'll see about that gap now. The Overboost Racing team running in P2, and a little gap to Slim. What happened to the Loose Moose Racing damage? That's why we see an early unscheduled pit stop for that Aston Martin. So this means we have Lugi then 4044 Race Asylum into the pits. Also Cass had very little fuel in, so that's why they gained quite some time. But now they have to put in the fuel for that longer stint, arguably. So a couple of changes then on that grid. Finalized for last minute racing up to P6 again. Slotted in just behind the 35. Blue Smooth Racing, so both L and R teams are close on track at this stage. Then the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, the number 20 in P7. Definitely gained some time with that strategy. The 66 Corvette in P8 after going out on inters, now using the softs. Well inside the top 10 at this stage. The AMG still running with that damage for another lap, so they don't think it is worth pitting now. They try to see how the track evolves, how the lap times evolve as well. In P10 we have Real Life Racing Jakey, and is aggressive using the curbs on slick tires. Was okay for now, and it probably will get better every corner. Now definitely on the move, the green machine, the number 3. But then after the pit stop for fuel, the 64 Lexus for Sector 7 Racing Cougar down to P11, and the sister team, the Boomers for Sector 7 Racing, in P12. And we have 20 seconds to 69 AHR or BMW in P13, and Honor still running on those very worn inters on that second lap, but this will definitely be the in lap now. So don't see any threat of rain currently. So I guess will be a pit stop, and then see as how long will the slick tires last for the next stint. In 6 laps was fine with the softs, and yeah, Honor in. Alright, so we have all drivers now using the soft tires, and a little bit of a development here for our race leader. On the outlap on soft tires, the number 5 car has a little bit of damage on the rear. We'll slide off track somewhere, and but what happened? Whoa, a massive moment as well for the number 1. I see plenty of damage for the BMW. Can you see what happened? I think just that didn't look too good between the number 1 and the number 7 car, and Lugi gets 2 positions for free. So we come out of this. We quickly have a look at Slim's perspective. Oh, that was too late. Sorry, we have to go a bit further back in time and see what happened between the two coming into Bergwerk. Oh, they misjudged it and then they both crashed into Barrier. And Lugi comes through and... oh, is he beached? No, he can continue, but that's a massive moment for both of the teams, the 7 and the number 1. And the number 1 with front, rear, and also suspension damage on both sides of the car. That is a big one. Pretty sure we will see a ticket for the stewards for that one. Don't think it was like a intentional move. It just very unlucky. But still, that has massive implications for that race. And so far, one of the big movers is Lugi for the Esports Racer Salon 44. P2, just 30 seconds behind the leaders, who are also running with light damage on that rear. So I think that this is still the best damage, in air quotes, you can get. Like, front ammo damage would be worse. We'll be losing more speed down the long straight. So I wouldn't be surprised if they stay out and do their stint as scheduled for now. But yeah, we will see in roughly 20 seconds, maybe 25. It's 260. They're still losing some speed. They're down that long straight. So maybe they will pit and fix that. So, you know, staying out. So let's have a look at Lugi's speed in that Nissan. Yeah, roughly 5-6 up to 8 kph faster on the very last bit of that straight. So leaders definitely losing time with that damaged car. And P3 and P4, they have to pit now to fix that damage. So in for the number 1 and in for the number 7 as well. Another lucky dog will be the 45. It's P5 and we are again missing the 35. Again damage for Loose Moose Racing. Drop down to P7 and front damage for them. So the 66 Corvette. Hey, hello, thank you. So it's the Corvette running in P5 suddenly. Also something they didn't expect probably, but with those tricky conditions, like we see rain, we see the track drying, then we see drivers using a risky strategy with softs early and then catch a little bit of the wet parts, have a spin, or staying out for too long on softs when it starts raining. Those are the probably worst conditions you can have as a race driver, and I will say it for now, because we will have basically that same weather for most of the race. And so I can quickly bring that up again. So we have You have rain for stint 2, 3, and 4, and then for the night time stints 5, 6, 7, and 8. It's also light rain showers on the forecast. So so what is worth then these conditions? No visibility at nighttime, and so this is going to be a very, very exciting night for the teams, and also hopefully for all of us spectators and my colleagues in the commentary booth for those stints. So plenty of drama, action, and yeah, whatever. It won't be boring, let's put it that way. So the two cars that had an incident, number 1 and number 7, running in P6 and P7 at the moment. JK also a big mover since the restart, up to P8 for the number 3 and catching. We also have now forced different stints with the tires for the length. So due to that damage, they also opted to go for fresh soft tires, and with that they can probably go longer on those slicks if it stays dry, that is, of course. So we go through the grid once again in P9, 64 Lexus, and in the 10, in P10 the 35 Boost Racing estimate, and so far with a couple of mistakes in those mixed conditions, maybe pushing too hard, and saw twice the damage for that lovely looking Aston Martin. And we all know Dino is a very, very quick driver, but if you can't keep it on the black and gray stuff, all your pace doesn't really matter. So now you have to get into a rhythm and put in some consistent lap times and keep it out of trouble. And we have a battle for P11 and P12 currently. Stick Sander for the Boomers and Harry for Project Platypus. Oh, let's get on board, hear the roar of the AMG. Abusing the gears, and lost some momentum here, 2 seconds that gap, so maybe we don't see a battle immediately. Maybe Gary is struggling a little bit with the conditions, the car, the event itself, whatever. It's a big one, so emotions everywhere. Then we had this red flag situation, a restart for stint number 2 also probably doesn't help with calming you down. We are losing a little bit of time to the Aston Martin in front. E13, it is the 69. Francisco, please keep it civil in the chat. It was a mistake probably between the number 1 and the number 7 car. So could you please remove that comment? I don't speak Spanish or Portuguese, but this doesn't look like a nice sentence, a nice wording you have there. So, or maybe the mods can remove that. The teams, they will have access to ticket system and can report incidents. So yeah, we'll keep it civil please in chat, and we'll keep it English please as well. Thank you for that. So the leader still has a 30-second gap to the car in P2, so that damage isn't really slowing them down. That's probably very loosely translated, Sluxy. So fastest lap with that damage for the number 5 car. Well done. So they don't feel like they lose that much time. In P2, it's the 44. And keeping it at roughly 30 seconds. So, oh, in we go. That's an early pit stop. No damage, just new tires, I think. We have a 25-second gap between P2 and P3, so probably Lugi will stay out in front of finalized. We'll see. He's changing the tires now. A bit of fuel coming into the car. No, with that refueling, Lugi will lose that position to finalized, and just look at that. Just over a second. Crash boots for the 44, chasing down the 45 for position. And the 20 with a great stint as well. Jakey in the pits, also tires not in the best conditions anymore, so they're changing. Then a good stint for Grid Life Racing so far. We'll go back to Lugi versus finalized, the two Race Asylum team drivers in a battle for position. The last minute racing entry of 45 is on GTR against the esports Race Asylum 44 is on GTR. So the battle of the Godzillas is happening, and it's the advantage for Lugi on fresh soft tires. And not sure if you see it, but it's very, very foggy, and those visuals usually indicate to rain is not far away on that circuit. Can they push for at least one lap in dry conditions, or will the rain hit the track throughout this long lap here? It will be interesting to see. The 44 is flying, closing down that gap, coming through the double right hand of Flugplatz. No drama this time. Keeping it at under half a second. Coming towards Schwedenkreuz, the fast left-hander in those conditions. A little lift is probably needed. Yep, there was a lift. Braking for Arenberg, the downhill right-hander. So crucial for the run downhill into Fuchsröhre, and it is Lugi with the better exit. Will they go side by side? Lugi looking, giving it a little bit of a bump, heading into Adenauer Forst. And 45 staying in front of the 44 for now. Exit of Adenauer Forst. Still the two drivers so close. Now saying hello to the Rebel Tree on the left hand side, but they won't have any eyes for that. Braking for Metzgesfeld. A little bit deep for finalized, a bit out of shape. And they go side by side into the right-hander, and Rudy gets that position for now. Aggressive move through Spiegelkurve and approaching the miss section down towards Weerseifen. And Lugi with so much more grip coming out of the slowest part of the track down towards Breitscheid, across the bridge of the city of Adenau, and then we go to the right-hander Ex-Mühle, carry the speed uphill a little bit, the run, and look at that gap already, 1.3, 1.4 seconds, the gap to the leaders, under 1 minute. Braking for a Bergwerk with the run and creeping out of that slipstream range. Nah, not yet finalized, still has it. Through the Kesselchen section we go, flat out uphill, and finalized with that slip advantage, bringing that gap down to roughly a second. Just before we enter Mutkurve, the fast left-hander little lift, and then you have to be brave, keeping it at roughly under a second coming out of Klostertal, and then braking in a straight line for the run uphill towards the Caracciola Carousel. 1.2 seconds now, it is still close, both with a decent run through the very iconic curve, and then finalized with a wiggle on the exit. Now is outside of that slipstream range. We have Boogie now, Hohe Acht, the highest part of the racetrack, and extending easily 2 seconds. Hedwigshöhe, and then we approach into Wippermann, the fast flowing chicane, braking at the end of it, going downhill towards Brünchen. So the next right-hander, crucial to not run too wide, using all of the curve on the left-hand side. Little brake early onto the power exit of YouTuber's corner, and then he's opening up the gap at 2.6 through the ice curve, and no drama at all, approaching Pflanzgarten with the little jump hill. Boom, boom, here we go. Fast flowing right into the left exit of Pflanzgarten, a bit wide. Draws still doesn't lose any time through Stefan Bellow as we go. Fast flowing section of the track as well. Now a little break into Schwabenschwanz. We go the left-hander. Don't run too wide on the exit. Prepare for the Kleine Karussell and get a good run before the crucial double right-hander before the start of long straight. Galgenkopf is a little lift, maybe. No, it is flat out, using all of the drag width, and now having the run under the bridge starting the Döttinger Höhe. 4.3 seconds they get now, so Lugi is flying on that lap. Finalized. Maybe those tires have seen better days. Dropped a bit in pace and are lapping for Project 1 Racing. Just under 2 seconds that gap to the 45 car now. So they come through the Bielsteinbrücke into Tiergarten, and then braking for the Hohenrhein chicane right into the left, and then back onto the GP circuit, finalized, staying out for one more lap. 8:16.3 and 8:13.5 for the number 20. Oh, and the 66 in. I was just gonna say it was very close between the number 1 and the 66, but 66 pitting in for some fresh tires. And the 7 McLaren Fireworks Racing moves up into P6 again. Will Cash for Sector 7 Racing Big Cougar stay in front of Nibila? Yes, he does. 6-7 seconds. That gap in this Lexus RCF versus the Corvette C7 or the Finnish team. And Dino with a 8:13.0. Under pressure. Now we go on board with Jakey, chasing down the loose racing driver. A bit wide on the exit. They are coming down towards the Goodyear hairpin. Staying in front, sliding all over the place. Unable to get that move done, so has to be patient through the Michael Schumacher as we go left, right, a little lift that carries the speed and is in for an opportunity to go for a move. No, doesn't send it on the inside, staying behind for now into the right-hander. Through that little band, approaching the NGK chicane. It's side by side between two drivers. Can they go side by side? Yes, they can somehow. I think Dino backed out of it. We'll watch that overtake from the TV camera. We'll see Jakey with the better run. Placed his car on the inside, and then Dino had to use the gravel, and that's why he was forced to slow down a little bit. I think there was enough room given for that move, and someone has to back out of it if you go side by side into a fast flowing chicane like that one. We see some bigger gaps for the drivers in P11, 12, 13 and 14. Six-hander for the Sector 7 Boomers. 20 seconds to P10, and Checo for AHR in P12, 22 seconds again to P11 with Perry in P13. Was close at some point, but couldn't keep up with the pace for now. So finds himself in P13, and in P14 currently it's the Resi Black number 77 BMW M6 endurance model. Here, Honor driving for the team. The outlap on Racing Soft tires. Now, let's have a comparison for the fastest lap. So currently it's 8-minute 10.3, and the number 5 still running with that light damage on the rear. With 8-minute 13, so roughly 3 seconds a lap slower, and pretty sure they will approach their scheduled pit window very soon. So maybe this lap, maybe one more lap to go. I think they're doing a very good job. They're carrying the speed with that damaged car. So keep an eye on that. Definitely one to watch is Lugi. He is gaining on the leaders and it's opened up that gap to finalize the 45 GTR, who is now low on fuel, tires, I'd say 60-70% wear on them. Probably seen on better days, and the Aston Martin P4 Project 1 Racing in P4 looking to grab that P3 very soon. Just have a look, where is the leader coming out of Schwanz, so you're not missing that pit stop. Still close, roughly a second between two drivers. Finalist will be happy when he can enter the pits this lap in fresh soft tires. Always nice if you can get them back onto your car. Oh, a big moment again before the mini carousel. Keeps the power down. There's 1.3 seconds, so should be good for that long straight. And yeah, the leader staying out. So fuel is looking still good though. They put in plenty of it during the pit stops. What about Lugi Bidu? Tires still in a very good shape. The fuel a bit lower than P1. Is on a charge. Purple sector for the number 44. And oh, rain? I see raindrops. Windshield wipers went for a brief moment. Was it just Lugi trolling? We know some of the drivers, they just want to play with the commentators. But no, the windshields are going out, it's paralyzed in. What is the decision now? Lapping GT also in. Did they get the perfect opportunity to head into the pits? It is raining now, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that, Azarian comes in. So we get rain on that part. So the drivers 3 in P3, 4, 5 and 6 all in, and the rain is increasing. Look at that. Oh, we might get some drama heading into that final chicane on the Nordschleife. Very, very slow now, and insane how fast that track has like wetted. Jakey with a damage. It will be happy to pit now. Oh, yeah. Dino as well. So we have 3 drivers staying out on track. Cass in the 64 taking a gamble on worn tires. P3 it is for now. We see intermediate tires for the 45, the number 20, the number 7 and the number 1 again. So what about our leaders? So it is raining everywhere by the looks now. And can they survive this lap? It's still okay around this track. Below the first bar on the wetness meter on the track, so all good. Rain has stopped for Flugplatz at least, but there is a big rain front on the track. So here it is dry basically. Lugi coming on to the Nordschleife into Hatzenbach. A little bit of rain happening, not too much though. And the end of the GP track is where we see some rain still falling. Those tires don't look very good, to be honest, and the rain is increasing once again. Now it's starting to pour like crazy through the chicane. Understeer galore for the 64 and takes a very unusual line through the chicane, but probably will be struggling now for grips for days. Oh, can he keep it clean out? This is now torrential rain suddenly happening. What is going on? No, I don't think the leaders are happy. Not lucky now, it's torrential rain everywhere on the track. The top two are still out on soft tires and more damage for the leaders. They had a massive spin somewhere. I don't think we can catch it. So we see when that gap comes down. Lugi so slow through Schwedenkreuz, the fast flipping left-hander. It is heavy wet conditions now, from what I can tell from the HUD I have access to for the game. So crazy situations. The guys on the intermediates, they might be on for something here. 45 and the 20. Now they can push. Still, it's just above the second bar, so intermediates might still work. How long will it rain though? That is the question. What about our leaders? It's still monster going. Not really slowly, so connected gap to Lugi, even with that damage now. It's a minute, but it's so slow and it's not even halfway through the lap. Lugi no damage so far, but really smooth driving in 6th gear. Doesn't want to get any wheel spin and using the grass, but avoids the damage once again. Yeah, we had people pitting P3, P4, P5, 6. They all went into the pits. Cass stayed out at 64 on soft tires. Then the 66 went into the pits, is on inters. The same goes for the 35 on intermediates as well. Jakey for Grid Life Racing is on intermediate tires as well. Same goes for the 7.6 for Aston Martin, for the Boomers in P11. Also Jacko for AHR, the 69 car, using some intermediate tires. Now Perry on inters in P13 and Honor on inters as well. So we have 3 drivers using the soft tires still. That is Monster for the number 5, Lugi in the 44 car with an off-track penalty, and Cass in the 64 Lexus RCF is struggling for grip. Now this is really intense. So, but I think the heavy rain has stopped. Now maybe they can survive still. But looking at other sectors, it is still very wet through the end of the Klostertal, so coming closer to the carousel, and this is looks so slow, so painful to drive, but still heads off, keeping car control. They're alive. The gap is definitely coming down between Lugi and Lappen GT. 10 seconds going down. Lugi is really nursing that car, and Lappen GT and Finalized, they are pushing on those intermediates. Same goes for Slim and Alvarine. So P3, 4, 5 and 6 all on those intermediate tires, closing that gap to the leaders. The 64 still running on those softs now. For this section it is okay, I think, with the softs, but it will get worse probably later on. The 66 and the 35 and the 3 P8, 9, 10 also using those inters. We go back to our leaders doing still a splendid. Lugi, you lost something. No, he Look at that, 4 cars, they closed so quickly, and this is probably the Nordschleife bug on Gran Turismo, where the cars are just gaining so much time, even if they're just milliseconds behind each other, because of a simulated trying track. This is crazy. But we have a battle for P2 in our eyes. Look at that. 20, the 45, the 7, and the number 1. Now fighting for that P2. Lugi cannot keep up on his soft tires and has to serve a 1 second penalty later on. What about P8, 9, and 10? Not gaining that quickly at this stage, and gap to the leader 41 seconds. 40, it's coming down like nothing. It was over a minute. Now already 20 seconds gained, and those 4 cars, they are on a charge, on a mission to maybe catch leader. So the leader have soft tires, they have damage on the front and the rear and the front suspension also, so they have to pit this lap. It is intermediates here at Geidenkopf and the start of the Döttinger. Another 10 seconds gone. Look at the gap between P1 and P2 also. The Aston Martin, the 20, is flying in those conditions, gaining like crazy. We see Azarian gets another position for free on the mini carousel against the slim in the number 7 McLaren, and finalized also close, but finalized with some front damage at the back of this train. He will be happy to have that slip down that main straight, and the gap to the leader under 20 seconds. So a lap of his life for a lap in GT. It's crazy. So just one more tricky chicane to survive for the 5, and he understeers a little bit, but good job. And he makes it back into the pits now. It's 15 seconds. Pretty sure the drivers will stay out on those intros for one more lap. So we will see a lap in GT for Project 1 Racing taking that lead in this race. And Overboost Racing in P2, Eric's Racing in 3rd, finalized staying out. The Luzmus Racing crew in P4, Lugi on soft, staying out as well. So has avoided damage, that is the good news, and it will be a trying track. Still has to be careful on some of those corners, don't touch the wet parts. Of course, the leaders on intermediates now, down to P6, nearly 20 seconds on that gap. 66 up to P7, 35 in 8th, and the number 3 in P9. We see the 64 pitting now. Looks like they're staying out on soft tires. You know, it's intermediates for the 64. This brings back the boomers into play for P10. We are called for more rain by the looks here on the first sector of the racetrack. 30 seconds that gap then to Checo in P12. Can he get a mighty lap in those conditions? We know if you're a bit further down the grid, you gain on that trying track. We'll see how those gaps evolve throughout the track, throughout this lap on that track. So slow, I need to take a sip now and have a look. We are getting ready and closer for the driver's stop for stint number 3. Time flies, man. So I have to do that at some point, but we are still here on lap 9, end of lap 13, so 4 laps to go still. Plenty of time for some racing action. So the Project 1 Racing, the number 20 as the leading, and it's raining again, more on the Nordschleife. Oh, it's pouring down, crazy, you hear it, it's so loud. Oh, those intros, they are also now on the limit, on the edge. We see at the rear that caught that car, but collects some front damage with that little mistake. So you see it was Flugplatz, he couldn't, he was too fast, and he skims barrier, loses that momentum, and Slim got past Azarian as well. Also what happened between Monster and Lugi on his soft tires again, struggling. It was a bold call to stay out on soft tires for one more lap. He was hoping for a dry track, but no. Instead, it started again with the rain. So very, very tricky conditions. But the good news is basically also for, look at that Jakey, just 26 seconds behind the leader now on this lap. And I wanted to have a look at the replay, the overtake. Can we see it? See Slim with more momentum coming out of Flugplatz and getting that move done before Schweden Kreuz. So we go 2.5 seconds between P1 and P2. The number 1 BMW with some damage on the front, staying in P3 for now. The 45 Nissan GTR4 last minute racing in P4. Then Monster 4, the number 5 Technical Racing esports team, pushing in P5. You see it, I see it. The rain again is really strong through that part of the track, so more tricky conditions, and Lugi is losing position after precision, so that gamble didn't pay off for now. He also got some damage, so let's wait and see what happened. When we'll see, a bit of contact between the two race silent drivers, and that puts Lugi into Barry R and a little bit of damage through. I mean, it's like every sector we have different weather conditions now. Crazy stuff happening at this race, and the gap between P1 and P2 under a second. P3, the number 1 BMW forward, he's still staying with that group. Now, with that damaged car, losing some time uphill we go, but got a good run through Root, brought that gap down to under a second, and finalized in P4, catching up with the leaders. So we have 4 drivers now fighting for P1. We go on board with the car in P4 to see their perspective. So it's not raining here during that section of the track, but it's still very, very wet. You can see a little bit of spray coming out behind those cars. And leave it at 2 seconds. Also, we keep an eye on that gap to Monster in P5, 11 seconds. He's also catching like crazy on this drying track again. So definitely intermediate conditions for now. Oh, a bit of a mistake for Finalized. Missed that Wipperman section, and he's lost seconds. So we go to the next onboard camera. Oh, sorry, Finalized. You blabbed it. No, we go into that intense fight for the lead. And here we go. See the windshield wipers coming on again. It's raining. Coming out of YouTuber's corner into Ice Cover and heavy rain again. Approaching Flansgarten. Look at that. It is tricky, messy, chaotic during that stage of the race. Rain doesn't really hit the track at the moment, but it's definitely 70%, 75 maybe. It's close to that second line. And again, more rain or not, we don't know. Who gets the best run out of a Geigenkopf for the long back straight? The BMW with that damage probably will be lucky to stay in that slipstream finalized gained again, and also look at that monster, 6 seconds just that gap. So will that number 7 McLaren get the run on the 13? It looks like he's approaching, and he is going side by side, and he's got more top end for now, gets into the lead for the Bilsteinbrücke and will probably maintain that lead before breaking into the whole 9 chicane. Yes, here we go. So we have a McLaren leading the race in still very tricky conditions. The Aston Martin in P2 for Project 1 Racing, and a BMW in P3 with light damage on the front, and a Nissan GTR in P4 for last minute racing. Oh, we see something happening between Dino and Nikolai, so we use the replay and see a massive slipstream run for the 35 and pulls alongside into the first. So we go to 60, goes deep, but 35 gets that position. And there's also the green she in P8 with the J key, not too far behind. The rain has stopped once again, so we will see trying conditions on the track. And look at the gaps. It is just under 11 seconds between P1 and P8. So this is like, and it's rated again. Of course, as I said, it is raining again. Oh no, but yeah, it's a bit bugged maybe that exaggerated thing on the Nordschleife with the conditions when it rains. But it's good for the racing, good for the spectators. I don't mind it at all. So Eric's Racing leading the number 7 McLaren. Then we have Project 1 Racing in P2, just a second to Overboost Racing team in P3 with a little bit of damage. Same goes for the 45. Last minute racing GTR with some front damage. And the race leaders for a long time, the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports, Lexus RCF in P5, just under 2 seconds, another 4 seconds then to the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, and the Grid Light Racing number 3 Lexus. Again, some rain falling through Hudson-Bach. In P8 it is the 66 Corvette for the GT Finland racers. And good evening, afternoon, Grantis. How are we?
Alright.
Well, probably I have got the most fun stint ever so far.
Yeah. Yeah, every time I've tuned in, it's just been death left, right, and centre.
Yeah, I mean, but all of the stints are basically laid out as this, so this can happen.
Nürburgring in the wet.
Yeah, totally crazy.
Get my stream sorted and post that in the chat for you, mate.
Thanks. So I have to focus on that racing action now. So the top 10 is close between P10 and P9, then a massive gap now for Lugi to the leaders, nearly a minute, and he has damage on the front and the rear end. Those soft tires, you will be praying for. Please, rain, stop now, stop it. But he has to pit no matter what. And Checo in P12 for HR, 1 minute 24 the gap to the leaders. Also a good job in those mixed conditions to keep that car healthy. Perry in P13 for Project Platypus. And Honor nearly 4 minutes the gap. We'll see what the Race Silent Black team can achieve. In this race, we have to go back to the lead battle. It is still crazy close. I guess we have now 5 cars within 2.3 seconds. So just have a little look at our timer. So it's nearly 4 hours in, and the top 5 within 2.5 seconds. Then we still have 2 fast cars chasing with Dino and Jakey for Loose Moose Racing and Grid Life Racing. Under 8 seconds the gap to the leaders. In P8, and it is 66 Corvette with Nibelai, 9.3 seconds. Also basically nothing after nearly 4 hours of racing. And yeah, this kind of racing will continue probably for the majority of this 24 hours event. So blink it and you miss it. So it will be a very exciting, interesting race, that is for sure. So the top 2 opening up a gap a little bit, and as a real bit of a cog in the bottom now with his damaged car. Finalized in P4, keeping that position as well with his also damaged Nissan GTR and the Lexus RCF. In P5 for the number 5. He probably has the best tires and the most track advantage. But can he get a run on those 2 cars with the damage? We'll see. He's getting closer, not close enough maybe to go for a move into the section of Hoheach. No, he has to stay behind. There was a little mistake. Slim made a mistake. Lost the lead also. Finalized, lost that position. So we have 2 moments to cover. We jump back into the replay. So coming out of the carousel. Let's see this entire section of the replay. So what happened to that McLaren? It's a little bit off the grass on the rear end. Whoa, big snap. Lucky, just suspension damage on the rear, but then loses that position. And also you see the number 5 gets past the 45 on the inside. We go back to the live racing. Actually don't want to miss a thing. So 1 second still for the 20 in the lead. The number 1 in P2, 7 still running in P3, number 5 in P4, and P45 in P5. Then Jakey up to P6, got past Dino. 2.45 seconds started gap to Jakey. So Jakey wants to catch that rear end of that battle group for the lead. Pretty sure it's just 3.7 seconds. And yeah, again, we are approaching the back straight for the next time. And the 5 looking racy. Can you go for that move? That the BMW now without any slipstream help will be a sitting duck on that long straight. He's losing contact to the number 20 Aston, and the cars behind, they are just flying. Look at that gap is coming down. Can Eric's Slim closed that gap to that BMW. It looks like 7/10, and he's towing along that number 5 Lexus as well. They go side by side through Tiergarten, braking for the Hohenrhein chicane, and Monster makes a monster move and up into P3. The number 1 BMW still keeps that P2, and we see pit stops happening now, so people think maybe it's time to go for slick tires again. As we going defensive inside versus outside, and does he overshoot that corner? No. Makes the apex. Protects that P2 for a little bit longer, but he's under pressure now. The number 5 Lexus is pushing like crazy. And finalized the 45 now, lost that slipstream, damaged car, and we have basically a dry racing line now. We have soft tires for the number 7, so an undercut, if you will call it that way, for the number 7, Jakey as well. Thought, yeah, let's risk it. Green Machine in P6 now on soft tires. The 66 did the same as well. Soft tires it is. Same goes for the 35 Aston Martin. So this means we have 4 drivers still using the intermediates at this stage. Those are the top 4 at the moment. All up in GT for Project 1 Racing, 2.3 seconds that gap to Monster. Got past the number 1 BMW. Can we catch that on the replay? It's already happened, so sorry for that, but we could all tell that Monster was flying, and just a matter of time when he got to make that move on that damaged number 1 BMW. So the 2 damaged cars now again close to each other, 1.1 seconds between Azarine and finalized. Then the risky bit, now those drivers, they went on to slick tires, so if you can keep it like on the racing line, you will be fine. You have to be careful with those curbs, still very wet, and if you put a tire onto that curb or on the grass and accelerate, and then it's good luck, and might see you in 720 spin again. So that's the risk, but it's risk versus reward now. So we'll see. It's the closing stages of driver stint number 2, and
I've got the stint 3 stream sorted, posted it in the streaming chat for you.
Thank you. So I will grab that. Prepare my stuff right for the moment. So we go back to that thing for a moment while I update my setup. Next. No, that's running. Alright. It is the end of lap 13 where we see the driver swap, so still a couple of minutes. So then let's run you through that grid for now. Number 20, Project 1 Racing Aston Martin in the lead, 2 seconds the gap to the number 5 Sector 7 Racing Esports Lexus RCF in P2 with Monster driving. Then in P3 it's the defending champions Overboost Racing team in that BMW M6. Before we have the 45 Nissan GTR for last minute racing, and we have the chase group on soft tires, so the top 4 on intermediates. The chase group with Slim in that lovely looking McLaren 650S for Eric's Racing in P5, Jakey in 6th for Grid Life Racing. And a little gap to the Corvette number 66 for GT Finland Racers. In P7, P8 goes to Blue Smooth Racing's Aston Martin, the 35 entry Dino behind the wheel, and with a little bit of damage again on the front. P9 we have another Lexus RCF running at the Sector 7 Racing Mick Hugar. Oh, testing the limits of the curbs here. P10 we have the 3rd Sector 7 Racing team, that's the Boomers, another Aston Martin 764 that is. In P11 we have a Checo for AHR on very warm intermediate tires, so he has to survive that lap and then switch to the racing softs for the final 2 laps of the stint. One of the unluckiest drivers in the stint with the weather is Lugi, down to P12 for the esports Race Asylum 44 Nissan GTR. At the moment 2 minutes the gap to the leaders roughly. In P13 we have the 11 AMG entry Project Platypus. Yeah, they were the biggest movers in stint number 1, and they're basically back to where they started at this race. As usual, it's still so much racing to go, and just hang in there. We see Honor into the pits for the 77 BMW for the Race Asylum black team onto the soft tires now again for 3 laps. Oh, bit of a twitchy pit exit. It is still wet. Yeah, and you have to cross those wet parts. But good job. So the top 2 have opened up that gap now, and they're fighting for that lead. And Monster for Sector 7 Racing is catching 1.2 seconds now, both on those intermediates. So this will be their in lap. Have a quick look at the gap to the soft tire runners. That is 23 seconds at the moment. So guess a little bit of fuel has to go into the car as well for those 2 front runners. No, Monster has probably enough fuel, so we're looking at 15 to 17 seconds just for a pit stop with the tire change. You put in a little bit of fuel, so it goes up, of course, the time you lose in the pits. But judging this, we might see the number 5 car back into the lead again when we start the next lap. So both cars will be pitting this lap, and a massive run for the number 5 just for the braking zone for the final chicane, and it's 5 into the lead, and it's in for the top 2. 7 seconds the gap now to P3, another 2.5 seconds to P4. But they will for sure lose those positions, so the early stoppers, Slim and Shaky, they will move up the order. P3, maybe P2, we'll see. Slim and Shaky, where is Monster? Monster coming out the pits, closely followed. Oh, and it's still wet, so Slim and Shaky, they made that undercut work for now. So the McLaren again into the lead, and Shaky up to P3, so Grid Life Racing started P13, now P2, and challenging the leaders now. And number 5 is just behind, so top 3 battle at the moment for the lead. Then the 66 car in P4, Azarian in P5 after fixing that damage, and new soft tires. It is finalized also for last minute racing on a fresh set of soft tires in P6. One of the biggest losers during that pit stop is the 20 car from P1 or just P2 down to P7. So not sure what happened. That they were close. I think there was something happening on the pit exit. They were right behind the number 5, and maybe they went on to the wet part and had a little spin. There's no damage on the car, so still head down. Everything is possible in this race still. So lap 12, penultimate lap of driver stint number 2. Slim for Eric's Racing leading Jakey for Grid Life Racing in P2, coming through the Hudson-Bach section, and 1 star for Sector 7 Racing Esports in P3. What a battle we have so far. Sluxy, I don't know. Too soon? I don't think so. But we don't know what happens in this race. Crazy time, and at least the next 4 stints will have the same weather forecast happening, so pretty sure we see some rain drama throughout those stints, and can shake up the entire grid order once again. But after that crazy downpour, now gaps have settled a little bit between the drivers. We have, so look, we have top 7 within 17.5 seconds, and they all will go to the end and do their driver swap. Now it's a very good race for the 764 Aston Martin, for the 77 Boomers. Sticksander kept it clean so far, didn't see any mistakes, and it's P8 in front of the Sector 7 Racing Mikuga Lexus. And a very up and down stint for the 35 Loose Racing Aston Martin Dino. Was fighting with that top group at the end of the wet period. Now dropped down to P10 again, and 52 seconds that gap to the leaders. Louis in P11 for the 44. The damage limitation now 1 minute 30 for the Esports Races Ireland team. World, my tongue is doing strange things now. I was currently P2 in the overall championships. Probably want to get a better result than that, but yeah. I can only repeat myself. A long race still. Stint 2 out of 12. We've just entered racing hour number 5 of 24. So, yeah. We'll get more of this drama definitely throughout this event. In P13 we see the Project Platypus AMG driving with a little bit of rear damage. Same goes for Honor, with driving with the rear damage. Oh, that 77 BMW in E14. Ooh, Jakey so close now behind. No, I wanted to do this one. Forgot about my cam. Let's do it. Hansa singing, yeah, singing will happen, but later, not during this stint. It will happen. So. It will be in the morning hours. Whoa! No! Slim! Oh! Oof! A big moment. No damage. But again, look at, we touched the grass. Or the curb, grass, end of the curb and the grass a little bit, and then sends it into barrier. Again, lucky, no damage, but lost the lead, and we have a new race leader. It is the Green Machine, the number 3 Grid Life Racing Lexus RCF. Now, closely followed by the number 5 Lexus RCF. Or Sector 7 Racing Esports, so P1 and P3 in the overall championship, the 2 Lexus teams leading this race. And also, what a story for the 66 Corvette running in P3. Yeah, it was the exit of Brünnchen YouTuber's Corner, so probably some of the content creators and influencers, they were right there, having their cameras ready, and they saw a massive one, not a real massive one, no damage, but still race leader losing it, dropping down to P5. That is still massive. So yeah, the top 2 separate by less than a second, then 6.7 to P3. In P4 we have the Overboost Racing Team, that BMW. P5, the 7 McLaren, they're lucky. No damage. Then touched the inside of that first chicane. So opportunity 4 finalized, and the Smooth Racing crew. Surely, and we are on the final lap of that stint already. So this means I should prepare the driver swap sequence now as well. So bear with me.
Last lap already.
For a moment, yeah. Have to do my stuff now. Already.
Yeah, we're on the formation lap at the moment.
Yeah, I see that.
Through.
Bear with me for 5 more seconds or so, and then have that ready. Nice. So we have to go to the leaders, of course, to see. So OneStar took the lead while I was preparing the driver swap. Sorry.
Lincoln, you're missing tonight.
Yeah, it is too much going on. So where was that chilled 24-hour event? That was what I was being promised. Like, yeah, it's all good. Relax. No. Yeah, the green hell always delivers, no matter what. And Here we go. So the number 5 leading that race again. Number 3 in P2 still within a second. Then the 66 in P3, 8 seconds that gap. In P4 we have the number 1 BMW for Overboost Racing team. Another 1.8 to Eric's Racing in P5. In P6 last minute racing 45 Nissan. Then P7 goes to Project 1 Racing, the 20 Aston Martin. P8 seen a swap of positions between the Sector 7 racing teams. The Cougar up to P8, the Boomers down to P9. Dino for Loose Moose Racing in P10, and he will be glad when this stint is over. He's running with the damage again, front and rear, so this was probably not the best stint of his life. Probably stay in P10 or the driver swap. Boogie in 11 or 44 esports or so we have the 35 and the 44 in P10 and P11. Expect them to move up the order throughout this event. We have to keep an eye on both of those teams. The 69 very solid stint for Checo for Apex Hunter Racing. Not in a close battle at the moment. And carry on the final lap coming onto the Nordschleife now. And Honor still on that penultimate lap for the 77. So, we missed it once again. Jakey is back into the lead, but the green Lexus leading that white and gray again. So, come on. Where am I missing those overtakes now? Don't see any damage, and again, we stay with it now. Oh, touched a little bit. But Jakey keeps that lead for now, approaching Mutkurve. The fast left-hander, so we see some aero wash. No, looks like Monster can stay very close to the fellow Lexus RCF through that fast corner, braking for Steilstrecke now, and it's up towards the carousel once again. That iconic part of the racetrack. And the two are giving it everything they have. So who will hand that car over in first position? Is for now the number 3 car, but there's still a long lap, a long straight on the end of that lap to go, and with 3/4 tenths. The slipstream might be strong enough. Jakey goes wide at Frünchen, and they go side by side, coming out of Frünchen into YouTuber's corner, and it's still Jakey as the inside left-hander. Ice Coffee keeps that position. Whoa. It's not the final lap of the entire race. People, come on, chill. So much time to go, but it is crazy to see. So we are approaching the Pflanzgarten section now, and Jakey keeping that 3/10 gap, and exit of Pflanzgarten, a little jump. We see the sparks flying, and Monster again with a massive run through Stefan Belofes. He's not close enough. He has to back out of it before the Schwalbenschwanz section. We go to the Kleine Karussell for the final time for this driver stint. Exit still 3/4 tenths. And will we see the overtake on the Döttinger Höhe? Let's find out. Good exit for the French driver for Sector 7 Racing, down to 3/10. Probably we'll see that overtake, or will we see some bump drafting? I don't know, it's the final lap of their stint. I think he timed that perfectly. The number 5, alongside they go on that long straight. Great grammar shot there. And the number 5 gets back into the lead before the driver swap. Can Jakey strike back one more time? No, yo, close into the 09 chicane, and we will have the number 5 car P1 and the 3 in P2, but a close finish on that driver stint. So I'll get ready for the driver swap sequence now. We have next, also really close, P3, P4 and 5. In we go, and we have 5 drivers in now, so hopefully we can get that transition working. Now here we go, we have picture in picture now enabled.
Won't be able to blink at the start of this.
Yeah, we should be ready for that. So unless they decide to do something crazy with the fuel, so they can decide how much fuel they want to put in their cars. So maybe they want to avoid the battle.
As you say that, the number 5 has done exactly that,
Okay.
fueling to 60% and jumping the number 3, but he's on softs compared to inters, so not sure what that strategy is.
Ooh, we have again mixed conditions here at the start.
Yeah, already
Number 3.
look at the back of that car, and the number 3 is back in the lead. That lasted.
Wow.
Number 45 with a 3-second penalty for cutting the pit lanes. Also on softs. Quite a couple of them on softs. Actually,
Okay.
it only actually seems to be at the moment the number 3 that has gone onto the inters for the start of this stint in stint 3.
Oh, I see. Dino is running out of fuel coming into the pits. Lost more time. Oh, nightmare stint for Loose Moose Racing here. Unlucky moments, and I see Travis struggling in the next stint. So we'll get there in a second. So we wait for Checo to pit, and then we will go full screen for stint number 3 with Crantis for all of us. So he is in. So let's go to that transition. Come on, do it. Okay, yes. Nearly. Right.
Seamless.
Nearly. All right. So it's all yours
Yeah.
for the next 2 hours. Enjoy.
Absolutely, I will if it's going to be anything like that. Stint. Already we got multiple cars close to each other. GT Finland versus Overboost Racing Team. We've got Kings and Yaley respectively driving for them. 6 tenths between these two on softs. I believe the only one at the moment on the inters is the number 3. Grid Life Racing being driven by ERA. King is very, very fast driver. Nürburgring in the wet especially is a track that only the true aliens can get right. I mean, I'm doing a race at this very track with ZFS in the dry, and it's only a 45-minute one in a week and a bit, so this will be a nice learning experience. What I love about commentary, you can just sit back, watch how the fast guys do everything, take notes and use that to help your racers. The number 5 is struggling a bit at the start of this stint, dropping down to 3rd position. King is with a 20.8 second lead already, showing it is definitely Inter's conditions, but it's not raining at the moment. The track is wet though. So the Inters won't be good for long, provided that the heavens don't open up too early. And look at this. We've got a good five cars separated by a couple seconds here. The battle is continuing on through the driver swap. We're going to keep our eyes on this for a while. So who do we have in this battle? We've got Gregoire for the number 5, Sector 7 Racing, the current leaders in the championship. Look at this, 4 cars within a second of each other. Arex Racing, the number 7, being driven by Alessandro. We've got the GT Finland car being driven by Yaley, and the reigning champions ORT looking to make amends for the season start that they've had. We'll see what Kings can do this stint, and if he can get past this traffic ahead of him. Yeah, 21 seconds already. King is making up a pit stop worth of time. Still got River Ruckus for I can never remember what the 45 is. Let's get the spotters guide up. Last minute racing. Still yet to serve that 3-second penalty for crossing the pit lane over in the driver swap. I've got the track map that Jaeger sent with all the corner names, but I'm not going to attempt half of them because they're in German, and I'm just like the most British bloke on the planet. I can't pronounce anything if it's in a foreign language, so we can give it a shot. I mean, I can barely pronounce the driver names of the people who are on track. That'll be funny to see what we can do. It's like Yaley having a look on Alessandro, the stick in the slipstream. Very hard to go for moves on the Nordschleifer, especially in the rain, and he's just going to give him a little bump there. Try and catch Gregoire in the number 5 Sector 7 racing car before they start battling too hard. I mean, we've still got 19.5 hours of racing ahead of us. You don't want to do anything stupid too early on. You just got to get your head down, tame the beast that is the green hell, especially in these conditions. See what you can do. Then look at that. The car's flying past as we go on to the carousel. That is one corner that I do know. A nice banking. You just stick it in, let the car ride through it, use that component of the car's weight pointing into the apex to turn it a bit more. Now the chat is absolutely flowing tonight. 92 live viewers at the moment. Can we hit 3 digits? It might be possible. The support we've been getting on these streams for this season of the GT Endurance Championship 2025 has been absolutely phenomenal. It's been a pleasure to be a part of this and what will happen in the future. We have a Butchers further back from this pack. We got P1R Kevin GT driving the number 20, I think that was, for Project 1 Racing. And then in 8th position, we've got Rusley. I believe that's the Sector 7 Makuga car. And another Sector 7 car behind him, the Boomermobile 794, being driven by Endorphin. The 2 Sector 7 teammates could be getting nice and close to each other. I mean, 2 seconds is nothing in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, just about a minute separating the top 8 after 4 hours of racing. The Reezy with that front bumper damage that we missed. Looking up front for the 67 Sector 7 Makuga. Dolphin without damage. We'll be catching him, see how he can make his way around his teammate as they go into the pits to repair it. One of the Race Asylum cars, number 44, being driven by a Harlock 45 for this stint, so you can get lovely shots of the car jumping over the bump here, and it looks like my McDonald's Wi-Fi is back, especially at such a long track. Hopefully it doesn't get too bad like it was at Red Bull Ring. I am the only one on the internet at the moment, to my knowledge, as that is the leader coming into the pits, getting rid of that 20-second lead. See what the chat says, that it was roughly a pit stop where he's going to come out as he gets onto the soft compound tyres. This battle is heating up after Alessandro served that 3-second penalty that promotes Gregoire into second position for the Sector 7 racing team. As there is King Ears coming out right in the thick of that. Who was that going off? That's ORT Kings, the championship defender, going off at turn 1. What happened there for ORT Kings? Just missing the brakes a bit too much in a tricky wet turn 1. Takes evading action to avoid going bowling, loses control. He's stopped by the gravel just before going into the barrier, but that is not the start of stint 3 that ORT would have wanted. Does promote the Sector 7 car, number 5, the championship leader at the moment, into first position of this race. Alessandro is third, not far behind. Yaley trailing this off. River Ruckus for last minute racing, just starting to build a little bit of a gap, is Yaley for the GT Finland's top 4, separated by 3 seconds. We've already got some action tonight in stint 3 after just 1 lap. It'll be interesting to see what Gregoire can do about King Ears behind him. I've seen, especially like on the weekly time trials and stuff, King Ears always up there in some of the top times in the world. He just has a bit of the wiggle there. I think there's going to be a lot of them tonight. That little slide of the rears allowed Gregoire to gain a couple tenths on him, build that lead up to 1.6 seconds it is now. But going into the tricky technical Nordschleife, anything could happen here. I believe it's going to be pits at the end of lap 14. So it'd be 12 racing laps with, so yeah, 1 formation lap, 1 out lap, like 13 racing laps. But on A-level further maths student, I should be able to do basic arithmetic, but clearly I can't. That is Alessandro getting right. Nope, that was Yaley getting close up to Alessandro again. Look at that rolling shot as they go barreling down into one of the numerous tricky technical sections of the Nordschleife. There is P1R, Kevin and Ruckus close to each other, 2 tenths. Let's go on board with Kevin, get the driver view camera, what these guys are seeing, especially, I mean, if anyone can in chat tell me if we've got any VR boys on track tonight, because Nordschleife in VR in the rain is the true test of skill on this game, I reckon. Look at that. I don't know what it is about the camera angle that gets right up to the, like, that shot there. Low on the ground, you got the brake ducts heated up as well. Just goes to show how much I love the graphics design in this game. Who we got in chat? Anyone I recognise? Jacko I recognise. Hey up, mate. Lapping GT, Skelly, Franco, Nibby. Loads of guys in chat. Gap up front between P1 and P2. Still 1.7, 1.8 seconds King is not quite able to start chasing Gregoire yet as he gets them soft compound tyres heating up. So even though he's not really lost too much from that interstint, he's still going to have done an extra pit stop compared to everyone else in this stint, which will affect him in the long run, I reckon. But we've got like an hour and a bit racing to go in this stint. Hour 45, 12 laps of the Norwich line for a look at this. Ruckus and Kevin GT side by side momentarily there, not quite able to get past. Yaley and Alessandro also side by side. Where do we look? Not quite able to get past Alessandro, just putting that car exactly where Yaley doesn't want it. I mean, with it being such a narrow track, this is like it's so hard to overtake. You can just position the car central, block the outside and the inside off. It doesn't really matter how slow you go if you could just make the apex cover it off. So we've seen Alessandro demonstrate here perfectly. It's going to be so hard for the guy behind to get past, even if he is much quicker. But if you open a gap and they see it, they're going to go for it. As Yaley goes, little bit of door bashing there. Yaley goes off onto the grass, getting a bit too aggressive for the GT Finland team. You can see through the carousel, gets in the slipstream. He sees a gap momentarily opens up, positions the car side by side, but there's just no room for the cars to go. A bit of door bashing, and the Corvette of GT Finland finds himself in the grass, still maintains P4 ahead of Ruckus and Kevin GT, but not quite where he wanted to be considering how close he was to Alessandro, but he does seem to be significantly quicker than the Italian up ahead. 5.9 seconds the gap between P2 and P3. So King is and Gregoire just starting to pull away momentarily. At the start of this stint, see what Yaley can do to fend off these guys behind. Let's have a little bit of a look further back. Dolphin has cleared the Sector 7 teammate of Ruzi, but he's not gone into the pits to mend that front bumper damage as he almost loses the rear there. Got Harlock behind to worry about in the GTR. It seems to be alright if I'm not flicking around constantly, but I want to give everyone as much screen time as possible. P11, we've got a lovely looking car there for Mr. SGS, that is Loose Moose Racing, number 35 in, I believe, yeah, that's the Aston Martin. Front bumper damage for him as well, seeming to tame it nicely and get a good stint in. He's got 59 seconds ahead of him, 40.6 behind, but with it being the green hell, absolutely anything can happen. If you can just not die, you will do so well compared to your counterparts, as we have seen in the previous stints this race. Jack, so it is, with a 3-second penalty for the 69 car of Apex Hunters Racing. I love that colour scheme that they've got there. It reminds me of like the Seychelles flag being all over. Is that like an iRacing logo or something from the white stripes? Looks like a driver celebrating on the podium with their hands up. 13th after serving this 3-second penalty. Looks like Matty for Project Platypus Racing will get ahead, provided he can keep that gap low down, and then 4 minutes behind is JT77 for one of the Race Asylum teams. I think that's Race Asylum Black. I'm not too sure. No one being lapped just yet, with it being such a long circuit. Gap up front down to under a second. Harlock with the fastest lap so far. Well, the first valid lap, a 8:15.5. It's a retro ART car livery, I think. Ah, nice. Yeah, I really like the look of it. Yeah, as expected, Yaley has caught back up to Alessandro. Gap under a second, but he's got P1R Kevin GT right behind him in his rear view mirror. See what this group can do. We'll keep our eyes on this. The ARIX Racing, GT Finland and P1R cars separated by just under a second. 3 cars. We've got River Ruckus in the background as well. Got to check what this gap between Kings and him is. Only 5 seconds. So Kings managing to make amends after that problem he had at T1 at the start of this lap. Didn't pick up any damage. The gravel trap showing why it is there, keeping the car out of the barrier and the driver safe. Trying to keep my eyes on multiple places as possible. 8/10 between the leads. As always, if we have any suggestions for drivers to be given screen time, I will happily oblige. If we've got some fun facts about the guys on track, any people who designed liveries that want to have a shout out or out. Yeah, livery design's one of the proper things I appreciate in this game. I've had a go at it. I've made a couple, but none as professional looking as these. Yeah, 3/10 between Yaley and Alessandro now. See what he can do now. Try not to go off. He's looking for a gap. Alessandro just putting that car right in front of Yaley. Not weaving or anything, but just putting it central to block off all the possible openings that could be there for him. Good to hear the purrs of that Corvette engine, I believe. Yep, Corvette for GT Finland, but bit of dirt, yeah, slowing him down. That's allowed Kevin GT to get close up to them, bring that gap down even more. Although they're all still clean, staying on the track, making it work. Love to see a good bit of clean racing here, especially in the endurance settings where it doesn't really promote proper door banging wheel to wheel sends, as you want to keep it clean, keep it out of the barriers and give your teammates the best start to the sit-in. But when it's still done like this, it's an absolute treat. Up front, the gap between the two leaders still maintaining at around a second, just under it, 8/10, 7, 9 around it. The King is keeping right in Gregoire's rear view mirrors, and then it's around 10.5 seconds between this pack of Yaley, Alessandro and Kevin GT. They just seem to be getting right up to each other, not quite able to get the position switch. We'll go on to passenger cam for a bit. I love this view. You can see how people are short shifting and stuff, how minute the wheel movements that they're making, just putting the car, being nice to it, and it will do what you need to, turning with the throttle, especially on this drying track, although the moisture meter does seem to be very much in the soft zone, first, third. I mean, we're all are on softs, but as we've seen in the previous stints, the heavens can definitely open when they want. I mean, stint one, it just, not stint one, stint two, around halfway through, it just decided to absolutely chuck it down. I've never seen rain so hard at this game before. Polyphony does seem to be being a bit weird, as we've got a yellow flag up ahead. Is that for one of the leaders? Yes, it is. King is with a lot of damage. What has happened to the Grid Life car? We're coming around here, just kicks up the curb a bit too much, and curbs in the wet are absolutely lethal. So easy to do. Just using a bit too much of the track, losing control of the car, and front and rear damage for King Ears, but he's not got any of the axles damaged. It's just the bumpers, so he'll be losing a bit of time. The car will still handle predictably, but he will have these guys to contend with, as Kevin GT gets in a lovely move on Yaley there for 4th position. Let's have a look at that in the instant replay. Go on board with him for it. Just sees a gap momentarily open up. Yaley going off the dry line onto the water, sees the gap, sends it, and gets into 4th position. Textbook slicks on a drying track. You just deviate ever so slightly off the dry line, you're losing so much time. However, that mistake for King Ears has been absolutely wicked for the Sector 7 racing car 5. It's got an 11-second lead after King Ears losing it, and you can see the speed difference between the damaged and non-damaged cars. King Ears plummets all the way down to 5th position by the end of the Doppelganger Straight. At least I think that's where it's Summit Straight. It's a very long one. Let's have a look at the track map. Dottinger, not Doppelganger, that's the bloke that looks really similar to you. It's Yaley having a look up the inside as we go on to turn 1, not trying to deviate off the dry line too much, and just backs out there to avoid an incident. The old bunch of King Ears goes into the pits for a second time this stint to repair the damage, and I believe take on a fresh pair of soft compound tyres. Refuel rate looks really slow, looks to be around 1 or 2x. If anyone can confirm that in the chat, that would be very appreciated. If we could get fuel wear, tyre depletion, and refuel rate settings, be useful for comms. So King Ears, after repairing that damage, taking a fresh set of tyres and taking a little bit of fuel, finds himself in a comfortable 7th position, hoping to get some clean air, which he has 23 seconds ahead of him, so he can purely get the pace down and see what he can make work. These three are still as close as ever, none of them being able to break away from this pack, as Yaley got ahead of Kevin GT, I just noticed. We missed that. He's looking for a move around on Alessandro, but he's staying planted on the dry line as he has for this entire stint, just not able to get him past us. Look at that camera angle, proper being able to see how bumper to bumper we are in this pack. Can you show Project Platypus number 11? So Matty driving for you guys on the soft compound tyres at the moment. He's got very nice clean air ahead and behind him, 10 seconds and 13 seconds respectively. And he is absolutely flying out there. Fastest lap so far of the race. He's 2.5 minutes away from the front, but we'll see what this lap is. 8:13.4. by far the fastest lap of the stint so far. So the Project Platypus guys getting onto a nice start of the stint, but look at this! Wheel to wheel for all three of them momentarily there, as P1 Kevin GT sees a gap form on the inside, gets onto the dry line and gets back ahead of Yaley to take P3. Alessandro still managing to maintain P2 as these two start scrapping behind them. In the background, that is ORT Kings on the charge, with them fighting so much in clean air. Has been managed to bring that gap down to 2 seconds now behind Yaley. Let's have a look at that overtake again from P1R Kevin. Just gets onto the dry line earlier as they go side by side, takes it, and Yaley just backs out slightly, lets him past. Don't want to be going side by side onto a wet bit of track. Absolute scenes here indeed. So this is about to turn to a four-way battle for P2. As the tyres are coming down a bit. Kings with a lot more fuel than these guys though. What if that was because he took less, or is that because he's been pushing less? He didn't get damage from that T1 instance, so he's not had to do an extra stop. I believe these guys just came out with a little bit less fuel to try and jump ahead in the pit stops. One of the King Ears without a mishap. That's still on the out lap for King Ears, just under 50% fuel.
There's, I think, yeah, I'm loads behind on the broadcast.
There we go. 4:06, yeah, that's gone to about 20 seconds now. Where are we all watching from in chat? It's the international racing organisation. We've got drivers from all over the world. Let's see where the viewers are. As that is Kevin GT going side by side with Alessandro, trying to get into second position. Alessandro just takes that dry line, does what Kevin GT did to Yaley a couple moments ago to retain second position. Absolutely incredible defensive driving being shown by the ARIX Racing Team, car 7, driven by Alessandro at the moment. I'm gonna have to get a sip of water after all that. Lap 5 of 15 for this stint. The timer for the entire event has just ticked down to 19 hours remaining, but I think this is going to go a bit longer on. I think it was like 19 and a half hours or something before we actually got racing. I can't fully remember, but I know we've been delayed slightly from the start of stint 2 with the red flag, as Jaeger might be able to get everything right for 24 hours straight with the streams, but Polyphony's service can't, as that is ORT Kings right on the rear end of Yaley. How is Yaley's tyres looking? It's got roughly identical tyre wear, 2 Kings behind him. Barnes left from Wabbit. So you're making the jump into the ZFS chat with the greatest Gran Turismo team. Yeah, I've got snacks, I've got drinks, I'm actually prepared for this stream. So I want to open my door, or I do live like right in the middle of the council estate, so there will probably be some dog just barking constantly, some bloke wheeling past on a dirt bike, but until that happens I will open the door to get some fresh air in my room. But I do tend to sweat a lot when I do these commentaries. It is proper like an exercise or something. So, how are the fuel looking for these guys? I reckon we'll see some of them coming in this lap to go for an undercut or something. Kevin GT and Alessandro side by side on the Dusseldorf straight. Who's going to be last on the brakes as they get to the end of it? Alessandro keeping the dry line, and Kevin GT just going to back out momentarily there and try again another day, as he is going to dart into the pits and go for an undercut as well as ORT Kings, and you can see around 25 litres more fuel in the ORT number 1 than the P1R car. Did anyone say what the race settings were? I can't see one. Yeah, doesn't take any more fuel, just taking a fresh set of tyres, and that's going to allow ORT Kings to have a much shorter pit stop than P1R Kevin and jump him in the pits. Kevin is going to come out in second position, but he's got Harlock behind him. He's not quite going to be able to get past him, but we can see here between so ORT King's coming out just ahead of King Ears by about a second. He's gained 12 seconds, almost 13 actually. Yeah, 13 seconds gained from ORT Kings in the pits. Just showing the strength of fuel saving and just showing the strength of fuel saving and being aware of how much fuel you've got in the car in such a high refuel, high fuel intense endurance race. So looking at the battle up front for P2, still Alessandro and Yaley proper close to each other, and the number 5 sector 7 car, the championship leader at the moment, making good work. I mean, we can't really have a good look at like what I'd usually do and compare their last like 10 laps or so and see how close they are, how consistent they're being, because of how long a lap it is here. But still 8:14, 8:16, 8:19, very close to each other in terms of like percentage difference, if you consider. So fastest lap at the moment was to Loose Moose Racing's Oil Lab Mr. SBS for a very brief moment before Project Platypus Matty set another blisteringly quick lap. That gap is coming down between them. Yaley and Alessandro side by side. Yaley managing to make it stick and finally gets into P2. We'll see if he can jump Alessandro with the clean air, if he can start to break away from him. We've seen how strong the slipstream is at this track with how closely they've been bunched together. We did just quite miss that overtake between these two, so let's see what Yaley does. Has the dry line, sticks behind him, gets in the slipstream. We've seen him do this, but he gets on the inside and keeps 2 wheels on the dry line to maintain grip, manages to get into second position, and he is flying out there on this in lap, as I will presume, as they get to the pits. I believe, yeah, they've got relatively similar fuel. I'd probably say Alessandro has 5 or 6% more, so that will equate to around 2 seconds time less spent in pits. So Yaley's got to get his foot down if they were to fuel to the same rate, or he could fuel less gain a gap like we saw Kings do on Kevin GT. Have a quick scroll through the grid, see if we've got any other battles. Harlock and Kevin GT still quite close to each other. Harlock on an in-lap. Yeah, it does only really seem to be when I scroll through the grid that we get the McDonald's Wi-Fi moments, because it's such a large map. Interestingly, Ruzzy for the Sector 7 Makuga cars still running with damage, still sitting very close to Endorphin in the Boomermobile. And 2 Sector 7 guys close together. Looking at the times, 8 minutes 30 for Endorphin that lap. Could he have had a spin and lost quite a bit of time? Might not know. Where is it? 10 I need, yeah. Ruzi getting some very consistent laps down, even with the damage. Be interested to see what he can do when it gets fixed after this round of stops. Mr. SBS has a 1 minute gap ahead of him, and looking at the time difference, he's bringing time down from Ruzi, but with rear axle damage, taking 8.12.5 with rear axle damage. I'm assuming it was lap 3 that he got it, judging by the lap timer. So a very impressive drive from SBS and Matty in the clear air. Be interested to see what they can do in the last stages of this race. Setting the fastest lap every lap of this race so far for Matty. Definitely the fastest driver on track. And yeah, that gap between Yali and Alessandro for the gap battle for P2 up to 2 seconds now. So Yali, after finally being able to get past, is starting to pull a gap on the ARIX racing car. Just get up a sip of water. And apparently end of stint 4, when we do the switch over, and you'd usually have to swap to from part 1 to part 2, because we're in the YouTube partner program now. I've managed to somehow keep us from getting removed from that. I mean, you can tell if you watch me Black Flag streams and then come here, I'm a lot more tame in these endurance style ones. Yeah, as I was saying, it should be one smooth transition as this one ends. If you fall asleep or something, I don't know how you would be able to fall asleep with the racing action that we've got tonight. But it should swap you right over to part 2. You don't even have to touch your keyboard. You can go pop it downstairs on the TV, get your nan to watch it. Everyone loves a good bit of endurance racing, especially at the king of endurance tracks, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Oh, well, endurance track we're actually at, because we've got the GP as well. The leader comes into the pits with 14% of fuel, 16.2 seconds. That gap between him and P2 are, Yali's got a bit less fuel than that, 5%, and I'd said that this gap between their fuels was around 5-6ish, and it's 6%. Look at that. So River Ruckus coming in as well. So proper first round of pit stops starting to kick off. So it looks like the sun's coming down as well. But Gregoire comes out in P1 after having that fuel advantage, but he's got ORT Kings and King Ears. You've got a King 2-3 at the moment. Kevin GT pulls the undercut off momentarily. Where's Yali going to come out? going to come out ahead. Alessandro gaining around a second in the stops compared to Yaley, but Yaley stays ahead of him as Kevin GT making the one lap undercut has made it stick. King Ears takes the fastest lap of the race with an 8:10.6 blistering pace from the Grid Life racing car. It's dried up a bit. The curbs are safer as he's proper riding them curbs. Is King Ears on pad or is he on wheel? So I'm on pad and I use the curves a lot, whereas when I was on wheel for a bit, I found they were a lot more lethal, especially in drying track conditions. Mrs. just everyone loves a bit of endurance racing car. Corner right out. Yeah, this is what I love about this game. It brings everyone together, all different ages, shapes and sizes. Like, I was in a pie chat with ZFS when we were like, I made a comment on the CTC stream. It was BFS versus Gen X. I was like, my parents are Gen X, 1977 and 74. Like, we're all Gen X. I'm about the youngest at ZFS by about 20 years, I think. You won't believe it, but I've only been 18 for about a month. Look further behind, Ruse and Dolphin on the intermediate compound on what is a dry track at the moment, but the drivers have access to the weather radar. They know a lot more about what's coming up than we do in the com box, where we get a grand total of absolutely nothing, only because she gets to play Pokemon on the big stream. If the race gets boring, I'll pull up a share screen or something and start playing Pokemon. So gap up front between Kings and Gregoire. So we can see the sparks flying up. And you can see in the GT Auto, the livery customization, you can change the headlight. So Kings running the stock yellow ones versus the LED white ones, which give you a lot more visibility than the stock ones. So could that come to haunt ORT, especially if you're I play on bumper cam, where you're basically in the headlight, so it doesn't really affect you much. But I know if you're like VR or cockpit cam, you can definitely notice the difference between your headlights being significantly darker than your opponents. But Gregoire is doing a very nice job to maintain the lead of this race with Kings behind him. We are already about halfway through this stint. Time flies by when you're having fun at the Nürburgring. So Yaley in 5th position. He is gaining on Eric Alessandro behind. Is it just Endorphin on the Inters? We've not seen any rain fall just yet, as I just have a quick flash through the grid. There's Mr. SBS with that back damage. Matty is on some very worn softs, managing to make it onto the 7th lap before coming into the pit. Oh well, 6th racing lap. Hoping to maybe intercept some rain coming, but still just Endorphin on the intermediate compound tires. And we can see as we go on board with SBS, it might have been a misclick trying to go on hards, or is it just softs that are available? But look at the pace, the grip and the pace difference between these two cars. Even the one that we're on board with with damage, and he's just, you can see Endorphin struggling for grip. How is Mr. SBS gonna get around this Boomermobile? He's got to try and see a gap, stick on the dry line, and that's someone off, hitting the wall momentarily. Endorphin will have a look on the instant replay after Mr. SBS gets past, which he is past now. Let's have a look at what happened to Endorphin coming around the wait, I'm not supposed to use chase cam, so we'll go in this one. Just losing a bit of grip. Was there a touch from a loose moose, Mr. SBS? There was a little bit of a tap, but nothing major, I don't think. That'll be one for the stewards to look at the end of the race. There was a very clear pace difference between them, but Endorphin has picked up a bit of damage from that little incident. 1.7 seconds a gap between Gregoire and King's ORT Kings now. King Ears, the other King, in third position. 6 seconds to ORT and 13 seconds to P1R. Yaley and P1R Kevin. This duo is back again. Alessandro has been dropped slightly, 5.4 seconds that gap now. As we have a look at these two again, we'll see what Yaley can do in terms of tyres, because Kevin GT went for the undercut. He's got 1 lap softer tyres as we go on to the Doppelganger straight, with the track drying up so much. Yaley gets the slipstream, darts past, and he doesn't have to worry about staying on a dry line. So he is able to get past, but that does give Kevin GT the slipstream onto this straight. See what he can do as we head towards the braking zone. And they've pulled about 6 tenths on him. And Yaley gets into 4th position for the GT Finland team. An absolutely stunning drive from the Finn, I can say. I mean, there's not really anyone that's having too bad of a drive. Let's have a look in P11 what Endorphin's going to do as we come towards the latter stages of this race. Not this race, bloody hell. That we've got a while for that. Push those likes to 100. I reckon we can do it. Yeah, we're at mine's saying 58 at the moment, but I think that's a bit behind. Still 80 plus concurrent viewers. That's the thing that blows my mind. Just how many people are watching at once. It doesn't really feel like that because I'm just some teenager sat in my bedroom yelling over the TV as for some grown men playing race cars for 2 hours straight. My mum's not too much of a fan of it, but I absolutely love it. If you put me in front of a stage with like 80, 90 people and told me to do the same thing, I'd look at you like you're mad. But that's technically what I'm doing at the moment. It just blows my mind how this game can bring so many people together. As Matty, look at the pace difference between these two. 154 mile an hour for Endorphin and 167. So losing about 12 mile an hour on the straight on those inters and with damage. And I think we're going to see Endorphin coming in. Yes, he is. So perhaps the intermediate tyres just being a misclick for the Sector 7 car. It's a very costly misclick, as Mr. SBS, who was side by side with him as we went on to the Nordschleife, already like 11 seconds ahead. Get a nice look at that Sector 7 boomer car. The boomer-mobile, as I say. He goes onto the medium compound. I believe that's the first of the mediums that we've seen this stint. Yep, so look up front, that gap between ORC and the third Sector 7 car on track, the car 5, the championship leaders. 1.6 seconds as they've got the defending champion barreling behind them as we look at them sparks barreling down the track as we go through the bumps of the twisty. I don't know what this section's called that they're going through at the moment, but it's one that I can never seem to get right. The amount of times I just completely cook it on the brakes and go into lower orbit, just completely skipping that entire section of the track. I've done it too many times than I'd like to admit. But hey, that's why I commentate this. Just like top split A+. I consider myself an alright driver, like mid to high B rating, maybe A rating depending on the track. A rating at a push. As that's King Ears with his indicators on. Indicating to absolutely nobody. Is that a blue flag we see? Who is in last place? It's the car 77 Race Asylum. Let's see who they've got behind. Blue flag. It's not the leaders that are going past. It'll be King Ears, I reckon, that's coming up. No, that is the leaders. Is it? Am I blind? Who's by a lap this bloke? Oh, it's Yaley. So, already being lapped by the top two is the car 44 Race Asylum. It's so hard to choose who the team of the race. I'll only ask chat, but I'll give me 2 cents on it as well. I've got to say, it's nice to see ORT back up front. I mean, they've had quite a slow start to the season, but they've started to climb back this race. Who else could I say? GT Finland as well, seeing some good battles from Yaley this race. Was not even on them. They came up quite a couple spots from their initial starting position in 7th. I'm just trying to look who's the bloke that's gone up the most positions from qualifying. Yeah, I'd say ORT for this race, just because we've not really seen much of them this season, and they qualified, where was it, 4th? They're in 2nd at the moment. Going up a couple positions is always nice, but then again, we've got 18.5 hours of racing ahead of us. Still plenty can happen. Have a look at how Yaley can get past the Race Asylum car of JP7714 as he just comes off the racing line momentarily to let him past a textbook blue flag obeyance. But we'll see if this traffic slows down Kevin GT a bit, if that gap goes up. See him in the distance there, going over the bump into the air momentarily. So the hard-working marshals wave the blue flags. As you hold back weather radar, not pressing it. I wish I could see the weather radar, mate. It's Gran Turismo's fault. If we could have it up, we'd have it plastered right in the middle of the screen, so we have the maximum idea but because I'm spectating and I'm not in the car, I could only see, I think it's the track map that I'm allowed. It does change from car to car. Sometimes it's the radar, sometimes it's the track map. I've never seen the weather radar be able to use for some reason. I thought it was just what the drivers currently had up, but then you'd expect it to mainly just be the radar, but like, as I flick through, it just seems to be the track map at the moment for all drivers. So yeah, you can have the track map at the side if you do care to have a butchers at it. I mean, thankfully, I'm not Helium Boy tonight. That was well funny. The software glitch on Jaeger's computer making me sound like I was high on helium for the entirety of the Red Bull Ring Stint 3. That was a fun one to watch back, because I actually had some proper good, there was battles and I had some proper good like commentary, getting it going, and then I watch it back and I sound like I'm high on helium. But it made chat laugh, and that's all that matters. At the end of the day, we're here to entertain you, and it's been an absolute pleasure. I mean, I was hopefully expecting a bit more rain. Not quite what we've got, as that was Kevin GT flashing his headlights a little bit to let JP know that he's there and to let him pass. As expected, it has slowed him down a bit, and that has allowed Yaley to bring up a bit of a gap. King is starting to struggle a bit. He's still got his indicator on for some reason. Someone's telling me he don't need it. Who is he indicating for? Yeah, game doesn't allow us to cycle through the MFD in a spit. Yeah, hashtag blame PD. Who wants to have Helium Boy back? Absolutely no one. Jaeger, if you do that, I might cry. Yeah, just have like a button on standby, like if I say one too many swear words, I just get turned into Helium Boy and no one can understand the word I'm saying. I mean, that is one way to stay monetized. That is just silence. Silence as if we make a mistake. But honestly, mate, I applaud you for the work that you do to the sheer logistics that it takes to keep a stream running for 24 hours straight. It's just absolutely wild. And I can barely manage 5 minutes in the CTC ones without having the wrong lineups graphic up or something. I did that in the ART versus LFS one. I had the TCR one from the last one that I did still up. I forgot to change it. It is nice that I'm proper getting back into commentary, especially because like my first A-level exams in a couple of weeks. It's just nice to sit back, relax a bit, just watch the Gran Turismo guys show us how it's done. Some of the races AHR, because only my boys can invent new ways to go backwards because no one else Yeah, it was only me that commented on that. AHR, where are they running? I'll bring up the spotter's guide for this one. You'd think with the amount I've done. Oh, it's that lovely 69 mobile in P13. Driven by Jack, so it is. I mean, they're still maintaining that gap by quite a bit. I mean, it was around 40 seconds, I think, at the start of this stint, and it came down a bit. Mr. SBS, getting some good pace towards the start. And once it started to dry and the aliens came out, he's just started to drop off a bit. It's still giving it some nice pace. It just came out of the pits, I've noticed. In Dolphin as well. There's Matty for Project Platypus making some moves. These are another one that could be nominated for team of the race so far. Seeing some lovely, lovely pace down, getting it consistent, and they've brought them gaps down. I think they started this stint in like 12th or 13th, and they're up to 10th. You've got a minute ahead to the Sector 7 Makuga car of Ruzi. Don't think we'll see him there, but who knows? Anything can happen. We've still got 5.5 racing laps to go. Anything can happen. Helium beer is fun. Hey, that's what I could try. Just doing a. Ooh, Harlock's catching up to River Ruckus in the Race Asylum car, 44. Haven't really seen much of Harlock, but looking at his pace, we can see he's getting it down. The ops are outside. They're coming for me. 1.2 seconds between him and River Ruckus, and he's lapping a good 4 seconds a lap faster than him, but we've seen these guys know how to defend. As I've got a bit of McDonald's Wi-Fi going off, unfortunately. Is this on my end or is this the driver's end? It only really seems to be Harlock that's all over the shop. Hopefully this is just commentator's end, because we don't want lag causing any incidents. I mean, it's not as bad as it was at Red Bull Ring. That was some of the worst lag I think I've ever seen on my end. Okay, let's go on board with Harlock and see how he tackles the obstacle ahead. That is River Ruckus. You can see that gap coming down and down to about 5-6 tenths now. Now his best bet for a move would probably be to get within slipstream range at the start of the Dusseldorf straight, sit in it, and then dart to the side like we saw Yaley do on Alessandro to get past. What is that gap between them two now that I speak about it? 5 seconds between him and P1 Kevin, who is 8 seconds behind Yaley, so Yaley managing to pull away after clearing Alessandro, but some absolutely incredible defensive driving being shown at the start of this stint. Where is the rain? I don't know what it is with all the stints that I commentate for. It just rain seems to hate me in this game. Like the TCR versus MRL CTC race I did, it was supposed to rain halfway through. The heavens opened right as they crossed the checkered flag. Literally, they crossed the checkered flag. We've been promised rain, and it just heavens opened like we got an entire race of rain worth after the race had finished. As ORT Kings comes into the pit, but let's go on board with Harlock, see what he can do. He gets into the slipstream of River Ruckus. He's going to dart to the inside. Bit of a tap between them. We'll have a look at that on the instant replay afterwards. But Harlock manages to get ahead and into 7th position as the Kings come in to the pit lane. Both of them around 0.1% fuel, stretching that stint to its absolute maximum. We'll see what they decide to do. 3.6 seconds separating them. At the moment, RT Kings with damage, didn't even notice that. and ERA. King is just taking a bit more fuel than him, so the gap stays relatively the same between the Kings. So let's have a look at no, not that. Let's have a look. Where are we looking? Between Harlock and River Ruckus. What happened? Was there a bit of contact? It looks like there was a bit of door banging when we were on the cockpit cam, but we'll get a better view here. Was it a bit of netcode playing into the roll? Yeah, it looks like it was just a bit of netcode. Nothing major occurring, and already the gap between these two down to a second. So after two Kings come into the pit lane, the 44 Race Asylum finding themselves in 5th position after Harlock just showing us exactly what to do this stint. This will be their in-lap, judging by how much fuel they have. Look at how close they get to the wall there. So still Gregoire that leads for Sector 5, not Sector 5, Sector 7 Racing Car 5. Championship leaders showing how it's done for such a chaotic stint, managing to stay in the lead, but with ORT Kings pitting a lap earlier on fresh soft compound tyres. See what he can do if this undercut will put the reigning champions back into 1st position for what I believe will be the first time in this incredible 2025 season. Alright, it is Harlock's connection. Nice. I thought it was mine for a moment. But hey, still managing to race clean on McDonald's Wi-Fi is definitely an impressive feat, to say the least. Have a look if we've got any drivers close to each other. Charlotte's pulling away from River Ruckus. Two Kings are relatively close to each other. Gaps staying around the same. After I said, King is just taking a bit more fuel than ORT Kings to just keep that gap around the same, with the Boost Racing team having to spend a bit on repairs. So we have a look. Ruzi behind. Do we have any requests for who to watch? I'm trying to give everyone as much screen time as possible. 5 seconds between Matty and Mr. SBS. After it doesn't say he's on an out lap, but both tires look very fresh. So it must have been lap 8 that he picks. There's 0.3 purple for Mr. SBS. So look at the speed of these Group 3 cars. They barrel down the twisty technical Nordschleife section of this circuit. Apologies, chat, been doing a lot of right, raise back. Hope all the viewers are well. So do I. I'm proper enjoying this. We've seen some lovely driving from the guys out front, as in a typical endurance fashion as we get to the last stages of this race. Different pace levels allowing guys to spread out. You know what would make this interesting? If the heavens decide to rain open and just chuck it in on the track, because unlike F1, a little bit of welter doesn't stop us from doing anything. Does anyone know what time F1 quali is on, actually? So I just about managed to watch it before this stint started, the sprint. It's usually around like 3-4 hours between the end of the sprint and the start of quali. Let's have a look. Who's after me in the com box? It's Lugie. Lugie, after putting in a sensational stint too, gonna take a break to watch this and then jump in the com box. You should see him joining the track relatively soon. F1 quali starts in 15 minutes. Yeah, we won't be watching that live then. Never mind about that. Nice, the British Superbikes starts this weekend as well. That's one that's always a treat to watch. Well, I've been trying to get me, is that Minecraft enchanting table on the ARX racing car? Like ancient runes on it. We've come towards the last stages of the last race, as this is P2 Yaley in the GT Finland's coming on to last stage of this not this stint, like so the like current stint on the tyres that they're on. I'm saying he's got like no fuel left. He's coming in. That's what I meant. Oh, I like in English. We stay here at the Green Hell, of course. Oh, this is more entertaining than F1 at the moment, to be honest. Any time the drivers get anywhere near close to each other, one of them just decides to cut the entire track and then say that they got pushed off. Whereas here we can actually race wheel to wheel. That is the leader coming into the pits. Gregoire, I think I'm saying that right. Yaley as well, coming in for GT Finland. See how much fuel the leaders take, and more importantly, what ORT Kings is going to do is all the drivers ahead come in for their last stop. That Gregoire fueling to 40%, very aggressive on the fuel. And it's worked for him to stay comfortably ahead. How about Yaley? What's his plan? Or is he going to fuel up to 43? King is barrels down the start-finish straight line. Where is Yaley going to come out? Is he going to come out ahead of King is? Yes, he is. RT Kings coming into the pits to repair more damage. ORT not quite having the end to this stint that they would have wanted. Come repair that damage. Was that worth it? To do an extra stop. I mean, he had enough fuel, so he didn't have to take it. But that has taken ORT out of contention unless we have any rain for the remainder of this stint. So, your current top three are the Car 5 Sector 7 Racing, 66 GT Finland, and Loose Boost Racing Car 3. 2 and 3 separated by about a second. As you can see, the brake discs illuminating in the dark here at the Nordschleife. It's not quite pitch black yet. It's definitely bad enough that your visibility is impaired. I think it's only ORT that don't have the LED headlights, but well, not quite, because we've got P1R here, but you can see what I'm talking about. Alessandro's got much better visibility with them LED headlights compared to the traditional bulbs, the stock ones that Kevin's got in.
Grid Life in P3, yes.
So yeah, they are starting to bunch up a bit. Kings, Ruckus, and Harlock are quite close to each other, about 2 seconds separating each of them. Alessandro and Kevin GT quite close to each other as well. Again, 2 seconds between them. That could, I mean, 2 seconds is nothing at the Nordschleife. But we will keep our eyes on the battle for P2 between GT Finland and Grid Life Racing. King is and Yaley. We've seen these guys put on a show tonight in this stint. These lovely moves from Yaley while battling Alessandro earlier on. Let's see what King is can do. He's gaining significantly on the Finn ahead of him. Came in same lap. Looking at the tyre wear. No, not coming in on the same lap. King is with 1 lap older tyres. They've got similar fuel. Yaley running a little bit left. That's both of them, I'm assuming, hoping to run to the driver swap on these tyres and fuel. I need to cover that U-count up. It's too high. I like to zoom in a bit. See, I keep on looking at it, and I'm trying not to. It just scares me every time I look at it. There we go. As always with all my problems, just ignore them and they go away. Pretend it's me Black Flag streams with about 3 people watching. King is right up on the tail of Yaley there. 4 tenths this gap now. As we go on board with King is, see what he can do to get around. I mean, we don't have to worry about that dry line or anything. The rain was hours ago now. Fully dried up, so Yaley still, with it being such a narrow track, if he can just keep the car central when King is gets close, try and block off the inside and the outside at the same time. But that was him going wide through that corner. As you can see, he's lost about a tenth there. King is absolutely flying on this lap. Fastest lap currently held by our lad Mr. SBS with an 8:04.7. Bloody hell, this is making me feel slow. I did a 8:10 in practice. Fully dry, like SO1. No weather, no nothing, just you and the green hell. But, this race is bot right. It's ERF where you can change the downforce, or is it IRO where you can change the downforce? I think it's IRO that's bot, ERF which is you can change the downforce. Have I got that right? These guys are just aliens. I'm assuming these guys are just aliens. GTF are cooking indeed. Slim users, nice to see you in chat, mate. How you doing, bud? Oh, you do downforce as well, yeah. All the leagues that I do commentary for now, I seem to forget which rulebook's the which. Yeah, you can do downforce, and it's the RF that have got the fully custom bot where they can do just about anything. It's got Philo that does all the setups. Yeah, now I'm remembering. There we go. Yeah, I can delude myself that I'm not just so far off the pace. 8:04.7 for all up SBS. He's pulled quite a bit on AHR, the classic livery, the 80s. Let me scroll up in chat. You did say what it was. Yeah, the retro 1972 ART car. 69 as well. We love to see it. Look up, battle P2. Still about 6 tenths separating these guys. Now, the slipstream acts around 7 tenths away, but it's exponential. You get a bit of a boost at this distance here, as you can see. He's gaining momentarily, but not quite as if he was like 4 tenths behind, where it proper starts to kick in. Yeah, you want the slipstream on this straight. If you can get within that 4/10 range or so, with it being such a long straight, you'll absolutely fly past us. That's Yaley too early on the throttle, losing it as we come off the Dusseldorf straight. Luckily he's right at the pit lane, so he can come in and get that damage repaired. But what happened to Yaley here as we come around to complete the lap? He just catches a bit of curb, was it? Bit of a bump on the track. So easy to do to lose the car there. Bumps through the cones, get into the pit lane on time. But an extra pit stop is not what he would have wanted. Going on to intermediates actually. So could that have been a tactical try and jump into the pit lane to get onto the inters? I believe that means we'll have rain this lap, but as we've seen drivers on intermediates, doesn't quite mean that we're gonna be guaranteed rain with them having access to the weather radars. That's Kevin GT and Yaley wheel to wheel once again. Inters on a dry track. Who can keep it on? We're side by side as we barrel down to the hairpin on the GP circuit, much wider than the Nordschleife here, so easier to make a move. Yaley with that inside line manages to make it stick. Does he? No, still side by side as we swoop around the left-hander. Yaley coats into 6th position on the intermediates. So drivers still on the softs are Gregoire, King is. Actually, no, it's probably easier to say who's on the inters at the moment. So Yaley, Kevin, GT, Kings, Ruzi, Mr. SBS coming in for inters now. So yeah, everyone coming in for inters, bar the front leaders. So rain of the heavens are going to open this lap, assumingly. Is the rain incoming, or are we having Ferrari strategies? I mean, as we saw in stint 2, it doesn't just rain here. It goes from clear skies to absolutely chucking it down in the matter of seconds. We're at lap 12 of 15. So 2.5 racing laps to go in this stint. Although I say that, that's still around 20 minutes of racing action, with it being such a long circuit. Especially if it's raining, that'll slow them down even more. But as we've seen from, it was Endorphin that went on the inters too early. If the rain does just miss the track, then it's absolutely crucial. You lose so much time. Inters on a dry track and they get shredded up a lot as well. Yaley and Kevin GT still close together, not quite as side by side as they were before. Where is Kings in all of this? He's 17 seconds behind after having to do an extra pit stop to repair that damage. Is all the lower runners on the inters now. Yes, they are, bar JP, who is getting blue flags from, I believe I can work this out. It'll be like Alessandro, Harlock around them. Giving them blue flags, I reckon. So still no rain to fall and hit the track. Will the intermediates die before the rain hits the track? We don't know, but we saw that happen with Endorphin earlier on. He went on to the inters, I believe it was lap 7 that he went on them. Seen a bit of rain on the weather radar, assuming it was going to hit the track, and he just completely died off them inters. Just a wrong strategy call from him. The leaders are around just over halfway around the track now. I'd probably say we're looking at around 60% at the moment. Still no rain to fall. Let's have a quick flash through the field. So the rain, the wind is 2.8 meters per second southwest actually. Is there is the rain coming now. We've seen a bit of spittle, but not quite full on torrential rain. There it is. You can hear it slamming on the driver's windscreen, and I would not want to be on softs here. Let's see what the front runners can do. Gregoire, I saw in practice before the stint started, was on softs. I mean, the formation lap on softs while everyone else was on inters. So he's had experience tonight. Slicks in the rain. Still, on the moisture meter, we're in the first third of the moisture meter, so it's still technically soft conditions. Is that all the rain we're getting? There is Luigi joining the cut party for the driver swap, which will happen in a couple laps time. Yeah, the rain seems to have started. Is that really all we're getting? Come on, Gran Turismo, I know you can do more than that. Yeah, my stream. Have I just got a bit of... Yeah, I seem to like... The stream slowly goes off from what live was. But I was about a minute behind there and didn't even notice. So still soft conditions at the moment, and it doesn't look like we're getting any more rain for the time being. So have these guys on the intermediates got a bit scared and gone on them too early for what wasn't inters conditions? Interesting to see if we see any of the soft runners picked as the race leader, sector 7, car 5, coming around to where the pit start is. It's still soft conditions for this lap, and it looks like that's all we're getting because he stays out on the softs, not thinking about another stop. See what King is and Alessandro do. Don't think we've seen any of these guys bin it in that bit of rain. But yeah, already starting to see wear and tear on those intermediates. You can see the pace difference between them and the soft runners. Are any of these guys going to come in and swap for the soft compounds, or are maybe we gambling on a bit more rain in it? Boo! I told you. Polyphony just absolutely hate me and rain. I mean, that's better than the CEC TCR versus AHR, MRL actually, TTR versus MRL race that we had, where it literally only started raining after the checkered flag. Yeah, I think that's the most lackluster rainstorm I've ever seen in this game. Everyone pits for Inters, thinking it's going to absolutely chuck it down. And it just kind of like a bit of a sprinkle for about 30 seconds. We're back to dry. Says, yeah, the Inters boys are pitting to take them off. I believe they've calculated that fuel will last them until the end of the race. So, do any of them have damage between P6 and P7? No, we don't, as all the Inters guys are coming. So 4/10 between Yaley and Kevin GT before the pit stop. And 4/10 coming out. So the GT Finland and P1R pit crews being very nice. As it is proper dark now. Barely see the cars. I might temporarily up my exposure a bit, because that does look quite bright. Not quite bright, quite dark. Bump it up to 1.2, that might give us a bit of a better chance to see the cars. Yeah, the visibility is loads better. It just does mean that the headlights on the cars are a bit dark, a bit lighter. But what's a good bit of endurance racing without some bright, deathly headlights? Do let me know if you want me to bump that exposure down a bit or sort it out with the visibility, but we do only have this lap and then another one for this stint until the drive swap. Let's have a look at Yaley and a lot of screen time this race because they've been giving us the racing action. Yeah, F's in the chat for the Inters runners. Is that the stream having a bit of a lag spike? Oh, don't want to be hearing myself. That's the last thing I want. Oh, there's a bit of a slide for Kevin GT. That is allowed Yaley. Gain another 10th on him. Yeah, is the stream laggy on your end, or is that just my potato Wi-Fi being unable to have the chat up and have 1080p quality as well? I might just bump it down a bit. Don't really need it on 1080. Put it on 480. That should stop the lagging a bit. Yeah, there we go. I'm about 10 seconds behind. That's what we want. So, current order now, after we had Yaley spin darting into the pits to take the Inters afterwards, and the Inters not quite working. So, it's been an absolutely wonderful one for the front runners, gaining in theory 2 pit stops on the opposition. So the current provisional order for stint 3 I'm doing, yes I can count, is car 5 sector 7 racing being driven by Gregoire with an absolutely incredible stint. He's got a 36-second lead to Grid Life Racing in P2. Car number 3 being driven by IRO King Ears. Alessandro manages to take P3 at the moment, but he's got Harlock behind him, chasing him down. Harlock's pace has been absolutely phenomenal this race. 806s, 7s, 8s, very, very consistent, even when the rain came down, managing to make it work on them softs. And will he be able to get past Alessandro? We've seen Alessandro is absolutely incredible on defense tonight. See if he can keep Harlock at bay to give Eric's Racing that top 3 start to stint 4. P1R are in the house. They've been given a lot of screen time tonight. Kevin GT showing us exactly how it's done with some proper screamers of overtakes towards the start of this stint when they were all bunched up. After stint 2's heavens opened at the end of the stint. We did get a bit of rain momentarily this stint, but it was about 30 seconds and it immediately dried, and everyone that pitted for Inters just died on the inside. So as you can see the gap between, I think it was, River Ruckus, who stayed on the softs, as that is, the bloke in last place. We've got what he's called JP7714, getting blue flags waved to get out of the way of River Ruckus. And so interestingly, it's taken us 4 or 5 hours to have the first lapped cars in this race, which does sound alright until you remember it's like almost 8.5 minute lap. Shambles of qualifying yesterday. There is River Ruckus getting past JP under the blue flags and just whapping his hazards on for a minute to just say cheers mate for getting out of the way, I appreciate it. As we should get Jaeger start to do his magic. So we are about to go on to the final lap of this stint for the race leader, so that does mean that the driver swap is imminent as the race leader comes along to start lap 14 of what's been an incredible 2 hours of racing action. As the chat is proper starting to explode with the P1R invasion. CTC masterminds. In the battle for P3, Harlock is still around 6/10 off of Alessandro. I mean, looking at the pace difference between their last laps, clear to see Harlock is definitely quicker, but we've seen Alessandro this stint is, you can just put that car exactly where the person behind him is sort of anticipating it and keep them at bay for a bit. You can see Harlock's McDonald's internet playing up again. I thought it was mine momentarily when we first saw it, but I got a confirmation from chat that it is his fault. Hashtag blame Harlock, we all say in unison. So yeah, 7/10, 8/10 between them. Final lap, just have a quick scroll through. Yaley and Kevin GT, P1R and GT Finland still quite close to each other, as they have been for most of this race, but after having to do an extra 2 stops compared to the top 5, find themselves a good minute off the lead after that pathetic amount of rain that we got. You know, ORT Kings down in P8, going for a bit of an undercut. They were up front momentarily and then absolutely shunted it at C1, managed to recover, and then the rain came and they were one of the unlucky few that decided to go on into with even more damage. Front axle damage again. Yeah, Kings, we've seen them a lot this race, picking up damage left, right and centre, but that's just the story of the Green Hell. Yeah, fastest lap still to Mr. SVS for can't really see it. I believe these loose moves from what I can remember. Might do the yeah, you can't see that car. Yeah, loose moves I'm going with. It's too dark. All we can see is the headlights, and I'm not bothering sorting the exposure out for just one lap. Alessandro 4.5 seconds behind King is, but he has got a half-second penalty for track limits. I believe the penalty zone at this track is just at the start of the Dusseldorf Street, but he goes past anyway. Goes for a lovely move, does Harlock, gets into the top 3 for Race Asylum. Let's have a look at that on the instant replay, because I did just about miss it. Carries much more speed through these S's. Sees a gap open on the outside. They go side by side. With the better run, more speed, manages to get ahead before this King. Very hard to go side by side there, but if you're already ahead, you don't have to worry about it. That is Harlock up into 3rd position on the final lap of this stint. We've got about 5 minutes of racing action for these guys up front. So, 14 drivers. I believe the picture-in-picture will come in when the top 7 are in. We can be handed over to the lovely Luglia's David Croft for the stint 4 action. It's been a very good race. Yes, Mr. SBS for Loose Moose Racing. Nice to see I can remember the teams after a good couple of 2-hour stints. I mean, they change liveries from time to time. It's still the same numbers. I can tell I'm getting better over the streams I'm doing for it. See, chat is still absolutely popping. Can't even read every message. It's so quick. I think it's a P1R reunion at the moment in chat. It's Gregoire with a nice, comfortable lead. It's not quite been the quickest on track, but he's been very consistent. Got the strategy right. Don't think we've seen him with damage once this race. Just seems to have shot off into the distance. A perfect stint, if I do say so myself, for the Sector 7 Racing car number 5. King Ears will round it out in P2 for Grid Life Racing, with Harlock rounding out the podium. But Harlock is absolutely flying at the moment. There is King Ears in the distance. He's pulled away from Alessandro 2.4 seconds already. As you can see, he's into there, bouncing over the banking of the carousel. Definitely learnt a lot from watching these guys racing for 2 hours here. The top split, A+ guys that race in IRO stint 1. Even got a GTWS driver in here. He's not in this stint, but jound for ORT, making it through the online qualifiers for the 2025 GTWS series. It's nice to see people in this community are that quick that we're able to compete in the top end of Gran Turismo 7 esports. There's Gregoire about to come on to Dusseldorf Street to start the driver swap off. There is Luigi joining the party. I swear he was already in here. The bloody great stint from Harlock, says Gov. He's climbed his way from about P9, I think he was at the start of the stint, making his way through it, getting the strategy right at that pathetic amount of rain that we got. I think it's going to go off me when Kevin goes in, but I'll wait for my stream that is a couple seconds behind, about 10 seconds. I'll wait for that to go full screen before I stop yapping. The first of the drivers are in for the driver swap. GL Gregoire for Sector 7 Racing Car 5. We should go in picture. He's got a 41 second lead over King Ears on them dead soft compound tyres. Harlock as well, only 1.5 seconds behind for the car 44 Race Asylum. So Grid Life versus Race Asylum. Battle for P2 will be one to look out for in Stint 4. They come into the pits for the driver swap, 7 tenths separating them. Alessandro for Arix Racing, defensive driving masterclass shown by this man tonight. Brings home P4 for the end of the stint, and it's River Ruckus for I think this is GT Life, car 45, Last Minute Racing, not GT Life. What the bloody hell am I talking about? Yaley and Kevin GT giving us an absolute treat. The GT Finland and P1R drivers. There is the picture-in-picture coming up. Jaeger doing it absolutely smoothly in the background. Logistics that goes into setting up these endurance races are absolutely phenomenal. How they can manage it work. Top 7 are in. ORT Kings in P8 for the defending champions Overboost Racing team. Not quite having the stint that they would have wanted. A bit too many laps with damage. Too many pit stops. Getting the strategy a bit wrong for them. But it was nice to see them out up front. Hopefully they can make Stint 4 work. Be nice to see the reigning champions out up front again. There is the top 8 in. Next to come in is the Sector 7 Makuga car, being driven by the Rusley. Very great stint for P1R Kevin GT. It's the team in chat showing that it's done some very entertaining moments every time we saw him on track. We just noticed SBS only 2 seconds behind, so 9th and 10th between Last Minute Racing, who was it? Loose Moose Racing, close but no cigar, and Sector 7 Makuga, battle for P9, so we'll watch out in the next stint. Next to come in is FGR Matty. See them all coming out in Stint 4 for Project Platypus Racing. And next one will be Jack So It Is. So I think we should swap over to Lugi.
Right. 1, 2, mic tests. And I don't know if the broadcast is switched yet, but...
Yeah, I just checked. I think it's still on me, but I don't know. But yeah, I'll wait till it goes into full screen before I shut up. But you can start yapping as well. So it's 54.
Yeah, calm. Yeah. Calm. Hello everybody, good evening. My name is Luigi and I'll be a commentator for Stint 4 this year. So we are this is the first in the night now, as the night starts. So all these drivers probably very sleepy here. Mostly British drivers, so of course it is going to be the night for them. But they can't sleep, unfortunately. They've got to sit in their rigs and drive for 2 more hours, which is probably one of the most fun things to do in the night, isn't it? So a bit of drama has happened before, as we were switching into stint 4. Shaky had an incident in going into turn 1, has spun out, made a mistake and went wide, which has caused him to be behind the ERA team, Kaza. So right now, he's currently trailing behind Kaza here. So, right now he's also took a lot more fuel than him. That's why Kaza's also a little bit far more ahead. So now the question is, how is the pace going to go for these two here? Be interesting to see on top. I should also note, Polter and S7R, the gap has dropped down a bit, I believe. And right now, I think it's going to be a game of catch for ERA here. Let's see how this goes. I think Kaza needs to have a very strong stint in order to catch up to Polter, because again, Polter is a very, very quick driver here. I believe he's got the job to deliver the car in a good position here. The track has completely dried out as well. Let's go into P4 here currently. RX Racing good first 3 stints here. Currently P4, and they have been doing amazing in the wet so far. Just currently trailing behind the top 3. Not too much action has happened for this team here. But right behind them is Last Minute Racing. Racing, Mehdi had an incredible first start to the first stint. Before then, having a problem with his socks going onto the wet track, so that was a strategy call that went wrong. And luckily, they managed to bounce. They're still in that contention for a good position, for a good result here. P5 is what they're in currently right now, 9 seconds behind RX and 24.4 behind GT Finland Racing. Currently P6. They did have an incident on stint 3 there. So currently P6, they got damaged and had to pit. But luckily they are now still in good shape, still in good pace. They're in this kind of middle row right now, where they're 24 seconds right behind Last Minute, and I think that's a gap. That's a fight battle to see if Rizaku, I don't know if that's how you pronounce his name, but if he could close up the gap here with 2 hours, which would be interesting to see how this battle goes and develops. Not RTR, sorry. I got it mixed up there. I forgot they have a completely new name. Project 1 Racing, P1R. P1R Little GP is currently P7 here. I think I had a pretty good few stints. I think I've dropped down a little. Currently, right now, Little GP is also is now going to be chasing this P6 car for GT Finland. And currently, the gap is not changed too much. I think it's going to be a game of trying to see who survives here. Again, it has been wet. I believe this is still going to be a wet stint, somewhat, if I'm not mistaken. Otherwise, Azorian, ORT have had a really, really good start of the race. Just looks like they've been back on from our last season's champion. Currently, they're P8. Just in that middle row, however, ORT are just currently sitting there, not with a gap. Currently 27.7 to chase and so 34.6 behind S2T. So currently in a very comfortable position for Azorian here. But let's see what he could do with the gap ahead and see if he could potentially close it up. Hansa Medana, S7, I believe there's a Me Cougar team, if I'm not wrong. S7 Me Cougar, 35 behind, 9.1 behind. They're currently in this, ahead believe best of this current back row of the grid here we have. Their pace has been pretty decent to keep it into this battle here, and I think if Banana manages to put a good stint in, we could see SM Nami Cougar potentially take back the gap and get into that middle ground and into that middle fight for the P7, P6, P7, P8, P7, P6, P5 or above positions. Depends on how this stint goes. Again, they are on intermediates, however, I should add, while the rest of this current, as well I should say, so is Project One Racing. They're currently on intermediates as well. So currently those two teams are on intermediates, whereas the others are on slicks. So it's interesting to see what happens here. It looks like the track has completely dried out. So it'll be interesting to see what type of strategy is going to come into play for them. LMR Ismail Truth, I believe this is Loose Boost Racing, if I'm not wrong. Let me have another look. It's hard to see when the track is incredibly dry. But yeah, I believe this should be Loose Boost Racing. Loose Boost Racing had a very good, I think they had a pretty decent start to the race, and then Stint 2 didn't go well for them. But then I think they've just bounced back a little, stayed in that position currently, and now they're just going to play up the catch-up game. So it's interesting to see what could potentially happen here with Loose Moose. Obviously, they're a team that have a lot of pace when it comes to that. I mean, all of these Split 1 teams do, so it's always going to be a battle of... Well, it's going to be a battle every time and everywhere. I mean, this first three stints have been insane in terms of the action you've got. The gaps are still pretty close for after 6 hours of racing, which is insane. Especially regarding this is probably one of the longest tracks. This is the longest track in the entire game, and actually in real life, I should also add, not in the game. How bad? But in that aside, then in P11 we have Project Platypus, the only one Zico. Project Platypus have been pretty decent overall. I think they've been in contention for most of this race, and they were having a good chance. I think a few mistakes have caused them to be in the position they are. So I think if they've got enough pace, we should see them climbing up the grid. And S2T comes in. Banana comes into the pit lane, and he's changed the inters for softs. Yeah. So that's interesting to see. That has certainly lost them a little bit of time, and you could see that as Project Platypus Zico is now currently just right behind them. Okay, I can't go into the driver cam, which is beautiful. But currently Zico is chasing Banana. The gap is 1.2, so it's interesting to see how this fight could develop. As currently Zico's gaining on him. Obviously, Banana has cold tires and now has to make sure he stays on the damn track. It's easier to say that. So, as easy as it for me to say that, it's a very, very hard task because you understeer and oversteer everywhere. It's crazy. And as I say that, Banana has not had the greatest run through there. I think Zico's got a little bit of fight in him if he can go for the move. But again, it's a damn track. There's not much opportunities you're going to get here. Zico can't go for the move, can't find it. I think he's just going to have to depend on trying to get a good exit here. Still 310s here. So obviously I will go into AHR for a bit. I'll go into the final two. We have 12, 13, 14. Let's see how this battle gets along. And I think Zico's barely tried to find a move there, tried to find a gap, but there wasn't enough of a gap there. Zico currently just waiting for an opportunity, but they're gonna go down the North Lifer section, and this is where the North Lifer section starts. So I think Banana can take a bit of a breather here, but not really. Again, this is the North Lifer section, but there's very few opportunities for Zika to pass here. So let's see how he gets along in a bit. Let's go to AHR for a second. James here. AHR have not had the best start of the race. They've been doing decently, but they've not been in crazy contention for a bit. Currently James is into the car now, and he's currently P12, 42.8 behind, 41.1 ahead of the S7R, of another S7R car. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. But I think right now AHR are in a very comfortable zone, and currently I think James has just got to drive the car as it is. Maybe if there's some wet weather, that could help him a lot to try to get back into the fight, into the top 10 and whatnot. So I think AHR have got a lot of fight in them. And, you know, as the night starts, you know, there's going to be a lot of mistakes to creep up for these drivers here. So if AHR can capitalize on it, they can certainly get back into the top 10 fight. Next is S7R. I believe this is... what team is it? Phoenix? I forgot what the name was. But they are currently in the Aston Martin team. S7R Turbix is now... S7R Turbix is now P13, currently 40 seconds behind. They're currently in the full back row of the grid right now, currently just 40 seconds behind. I think S7R team has got to do a lot of fight back, especially in this night stunt here. I think that's certainly possible considering what we can get in here, but it definitely depends on what could happen or could not happen. And last but not least, we have RA Honor in the Race Asylum. I believe this is Black Team. Race Asylum Black Team. Not had the greatest of starts, but it is a 24-hour race, remember that. They're very behind, and they're currently getting lapped, I think, if I'm not wrong. Oh no, they're not. They've already been lapped, I should say. But they're getting blue flags, so I believe that is the GT Finland Corvette. So it'll be interesting to see how this gets along for them. Currently, it's not been the greatest starts, and I think it's all about just fighting back for Honor and the team here. But interesting to see how it goes along. And as I say that, they are off the road and they've crashed. Front bumper and rear bumper damage. Could it get any worse? Could it get any worse for them? That's gonna be dreadful for Honor there. And I think that's probably the call would be for them to pit or something. But let's see how that strategy goes into play now that they've got damage here. But regardless, let's hope the Race Asylum team can certainly bounce back here. Let's go into the front for a second. Currently, gap still 21.1, which is I believe about the same of what we've somewhat of the same gap we've got from that past few laps. I think Kaz has gained a bit. However, I think let's see what this lap time is going to be, and if he did gain a bit. Let's see, is that an 18.1? So he's gained exactly a tenth on this lap there, which is very, very crazy. Which is very crazy. It's like close pacing. I don't know what I should call it, but it's very crazy to see how close the lap times are, especially in this part of the time. Jakey also, I said the fastest lap so far. Obviously, there's only been 3 drivers could probably set a lap here so far, but he's currently done an 17.2, sorry, and currently fastest here, and still fastest. Ben Eric's racing not a bit far off the pace. Currently 21.5, and about I'd say they're about 3 seconds or so off the pace, 2 seconds off the pace. So I think it's just the comfortability of the track. So I think what's causing Ben to get a little bit of just to not have that much confidence pushing. But otherwise, I think if that track starts to dry up, and it is starting to dry up, it's pretty much dried up now. I think the curves are a bit more safer to use. We should see if they can get that pace back. 826.3 by Richie here. Not the greatest of laps. That's also about 5 or 7 seconds slower than the car ahead, Eric. So it's gonna be hard to say if they can pull that gap back. But it's hard. But as I look into it, it's gonna be hard to say if anything goes for them. 26.9 for GTFI here as well. So I think also GTFI is also gonna have the same problem, or not, because they've got purple sector on this section here. So I think maybe 26.9. I think Raizuku. I can't still pronounce his name, but he's gone purple sector 1, and I think he should be catching very easily. Raizuku might have made a mistake on lap 3, which has caused him to have a little bit of a moment. ORT gaining also 19.9. That was pretty decent as well. Exactly what they need to do. And purple sector. I think, to be fair, everybody's going to get a purple sector now that the track's drying up, so it'll be interesting to see. I think that would indicate that you're definitely on the right path. That's interesting. And Little Jeep is going to get a purple sector there, because he didn't show up, so I'm guessing that the guy's in the purple. But I should also add, they did get damage, Project 1 Racing, so that is currently damaged for them. Hard to say if what to say. Hard to say if continuing on would be the good strategy, but let's see here, because they're still good on pace here, so don't doubt them, and they're still somewhat of the same pace with still relatively same pace in terms of corner ability into with ORT here. Matter of fact, just gained a bit there. So I think it's just a matter of them staying out and hoping the others make so ORT make a mistake or two here. We should also go back into here. As I say that, Banana gets caught out, and he spun in and touched the gravel and hit the wall there. Like I said, that dampness, that damp track just causes you to get caught there. James also has damage apparently, so he's hit a wall, or have made contact with it. He's got to pit and fix that damage. Banana cannot do that, however. He doesn't have the luxury for it, so he's gonna have to drive the whole lap with this, and that is not good damage. Front suspension and front bumper both costing you the ability to handle the car, and that is also a loss of straight line speed. It's hard to see what happens for Banana, but that is not a good start for him. And that gap has certainly also dropped down from Ismail. I should also say Ismail has definitely caught up, I think, a little bit to Zico here. Both of these drivers currently a bit close to each other, 3.33. I wish I could see the comments in this, but there's this really, really weird, hard blocking the goddamn comment section. When will the rain come? It's hard to say, but do you want me to check the weather radar? I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can just exit and check the weather radar. But it should be arriving somewhere in the middle, considering. But it's hard to say again, because this game is really weird with RO5, RO4, and RO6 type of weather. Especially like the middle ground. If it's RO8, it'll be pretty much what you expect, but anything below that is very hard to say. It's very, very hard to say, even when you got it selected. It's a very weird system, but oh well, that's the game, I guess. I should also focus here. Currently, just gonna look through the grid. Okay, James has now picked himself back up. New softs on, damage fixed, but then they have got a huge gap to STT now. Oh no, it just shows up here. It's good. You can just pull up the graphic. So we should be getting rain. We have not gotten rain yet. But it's interesting to see strategy-wise what is going to happen with the rain. There's so many people that have been caught out by this rain, it's crazy. And the people who can drive, who can keep it on track in that rain with the slicks on, who have been caught out by it are definitely a bit crazy in terms of their driving ability. Nevertheless, currently Kaza has closed down that gap. We should look back into this battle here between P1 and P2. Kaza has closed that gap down. It went from 21 something, now it's gone down to 18.3. So closing that gap down there. He's doing a good job here. It's interesting to see what could S7R do strategy-wise. But I think looking at the strategy, it's probably going to be between something in the idea of kind of like a two-stopper, three-stopper. It's very hard to say for sure. Maybe even a one-stopper, but again, no idea in terms of what is going to happen here. We've only seen a very, very little action in terms of strategy, and that is always because of the weather, and the weather always. And as a Pulsar is hopping into the pit lane. Okay. Fresh tires, and Kaza has crashed into the barriers. That's front bumper and front suspension. So it's convenient timing considering that the pit lane is right next to him. But it's also very bad timing because now they've got to spend a lot more time trying to fix that. They're gonna spend like about 5-6 seconds in the pit lane. Jakey comes into the pits as well with more fuel as well. So it's gonna be interesting. Could Jakey jump Kaza into the pits here, which would be interesting seeing what the call would be. So then MK goes into the endless void and is now going to pit for, I believe, also Pulsar has gone for the intermediates. So that is interesting. It looks like the rain is coming then, according to Pulsar, and according to Kaza it's not, but according to Jakey it is. As Jakey just nudges him off there, and Grid Life has taken back P2 easy. So that damage from Kaza certainly helped them, and it's gonna be interesting to see if Kaza definitely has the pace here. Something to note again, these guys both are on intermediates while Kaza is still on softs. Now again, that means the rain might arrive here, so it's interesting to see what strategy is gonna be for these two cars. Currently we've not seen any droplets at all, so it's still slick condition. As I say that, there is rain droplets, there is rain, and it is immediately into condition. And as you can see, Kaza has just gone wide there, and then he's gone into the gravel. Oh, is he? Yeah, he's gone into the gravel. Oof, not the right call for IRO at all. I think everybody else except him on the top 5 have gone for the inters. Not a good call. And there is your rain, ladies and gentlemen. This is definitely going to switch up a lot. Azorian dives into the endless void to get his tires changed and fuel also. And he's coming out in the endless void as well. My god, what an amazing driver he is. Intermediates on now. Now it's going to be interesting to see if anybody is going to go for the heavy ruts, which might not be a certainty, but who knows. Zico somehow got damaged also, I should note. And so does Project 1 Racing. So everybody in basically the top 8 have gone for intermediates except Esports Race Asylum. So this is going to be interesting. Arix picked up ERA easy. That's one more position lost for Race Asylum. And just as you think, and just as you thought, the race was coming back for Race Asylum from going from basically P10, P11 in stint 2, and then going back and then Harlow gets put us in a great stint 3. Unfortunately, the rain has called them out, and they're back. They've lost so much time to that Savannah now. Back again, and now they fell back into P4. So that's very unfortunate for Esports Race Asylum. That's going to be interesting to see who else gets the team ahead here. Last minute racing, Richie is currently driving in the endless void again. So, see if that helps him. I don't know if this could help him grip-wise, but it certainly is looking like. How much time is he chopping off here? Certainly a lot from Casa here. And I think everybody here has just made the right strategy call. I don't think anybody else is on softs or have made the call to go on softs. Yep. P10 onwards. Got into the pits. So currently, I believe everybody in this top 11 have pitted. Currently, I believe now James has got to stop here. Was driving in the wet. And in goes the S7R team as well. And Honor is already on intermediates, funnily enough, so it's interesting to see. I think that's going to help them pull some gap back together. But hard to say here. Depends on the pace of the top runners here, and if he could get some time back. As Jakey just manages to save that there, currently go on him for on board. In that night, look at that, you can barely see anything. Hello, Raptors. Good evening. Good job on the stint there, mate. Looks like last minute is not even doing that bad. Last minute is not doing that bad. They are about to. Oh, as I say that, I was about to say they're about to get Esports Race Asylum, and we just saw a cinematic view of Esports Race Asylum binning it into this turn. So that's pretty much. So that's a lot of time lost there for them. But again, there's not a lot lost. 3.5 for penalty broadcaster for I don't know doing what, but that is certainly entertaining to see. I think Kazov's been pushing too much there. That's what's called him out. Unfortunately, he went into the barrier. That's pretty much all you could say. I think we bet that GTFR and ORT should be catching Kaza as well very soon enough. Let's go on board with Azorian here, if I can go on board. There we go. Again, pitch dark. I think you can barely see anything. I don't even think you can see anything in the cockpit. You can't even see the wheel or anything. You can't even see the helmet cam going into here. Just understeer is a bit wide. Yeah. Really not bad so far. Still keeping that gap as the same as ORT. So not bad. Sorry, not as ORT, but as GTFR, GT Finland Racing. Now it's be good to see if it's good to see the gap. Let's see the gaps from P4 to P3 here, because last minute racing have found themselves somewhat back in, as Richie is putting up a hell of a wet drive so far. He's currently gaining a hell of a ton on IROX Racing here. 24.8, 24.8, 24.9, 24.7. It just keeps changing, so I can't really tell what. But he is gaining a lot now, Richie. He's also somehow gaining on the leader. Pretty much tells you everything you need to say. Need to see. It's a mighty wet drive here. Because you look at how much he's pushing in terms of. Look at how much he's pushing in terms of what he's doing here. Going all the way to the limit, even in the wet, is crazy. And slamming that throttle all the way through, especially at the Nürburgring. I don't think anybody. He has certainly closed up a lot of time to Ben now also. Who, now that the wet has arrived, it should help. It should help him with the McLaren there. Well, he has got damage there, so that is good news for last minute racing there, because that could mean P3 is up for contention. It depends on how they do this now. But let's see, is Ben gonna dive into the pit lane, or is he gonna continue going, hoping for the rain to dry out, then to pit? Which would be an interesting strategy call. But you really can't tell when the rain does dry. Obviously, the rain has completely stopped. I'm gonna quickly go back to somewhere in bottom. Let's go to the S7R Turbux. Please, they've closed up the gap again. They've done. Turbux have just drove incredibly cleanly. Just driving and already closed up that gap to James a lot. So it's interesting to see what happens here, but those mistakes have definitely helped that S7R team now. The question is are they going to be quicker on the wet? It's hard to say. But one thing that is guaranteed is that they're doing a safe job. I think SML know they've got Turbux in the car that can safely drive that car and make no mistakes, keeping consistent pace, and he's doing that job exactly. And doing a good job of it, I'll say. He's currently just wheeling that car around. Oh, James is currently still gaining a bit on. Has gained a lot of time on Turbux, so he's running away from that gap. But is he still catching Banana? Banana not had the greatest first few laps this season so far. It's hard to say if James can catch him now. But it looks like he's doing a pretty decent job in terms of wet weather. Just keeping the same gap, somewhat the same gap, whilst also doing a good job of closing that gap to Ismail. So he's doing a good job there. Banana, I think, just trying to make up for the mistakes there. And you can see him how much he's pushing. Well, currently, Ismail right behind Project Platypus. Project Platypus up to P9. So I think they've. I think they were what? Where were they? P10, P11, if I'm not wrong, at the start of the stint. And they've gone from P10, P11, all the way up to P9. So that's good. It's a good charge from Project Platypus there. And looks like Zico's hopping into the pit lane. So looks like Zico's just made the call early to go for slicks. He saw the track drying out, and that's the decision they take. Kaza's done the same. They've gone for he's gone for racing softs, and that ERA team has now completely dropped back down to P7. Meanwhile, let's see where the Project Platypus team is going to come out. Oh, just behind Loose Moose Racing. who are still on intermediate, so they will have the advantage in terms of defending. Because again, this is a damn track, and as I say that, Zico has not done a good pit exit, sorry, and he has spun out, I believe, which is unfortunate, but which is but fair, because the damn literally catches out anybody. 8.9, however, so it will be interesting to see if to see how well Zico can close up the gap to Ismail here. And I believe Banana has also done the same strategy. He's pitted for softs there, if I'm not wrong. Currently just pitted. And now he's just going to drive that slicks around, see how much gap he can close to the cars ahead. Let's see how that strategy is working out, especially for our team here, Esports Race Asylum. It's just to hop on board for a bit and see how much gap they gain, or how the driving style is suited here. You gotta be very, very careful with the racing slicks, especially on a damn dark track, especially around here. Can't touch the curbs, can't do anything. Just stay very careful. Look how precise that is. Down to first and then up second. After being very brave and trying to take that exit curve there, which would probably spin out of a couple of people. So interesting to see how that works. It looks like he's just Kaza is just slowly but surely closing that gap down to ORT. That one mistake has cost Kaza about a minute and 30 or so in terms of gap to the leader, which is dreadful for Esports Racing Asylum. But there is still about how many is it? About 7 hours of racing done still. You got about 17 more hours still left. So obviously you're still not gonna have to count yourself out. He's doing a good job of closing the gap down, however. Currently gap is 11.4 still. And Azorian has closed that gap down. So it's interesting to see if we can get a battle here between P5 and P6. ORT and GT Finland Racers. GT Finland Racers 3.1 right ahead of ORT. So just a case of them trying to hold on. That Corvette isn't really as good as you want it to be in certain corners, especially not on this track. And they've just gone a bit wide there, and that's gonna help ORT. That's gonna help Azorian gain back a lot easily. He's gained back easily about a second and a half there. And as I was saying, their Corvette is not very good handling wise, especially around the track around Nürburgring. And you can see that come into play. Albert GTFR doing Reisaku is doing a very good job of still holding on. It'll be interesting to see if he can hold on from Azorian's attack here. Going into the fast section, this is probably going to be the Corvette's biggest weakness around here, and you can see how that is going into play. Corvette braking very early going in. He doesn't have that same speed as the BMW would on the mid-speed. Azorian trying to find a place here. Obviously he's got intermediates here, so does GTFR. So overtaking is a little bit better. Not great, but a little bit better than using slicks here around dry track. There's also a helping Kaza, I might add, to catch up a bit in terms of his battling going on. As GTFR just going a bit wide. Can Azorian find a place there? Find a gap there? No, not yet. Still 2/10, and now they're gonna go downhill. There's a big bump around here, so you're gonna be ready. And they were ready. And now they just gotta make sure they get themselves a good exit. No overtaking spots available left, however, for the later part of this. But we'll get back to this. Both ERA Jakey and S7R Porter pitting and getting rid of those tires there. Porter softs. Jakey probably softs. Now that's their strategy gone pretty well now. Porter has done a fabulous job with the strategy. And I think so has Gridlife. Both Lexus teams are doing a good job, just trying to get the strategy straight, get the car doing insane lap times as well, especially in the night in this condition. It's what you love to see. Currently Azorian behind. Can he find the overtaking spot? He's got intermediates. He can take that wet line. He has to be careful. He needs to take the damp a bit so he gets a better braking. And yeah, there we go. Easy. Not done on the corners, just easily done on the straight with the slipstream. I don't think GTFR can fight that back. And they've just got to settle it. And settle in P6 easy. Oh yeah, they're both diving into the pit lane now, so that's interesting to see. Richie, good stint in the inters there, very good stint in the inters, and is now going to come out on the softs. Kaza also gains 2 positions there, so that's definitely helped them out a lot. And the gap is not that bad, 1 minute 17 to pole sitter. So they've not. So it is damage limitation now for the stint for Kaza. 5.9, 5.7 behind Richie. So it's battle between the 2 GTRs here. It's gonna be interesting to see if Kaza could catch up to last minute here and be back in P4, back in that contention for that top 3 position again. Let's see by the end of this stint. But he's already got a purple sector there. That is some good. Not always, but some good sign. Pull to that S7 to bring it handy. I believe now that they've put here, it's interesting to in terms of his pace here. So he's like, see Porter has more time in there. Currently just dropping back, not even dropping back. Basically the same pace as Jakey. Both of the Lexus teams, Gridlife and Sector 7 Esports, currently basically about the same pace on. They've done an insane job themselves here, just managing to keep the car calm and collected, and not do any brutal mistakes. That's paid off. That's paid off, especially for Jakey. Gridlife starting from basically P13 there, made themselves all the way back to P2, and they're currently now just sitting in P2 and right behind, just 17 seconds behind the race leader. Could you believe that? A lot of teams are currently in that contention as well, so can't believe it until you see it. James goes into the pit lane, into the endless wide pit lane again, as we saw with the other drivers. There's surely going to be a benefit to going into this void, but it's going to be a change to fresh slicks, I believe, as well as a splash of fuel. about 70. 69 liters, which is basically their car number as well. And out of the pits they go. Let's see what they could get on with this here. The gap currently 1 minute 1, and Banana's already got that strategy covered. You can see that strategy paid off a little, as look at the gap between Banana and Ismail. Banana having a very good stint so far. From the few mistakes at the start, now currently just out at the back of Ismail. Both of these drivers on fresh tires. Banana's tires are about 1 lap older, which, if I say it like that, that doesn't make too much difference, but it is the Nürburgring, and that is a big difference. So it'll be interesting to see if Ismail definitely has the pace here to combat that. So it's now just currently sitting on the same pace as Banana. All these teams are doing a good, decent job keeping in the top 10. The main objective would probably be to chase Project Platypus, who are comfortably sitting in P9 here, which would be an interesting position for them to gain, because that sets them up. That sets them up perfectly. Project 1 Racing have cut the pit lane penalty, I believe, because that's a very specific 3 per second penalty, and they've got themselves a 3 second penalty. That shouldn't hinder them too much, considering they have that big gap behind it, ahead of them. It is interesting to see for sure. And it looks like Project Platypus, as I was talking about them, have got damage. If you look at that, Project Platypus currently have damage now, but rear bumper, rear suspension, and that is not good for them. So, oh my days, I have no idea what even happened here. So, what the hell? Ismail just completely spun out. I believe he's just hit the dump there. Ismail has completely hit the dump there, and that's caused him to spin out, hit the wall, and that's front bumper and front suspension. Two of our cars here in the same corner, basically the same corner, same sector, have got themselves front and rear bumper damage, which is crazy. This is perfect. This is a perfect scenario for Banana here. He's gonna gain a lot of time, and it will be interesting to see how this goes on. But my God, this is a very chaotic race already. Even when the gaps are large, there's still mistakes to be creeped up at. Even with the top runners, even with the bottom runners, even with the mid pack, it's crazy. Just go up front a little here, and Kazan's already passed Richie, which is interesting. It looks like, yeah, it's like Kazan got that done. I was surprised to see Kazan have that much pace. He's made that pass from 5 seconds back and already made up 3 seconds in the same lap, which is good pace from Kazan here, and I think that's exactly what IRO need, especially to close up that gap deficit that he's that's been made there now. Now the question is there going to be enough? Is there going to be enough to catch Eric's Racing here for P3, and then get themselves back into that fight against Jakey, against Grid Life and Portable? It looks like it, because Kazan's just gone 2 seconds purple. It's crazy, but that might be updated a bit. But it looks like they've not set their personal best yet. But Kazan's gone purple still. That's interesting. He's on a verge to be the new personal best of this stint so far. 2.7 purple. Let's see if this does happen. We'll go on board for him with the final few laps, and I can't go on board with him. That's beautiful. Can I go on board with him now? I can't go on board with him now. Alright, beautiful. So let's see, cross the line. What's the lap time gonna be? And he smashes that time out of the park. 8 minute 13.8 for Kazza. So that is about 3-4 seconds gained from that previous time. So incredible pace of Kazza so far. I think that's exactly what they need here. Meanwhile, that gap between Jakey and Porter is still staying somewhat about the same here. 18.0 is 17.9. Still, so currently still on the same pace. Your leaders are not changing. Your leaders are still on the same pace. Your top two are still on the same pace here. So it's just a battle of, I guess, determination to keep going, I guess. Let's see. But Jakey's definitely pushing as hard as he can to catch this car. Bolster doing a very good job to cope up with the pressure though himself. So yeah, he's just flying through the corner and comfortably taking a wet apex when he can, which is good pace, good showing for Bolster on a completely dark track, by the way. Obviously, I believe the drivers have got the temporary exposure also turned up to help with this scenario. Otherwise, you really can't see in this game if you don't have that up. But otherwise, they're doing a good job. Currently, posted is 5 tenths up on Kansas fastest lap. Be interesting to see how much they could in turn gain on him here. So he's still gaining on Jakey a bit, so we'll look into that later. Let's go into RA for a bit. RA currently, they did go on, did have that spin very early on, and then he did go on the intermediates to gain a bit of time on perfect time for the intermediates for a wet track. Gap looks about the same, however, not much has been done. But it looks like Honor is slowly but surely recovering that gap as he can. It's very dreadful to drive in these conditions when you're just last and have a huge gap behind. However, the average just gotta keep going, and I think if your mind is still there to keep focused and to drive, even in a condition like this, you're gonna be flying basically. I'll say for sure. I believe they are getting lapped by car here. Hard to see who. Just coming up from that sector. If I could go back, it is, I believe, Project One Racing. Well, currently still 51.7, 40.84 behind. So they are comfortable here. But they are going purple a bit, so looks like the pace is coming back for P1R. It's interesting to see how much gap they could close up, and could they close up on GTEC up ahead. They're gonna hope that GTFR make a couple of mistakes. Obviously, the pace is not looking great, especially when they have to drive the core web there, which is just not good on handling, like I said, especially on a track like this. Doing a very good job of keeping it still, keeping it comfortable. Bicycle just goes a little, just comfortably in that position where he's not gaining on ORT. ORT are currently running away from him, but he's also currently in a position where he doesn't have much except drive, and he's doing that job perfectly. And good night, Visual Racer. See you for whatever stint you're coming on next night. It does get very lonely in the night stints, as you can see. Probably the and that is to say for sure the drivers do get lonely themselves, especially the Europeans, which are probably half asleep or maybe having the best time of their lives and are probably drunk, but who knows? Go to last minute for a second, and and I go to them at the very wrong moment because they have front bumper, front suspension, both front suspension now. So that car is basically driving like the 2014 F1 Ferrari. So it's be interesting to see how much gap ORT closed here, and could they close that gap right down before the final straight? It could be very possible that they could. Let's just see how much they gain on the carousel and carousel alone. Oh, never mind. They don't gain anything because Azorian's just crashed. Okay. Why do I talk? Because I just every time I'm trying to look at a car, they just crash. But well, Azorian front bumper damage. Not what I was expecting when I said let's see how much Azorian gains. But Azorian hasn't gained anything, and the only thing he's gained is a broken front bumper. Right, great. Currently now, I think not great for them, but they've still not got that handling problem as much as they've not got as much damage as Richie here. So there is still a chance for Azorian in that car to just gain as much as he can. And as I say that, second time already. As I say that, Richie has spun into probably the damn section there. And where the hell is Azorian? Azorian just 6.3 something behind. Loose Moose crashed. Let's go back and see that. Where's the crash? I feel like there's some stream delay. Yeah, the commentator curse is very strong with this one. I'm just trying to see a car and a car replay or anything, and then boom, the car just goes into, and then another car goes into the wall. Like, there's no stopping to it. Apparently Loose Moose have crashed, but I believe they've just gone into the wall or something, but they've not got damage, which is interesting. Blame me! Why you guys are blaming me? I didn't even do anything. I'm just talking. Anyway, so apart from that chaos, looks like GTFR are probably going to benefit from it because again, now they've got two cars ahead with damage, and they're running on softs. They're running with just very, very close behind them. So that's a very, very happy days for GTFR. Now the question is last minute racing, is Richie going to jump into the pit lane? Yes? No? And he stays out. Okay. Bold decision there. Bold decision there, especially seeing how Azorian is gaining a bit. Gained about 2 seconds there. I should say maybe 6 seconds, minor, but obviously it's been discluded. Just managed to save that bump there. So it's going to be interesting to see if Azorian definitely has the power in his pace to catch up there. What the best thing Richie can do is not spin or do anything, but bring the car in, and then this should probably, for maybe even 2 more laps, hard to say, but bring the car in perfectly and just do the strategy as planned. Which I think going in, if Richie can keep Azorian behind with that damage behind, obviously that is a very, very hard task to talk about. You are cursed? Yeah, I am cursed, unfortunately. I'll go on the leader for a second. But I'll also go on Esports Race Asylum for the fun of it. just to give Kaza a bit more trouble. But it's gonna be interesting to see if Richie can hold up Azorian yet. It's a bit too much to ask for. But if he can do it, I'll be more than. I think Last Minute Racing is gonna be more than happy with that. Probably. He is going to probably get overtaken if these two go into the pit lane because Richie is going to have to spend more time fixing the damage. Let's go over to the leader so I can give him a commentator first. I'm joking. But I'm joking. Currently, softs. Currently 8.4 ahead. And just comfortably driving in that lead there. Jakey's pushing. He's pushing. But he should be making a scheduled pit stop soon enough. Not much Bolster can do. Just drive his laps. Drive his laps he is. He's definitely picked up a lot of pace from the start, though, Bolster, because he was losing a bit of time. He was losing a bit of time to Jakey and Kata, and now he's just picked up the pace. And now he's just completely pushing it. Do you wonder if the question is, could he extend that gap to maybe 20 or something? If that is, I think S7 Esports is going to be insane, maybe. Going into the late stages of the stints. There's not much grid life could do in this scenario. Obviously, Jakey himself is doing a perfect job. I think Jakey, if anything, shouldn't get the gap to Pole Sitter in his head. If he just continues driving his laps, he should be fine. Because they both are currently equal on pace, neck and neck, basically. If these guys were on the same, if these guys were even like 2/10 from next to each other, we would have a very, very good battle for the stint. But unfortunately, this is endurance racing. What more do you expect? And that's the leverages you get from it. Eric's Racing. Well, I haven't talked about them for a bit. Now I'm talking about them. Let's hope the curse doesn't hit them like I pre-planned it to. Sorry. Kaza currently 7.7 behind. They've lost a bit of time. About 5 seconds is a bit of time. To that car behind. Currently not gaining too much, but Benke is doing a fabulous job of just currently easily just running his pace, making zero mistakes. I should add, like zero mistakes from Benke. This is exactly what Eric's going to see. I think there might be a worry if Kaza could gain enough time here, because again he was gaining a 5 seconds per lap here. So it's going to be interesting to see if Kaza is going to be right behind him by the end of this lap. Not even, I don't think it's going to be behind at the end of this lap, but maybe the next 2 laps. Let's see. You never know. Just go still on this battle here. Gap is still 2.7. Richie is doing a very good job here, holding off that Last Minute Racing are doing a very, very good job of holding off the previous year's champions. Like, this is a very, very shocking performance, and that in a good way. Richie is performing absolutely well against a driver like Azorian, who we know has that insane pace, like last year. But Azorian currently just hammering it. And even with damage, Azorian is somehow gaining on Raizuku. Oh, the gap has stayed the same, I should add. Which is crazy. I don't know how he's doing that, but I can't explain aliens, unfortunately. They're just another species. What I can explain is, if they pit now, Azorian has the higher chance again of coming ahead. I believe with the damage Richie has of front suspensions and the bumper, that is going to cause him to lose about, let's say, a rough estimate, 7 seconds. Azorian probably going to lose 3. Do the maths, which I can't do. It's going to be, so safe to say Azorian is going to be ahead. But the question is the strategy going to be the same for them? Obviously, ORT and last minute's tire wear is currently about the same. So it looks like the pit strategy could be the same here. So again, it intends to be what I'm. It basically is what I'm trying to talk about. It's hard to say for sure. Richie just trying to hold that car in. 0.3 by to the gap ahead. Sorry, not the gap ahead. 0.3 personal best for Richie, so it's not been his greatest lap. Still doing very good with that front damage, front suspension to keep that lap time still. Now is where the difference. I should say the difference would make, but again, I forgot Azorian has front bumper damage. But regardless, into the back straight, I should add. Honestly, this doesn't even feel like a back straight, but this is a back straight. Past the Yardi board, the gap is now 4.3 tenths. Is it going to be enough for Azorian's game to overtake here without having to go into the next corner? Let's have a look. Where's Azorian going to go? Outside, inside? Outside it is. It's just a clean, easy pass, and I'm getting blinded by the lights. And past the Bilstein board, easy does it for Azorian. Now the question is, pit or no pit? Probably going to be for them to say maybe another lap, but with that damage, it's hard to say for how much time they are really losing here. But Richie has done a pretty decent job to hold on and still be about 3 tenths from Azorian. Very close to Azorian, considering the damage he has. And this will be their final lap. I believe they should hit maybe this lap? How to say. And oh my days, that is class action there. That is class action. Richie sending it up the inside. As I was about to move away, Richie sending it up the inside of Azorian. Caught him completely off guard, and Azorian had to resort to going offline there. That was a very, very good move. And I don't know what's happened here, but Richie's glitched out of it. And Azorian has passed him. Passed him back. A very good move by Richie there. Just completely catches Azorian off guard. Azorian re-overtakes him and back up to P5. Good stuff, good racing. Definitely not the type of racing you expect from a 24-hour race. Wow, that was very good to see. And the question is, Finland Racing gonna be close enough to get last minute as well? Hard to say, because Finland was barely catching up to Azorian, even with that front bumper damage he had. So it's hard to say for sure. That Corvette is not happy on the straight line, that's for sure. I got blinded by the lights again. I don't know why. It's probably not a good thing to have your room completely surrounded with darkness when the lights are this bright, but otherwise, Project One Racing come into the pit lane, fix that damage. They've got damage, and so does Zico. Okay, why is everybody getting damage? Guys, relax. But now just let's see if Banana's gonna come into the pit lane. I was about to say a lot less fuel than Zico, but that's good to see. Banana absolutely good. Has a very good stint. Closed up that gap by a ton there. It helps when everybody else is going. It's just having a hard time on track there, and you can just pick up the pieces. So it's exactly what Banana really wants and getting. Richie's still doing a good job of keeping up with Azorian still. 9.1, still the gap is a second. Now, it's obviously hard to say if this is gonna stay. I don't think it could, but depends on Azorian's pace a lot. Remember, they are previous season's champions for a reason. Richie just not. Looks like Richie just doesn't isn't. Richie's just keeping up as much as he can here. But that gap is slowly increasing. I think Zurian knows the ins and outs a little better, and that suspension damage is not helping him around these corners where you want to take the car in a certain way and just want to push it to the limit. Yeah, unfortunately, Richie doesn't have that leverage anymore, and you can see that affecting him there. Let's go on here. Kaza. Now, Esports Racing Salon have now caught up to IRO Racing. Currently, 8 tenths is the gap. 9 tenths, about a second, I'd say. Interesting to see what happens here. Currently, IRO have the better tires here, so it is what it is how you see it. It is what you see it is. It's basically going to be a pretty much equal fight here, but looks like lap times for Ben is a lot slower. No, I wouldn't say a lot slower, but a little bit slower than Kaza. About 6 seconds slower. But with that fresh tire, with having more tire wear in store, I think this definitely helps Ben a lot. And if you can just be, the British Minister of Defense here, you can easily secure a good P3. For Alex on distance so far, but it's hard to say. I think Kaza's definitely gonna have to wait for the back straight or the GP loop, which I think the GTR should have more power. I believe, might be mistaken for that. Wow, look at Kaza just completely pushing it there because he's just gone completely wide. Let's go on board with him for a bit. If I can go on board with them. There we go. Yay. Kaza on board into these fast few corners here. Ridiculous. And you can see why. This is not a corner. These are not the type of corners you really want to take, especially at a dam circuit, let alone a wet circuit. And you can see why. I'm not getting Ben's getting a very good exit out of these few corners here, and that's helping Alex a lot, as I expect. Looks like Alex can't gain too much into contention there. It's going a bit wide off the course and not doing that well. But the gap stays the same. 7 tenths it is. It is the question now that is there going to be enough gain on the back straight? And as it looks like it, that gap is way too big for slipstream to work. Unless Kaza can save that. And the gap is reduced quite a lot now, 3.5. So it looks like if this is the case, I think Kaza could potentially get Ben here. Ben also, if they both are going into the pit lane this lap, which I believe they should, Ben might come out still ahead with the fuel they have. Let's see here. It's very crucial for Kaza to overtake in this scenario there. Let me go on board, please. There we go. Very crucial for Kaza to overtake because again he has lower fuel. So if he doesn't overtake, Ben might overtake in the pit lane. There we go. Now he's just got to make up a little bit more of a gap there with the 2 corners he has remaining, which is a very hard task, to say the least. As Ben is going to stay out. Well, looking at that fuel, it's hard to say for sure. Yep, oh, okay, Ben's staying out, good to know. And Kaza goes into the pits with 1 liter of fuel. So that's a strategy. I believe this should be probably maybe the final pit stop for you, Esports Race Asylum. Hard to say for sure, but it's gonna be like, yeah, it's hard to say for sure. But it looks like it could be the final pit stop for Esports Race Asylum. That gap between Polsit and Jake, yes, also calmed down, has reduced a bit, and you can see why Jakey doing monstrous lap times for no reason. I should add, 6/10 up on purple while having dead tires. Can you? I don't even think I can believe that myself, if I'm being honest. But he has closed that gap down to the leaders here by 4 seconds from the last time we saw him. So that pace came out of nowhere, respectfully saying, and he's now just going to be on it now. I think on the end, just to give his teammate in the next stint an advantage. The mid pack three, Azorian, Richie, and Raizuku, all into the pits at the same time. Raizuku has a bit more fuel than the others, Richie having the least. Really interesting where positions come up. It's going to be interesting to see what tires are next. So it's going to be their final pit stop, I believe. So, Azorian out, GTFR somehow have jumped last minute racing because of Richie having to fix that damage. They've not jumped all out either. The gap has reduced by a lot, which is not what they want. But I think, given the pace of Azorian, I think Azorian can comfortably stay in P5 easy and bring that car home. So good driving. It's been a good stint for Azorian to keep to be staying in that P5 zone now. Let's have a look. We should also have a look at this. This is also going to be a fight for P3 here. The clouds are looking dark. I should add, the clouds are looking weirdly dark, like dark. If I might add, like the I'm gonna put showers on you type of dark, and that's not a really good look. But that might be interesting strategy-wise. See what could potentially happen here. Kaza currently 36.8 behind it. Looking at the potential, you could say undercut. You could say undercut in the scenario because Kaza now has to. Oh, okay. Did he hit the wall there? Am I confusing myself? That looked like lag. I think that might have just been lagged. But Kaza, as I was saying, Kaza has to now get that gap back and stay comfortably ahead of Alex here. Comfortably, and that should be P3 for esports races one, which should be a very good result considering the mess up they had with the strategy in the wet, which is not bad at all. Question is how much has he got to reduce it by? We know Kaza is still quicker relatively to Alex. It's going to be interesting to see what could happen. I'm going to quickly go to the lower part of the grid. Honor has done a very good lap time there. Honor has done a very, very good lap time. 8:16.3, and that is actually, I'll say that is, like, if I'm looking at that is quicker than the personal best of Turbex. I don't know how to pronounce it. Turbeox, by like about 6 seconds-ish. It's a very good lap time by Honor. He is pushing that car perfectly. Pink might be faster than even the guys ahead, which is absolutely crazy to see. And he's still going blue, so that's incredible work by Honor there. He's doing a good job of. I mean, that BMW looks a bit sketchy in some areas, but he's doing a good job of just hammering it down and helping himself close out the gap for races Highland Black here. Obviously, in his position, there's not much he can do. However, he's doing very good for what he can do. I sound like a philosopher saying that. Anyway, James, currently also in P12 here, I shall say, S7R Turbix. Again, still doing a decent job. He's not made any mistakes. If I look at it like that, he's not made any crazy mistakes. The mediums is what he's going for though. So that's interesting. That's a new strategy plan which we have not seen in the other parts of the race. So that's racing mediums going in, and I think he's just gonna have to. It's gonna be interesting to see what he can do strategy-wise, but the softs should last at the end of the race. So it's interesting to see what. Maybe it's because of the tire wear-wise. Maybe he shreds a bit more tires, and that's what's caused him to go for the mediums. But otherwise, who knows? Maybe that's just a secret strategy at 7R have. We don't know. Top secret. Oh well. AHR doing a very decent job of reeling themselves back in. James with a very good lap time. I think what's that? That's a bit slower than Honors, but very good lap time nevertheless. Of just gaining that gap to Ismail a bit. Ismail obviously made a couple of mistakes and his pace has not been crazy compared to the others, but he's doing what he can in terms of the scenario he's been given. Now looking at it, with the tire wear of James, looking at Ismail, it looks like Ismail has to pit very soon. If I'm looking at it like that, so it's going to be essentially one more pit stop for Ismail, and that would put James in P11. Would Ismail still have the pace to come back and overtake James when he has those dead softs? We should say very soon, maybe in about a lap's time, which is not very soon, but you get what I'm saying. I should also say pole sitter going into the pit lane, into the void again. I should say, what is it with the obsession of the drivers with the pit lane of void coming out? New softs, and that should be the final pit stop for both pole sitter and Jakey, who doesn't hop into the void for once, and he's out. 12.4, so Jakey's gained a bit in terms of fuel. We should also look at this while this is here. While it's here. And here it is. Ben MK going into the pits very soon enough. And now he's just got to watch out for Kaza here. Kaza P4 currently. Kaza now needs to get that undercut like I was talking about. And can he jump Arabs Racing? Let's have a look. Let's go on board for this final two corners and the main straight here. Braking very late. That's a very good exit. So, oh yeah, he's gone. Looks like he's got that very easily done. Arabs are not even done fueling, and he's passed the pit lane. So that's Kaza's back up to P3. So that is a very good comeback for Kaza from this stint. Looks like he's not. Looks like he'll be very happy with that, I should say. I'm definitely not shouting swear words when I come back to the party chat. Otherwise, Arix and Ben MK doing a fabulous. Again, just getting called out there by Kaza. Not much he could have done, but P4 still, he's done pretty much what he can, and I think Alex are pretty happy with this performance that he has been able to put up. Good evening, everybody who was joined here. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I think everybody has made the final pit stop if I look at it like this. As I should say that. Let's have a look at this battle here. 4-bit T7 GT Finland races. Are they gonna find the move around here? No, not really. I think Rizaku was trying to go for something like a switchback, doesn't quite get it. Gap is currently 5/10. So there's still a lot more opportunities here in the GP section. as there should be, because this GP section is quite. Has a lot has a good few overtaking opportunities. You always see Soto in one. This is also another overtaking opportunity, assuming you don't be Max Verstappen and populate dive bomb somebody. But apart from that, there's quite a few overtaking opportunities here. Looks like Raziku doesn't have the gap here. And currently 7 tenths, 6 tenths or so. So it looks like looks like Raziku has to hold on until the GP section. Maybe on the back straight is an opportunity, or maybe even on the Jeep, or even on the Nordschleife, he could get him. He might have an opportunity here though, going into this fast left-right chicane. Nope, nothing there. Just has to back off. Yep. I think Raziku needs to now find an opportunity through the Nordschleife or even through the back straight here. Let's see what could happen. Come back to that later. Zico has done an incredible lap time. 8:10.4. That puts him as the fastest lap of the session so far. 8:10.4. Zico is currently now, but with the fastest lap, he is now on the verge of chasing down RTR, and he is catching them by a good barely 4, but about basically 3.7 seconds a lap. Oh, but that looks promising because RTR has gone 1 second purple. So it's interesting to see what happens here. But I should also add the track is also completely dry, so you should be seeing lap times going below the 8:10 mark. So you should start to say 8:08s, 8:07s, maybe 8:09s. You're not gonna see any 8:05s or anything like that, because you have to be an absolute monster to do that, especially at these conditions. I should add. It is a tricky track. It is a very tricky track, right? It's gonna be hard to say for sure if there is somebody who could pull up, or something. Yeah, anybody who tries gets my respect, obviously. I don't think the front runners are gonna be stupid enough to do it. I think maybe somewhere in the midfield, when they have to push, when they're just desperate enough to push, I think they could do it. Yep. Good to see you here, Cupcake. Good luck for stint 5 on commentation, by the way. Cupcake, she will have. I completely forgot we are late on schedule because I just looked at the time. We are 8 minutes from the end of the stint, but I just remembered we had that problem in stint 2, so forget about it. That gap is still closed down. Now it's interesting to see if Jakey could close that down to about, let's say, 8:10 or something. So not 10 seconds or below, which would be a very, very good setup for Grid Life, because that puts them in basically contention to win there, assuming 100% assuming if Polsitter makes a mistake which causes them to not Polsitter, but if a 7R make a mistake in the wet, or the wet catches them out. So I believe that we still have a lot more wet stints, if I'm not wrong. Not as crazy as the first 3 stints or so, but still crazy enough. It's hard to say if they're crazy enough, but we'll see. There's still a lot that could happen in a 24-hour race like this, so you should not count anything out. That's for sure. Right. I'll go a little bit backwards, see who's fighting who. I'll look into this for a second. I don't think anybody has damage here, right? Do they? Alright, who should I curse now, guys? Give me a suggestion. Give me a suggestion on who should I curse. Let's hop on for 2T right now. Again, lap times are going quicker, so you should be seeing that 8:10 mark drop down. Currently, I don't think the top guys, except Esports Race Asylum, answered a lap. Speaking of, let's just go to them for a second. Okay, they have a 1 second penalty. Forget about it. Forget about it. Who else? We got this, these 3 cars here who do have also a chance because they fit at the same lap as ERA. But it's interesting to see if they are purple or not. Azorian is purple. Is Richie purple? Let's see, is Richie purple? Or is that just a personal best? Okay, just a personal best and personal best. So it looks like only Azorian is purple, which, again, that's not really a surprise considering they are, again, previous champions. But again, with the form they've had at the first 2 races, it's good to see them getting their form back together. Let's just stay on board for them for the rest of this lap here. You can see Zorian taking as much curb as he can because that track is now completely dried up. No more chance for mistakes. And it's pretty much just full push from here on now. Fourth, up to 5th, flat out through there, beautifully done. And now it's just past the Audi board to the buzzing board, and he's not gone purple. He's not gone purple because somehow Kaza, even with a 1 second penalty, has got the fastest lap, which I beg to differ. But I wonder if Azorian still has the potential to beat it. Look at that, because he was about 9 seconds blue. Have a look if this is gonna be that purple lap or not. It looks like just about Azorian snatches that purple lap from Kaza. So pretty much just clipped him there. That's a very good job by Azorian. Interesting to see how it will develop. No schedules for singing, says IRO. I'm assuming this is Ray. Which is a shame. Really a shame. Cupcake, you probably have to sing on stint 5, my friend. I'm so sorry. You probably have to sing stint 5. I nominate you to sing it. Sing whatever song you have to sing. That's the biggest. That's not the biggest demand, but that is a demand. Right, and now the gap has reduced to 10 seconds, below 10 seconds. It's from Bolsit to Jakey. So again, these two were on the same area, and Jakey's done an insane job. Without that mistake, I think the gap would have been something like 5 seconds or so. But hard to say for sure. But one thing to note is that Jakey has done 2 fabulous stints, back-to-back. Stint 2, stint 4, been absolutely insane on this. And he's put single-handed, and he's just put Grid Life back into that contention. Yeah, you have to you have to say. That's a minimum requirement, I'd say. Look at that, Kaza's got a 0.5. So not much to see here. Gaps have pretty much spread out a bit. Just go on board with somebody. He'll just go on board with someone below. Smale has dropped out a bit. I think he's not the best. He's not had the best stint as Male. Just dropped down a few positions, and it's not great. Switching stream pod soon. Okay, let's switch. Let's do the switcheroo very soon. I'll just wait up for that then. Probably Jaeger's gonna announce it, but I'm not so sure. Well, who knows? I should probably focus on my job though. Let's go to RTR for a bit. RTR, very decent stint from them. And now they're just about 12.8 ahead of Project Platypus. Again, they've just been in that position where they could just sit back and relax on the stint because Little GPs has had the pace to be in the position still, even with having damage in a few laps. They've still managed to keep up. Obviously, they still do have that threat from Project Platypus, who are somewhat about 2 seconds or so laps quicker, but looks like, oh, good save from Zico there. It looks like Zico is just about gonna manage to hold off and not gonna do too much in terms of a threat. Doogie, you just keep on commentating. I will do that. Zico, obviously it's gonna be. I don't think there's gonna be enough time for Zico to catch up. Obviously, you've got about, I think 2 laps. I can't do math. Sorry, 3 laps. To the next stint.